Rare occasion which provides us an opportunity for hearing Dr. Israr's thoughts, and it's unique in the sense that you people have come mainly from the West, mainly America, England and Turkey, though Turkey is not part of the European community. The credit for this goes to Brother Ibrahim Abdurabi, whose brainchild is this. And Dr. Israr Ahmed is working on different lines. He has been to states and to the West several times, and his ideas based on Quran and Hadith are well received. It has an intellectual dimension, but he is an activist. He wants to integrate knowledge with action. He is not a man of cool and detached academic interests. Rather, he is an activist in the real sense of the word. He is my elder brother. The topic of first discourse or presentation is the human personality and two forms of knowledge. I request Dr. Israr Ahmed to please go ahead with his presentation.
أحمده وأصلي على رسوله الكريم أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. I praise Allah and send my salutations and blessings to Muhammad, his apostle and prophet. And I take refuge with Allah from Satan the accursed. And I begin with the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. And I pray to him, O Lord, open up my heart, make my task easy for me, remove the knot in my tongue so that these brothers and sisters can understand easily and fully what I have to say to them. And after that, dear brothers and sisters, from Adam and Eve, Allah's blessing may be on both of them. And may Allah bless all of us and guide us to the straight path. In the very beginning, I must and do thank you from the depths of my heart that you have taken out time from your busy schedules and undertaken a very long and tiresome journey. Actually, if anything good comes out of this exercise, the credit would go to Dr. Abu Dhabi. As the brother has said, it's his brainchild. And if it proves to be an exercise in futility, then the blame will be solely on me. Secondly, I want to profess I am not a scholar in the usual sense of the word. I have never studied social sciences, any of them. What to speak of teaching them? My background education is medical, so I know a little bit of physics and chemistry and zoology and botany. But I have a tall claim also, and that is I am a humble student of Al-Quran. And because Quran claims to be the guidance for all mankind for all times to come, hence as a humble student of Quran, I take courage speak about the guidance in different aspects of human life, individual and collective. Another confession, I am not good at English. I have never lived in any Western country for any length of time. I have been a casual visitor to the United States. And secondly, I had, during an operation on my knee, there was an episode that my heart stopped for some time. So I had a fresh life after that. But that has left my memory impaired. So I have asked Brother Dr. Absar to be on my side, not only as a moral support, but also to help me. If he feels I am fumbling for words, so he can help, because he knows my ideas and he can very easily assist me. And after that, as it has been told to you, and you must have known it already, my presentation at this time is the human personality in two forms of knowledge. What I have understood from Quran and what I believe is that human beings have a composite existence. They are two beings joined together in a mysterious way. One being is the animal being, which has come out of clay, the crust of the earth. According to the scriptures, Bible, Quran, both, and according to the scientists, biologists. But the other personality, it has come from above, and that is the spiritual existence. Animal existence and spiritual existence. And both of them are absolutely independent of each other. Both of them are full personalities. What we call ruh, and I don't know what should be the proper translation in English, soul or spirit, but I prefer spirit, not soul. Soul includes the life. Our animal existence includes life. It has come from the clay, the crust of the earth, through a very long process of evolution. But the spirits, human spirits, are not from earth or clay or sand. Dust thou art, to dust returnest, was not spoken of the soul. It has come from above. Let me say here, according to the Quran, there are two spheres of existence in this universe, independent of each other, but intertwined with each other. Quran calls them the world of command and the world of matter, world of creation. illALLAH al-khalq wal-amr. Amr means command, and khalq is the creation. This amr, in that sphere of amr, things happen immediately, instantly, with the command of God. And the command is kun, be. And it is, it becomes. There's no time element included in it. This is the world of command. And the other world is actually, the word creation should be applied to this second. In Arabic, we have a word ibda', and that means creation ex nihilo. creating something without anything. So that is the word of command. Kun fayakun. Allah says, be, and it is, and it becomes. But the other world is the world of creation. Here something is created out of something, not ex nihilo. Man created from clay. The jinns or jinnis created from fire. The angels created from light. So there was something existing before, and from that something has been created. And in this world of creation, time factor is always involved. That is why the scriptures, and here again, I mean Bible as well as Quran, they agree that this universe was created in 6 days. And we don't know the duration of the days of God. Surely they are not the days with which we are accustomed. The days in Quran we find 1,000 years of hours becomes 1 day for Allah. And there's another verse, 50,000 years of hours go to make a day, the day of judgment. But maybe the cosmic day, the universal day might be very long. We may call them the millenniums. But time is always involved. A seed to grow into a tree needs time. The human embryo to become a full human being needs time. So in the realm of command, there is no time involvement. But in the realm of creation, the material creation, I may call it, time is always involved. Now let me give you a diagrammatic representation. This concept is based on an ayah of the Quran. It is chapter 40th and verse 11. I have written here in Arabic, قالوا ربنا أمتنا سنتين وأحييتنا سنتين فاعترفنا بذنوبنا فهل إلى خروج من سبيل. The people who will be thrown in the hell after the day of judgment, they will pray to Allah, O our Lord, you put us to death twice, and then you revived us twice. And now we have confessed our sins. So is there any way out from here also? Very important ayah of the Quran, very important. Although some similar concepts are given in other ayahs also, but this is the most important, central ayah regarding what I am going to say. Starting from this extreme left, creation ex nihilo in the realm of command were the spirits of all human beings much before the creation of this universe, material universe, much before that. This material universe started from the Big Bang. I agree with it. But this period is pre-Big Bang. The command, the big command of God, kun, it took the form of light, subtle light, without any heat, without any motion. And from this light were created the angels and the human spirits, all human beings from the first Adam till the last son of Adam. These arwah. In hadith we find the words, al-arwahu junudun mujannada. They were like armies, all human beings. The spirits of all human beings were created at that time. And all the angels were created. Still, the time and space complex had not split. Time was not there. You may call it absolute time. No serial time was present at that time. And there was no motion in that light, subtle light, no heat. And from this light were created, as I have told you, all the human spirits as well all the angels. And this is, the bold line. This was our first life, as spirits only, no bodies. But then, during this life, Allah took the covenant from those spirits of human beings. Alastu bi rabbikum? Qalu bala. This is in Quran, chapter 7 and ayah 171. Alastu bi rabbikum? Am I not your Lord? And all of us, all the spirits of all the human beings, from Adam till the last human being who will be there before the end of this world, they said in one voice, why not? You are our Lord. This was the first covenant taken from the spirits of human beings by their Lord and Creator Allah. But then they were put to sleep. This was the first death. Put to sleep. We may say, put in some cold storage. And that was the first death that we experienced before coming to this world. And now, after the Big Bang started, the material world. And this Big Bang was another kun, big kun. Here let me quote from the Gospel according to St. John. In the beginning, there was Word. And the Word was with God. And the Word was God. Whatever has been created is through this word. This word kun, Quran has given us the proper word. Be, and it is. So that was the first creation. But then we were made to sleep or put in some cold storage. In the meantime, this Big Bang, another, big kun of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and it took the form of small particles, very minute, but very hot, and running away from each other with a speed. And from this, Quran tells, the self-conscious creations were the angels and the human spirits. Now, another self-conscious creation, and that is of the jinns or the jinnis, I think you call it. And Quran tells they were created out of fire. That was after the Big Bang of the physicists. Then, to cut a long story short, there were galaxies were formed and planets and stars. And then some planets started to cool down. Our planet Earth cooled down, there was crust, and gases came out of it. And from them, water was created. And there, for thousands of years, there was rain and rain and rain. And because, by shrinking of the crust of the earth, there were mountains, there were deep oceans. And for that stage, Quran says, Kana arshuhu alal ma. The throne of Allah at that time was on water. In this world, there was nothing in this planet except water. And this water then separated from each other due to the shrinking of the crust. There are the mountains and there are the seas and the oceans. And from the interaction of water and clay started the life on this planet. From a single cell to the most evolved Homo sapiens, it might have taken millions of years, yes. But then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala selected one Homo sapien. It was the animal of man. Still he was not human. The animal existence is coming from the earth. But then Allah blew into him, into one of the selected peoples from the Homo sapiens, the spirit which was there waiting in the cold storage, which was asleep. It was revived. And now we have a human being having a body coming from below. In this diagram, this is earth. And this is coming through evolution, the Homo sapien. And then that ruh, that spirit, which was asleep, and Quran says, which was under death, that has been blown into this. And now he becomes man, human being, composed of two distinct entities. Body, or I should say better, animal being, body plus life. Ruh and spirit is not life. Life is there in the dogs, in the cats, all the animals. Even in the leaf of grass, it's living. So life is something else. And that spirit of God, we find it in Quran at two places, very clear terms. Quran says, فَإِذَا سَوَّيْتُهُ وَنَفَخْتُ فِيهِ مِنْ رُوحِي فَقَعُوا لَهُ سَاجِدِينَ. It's chapter 15, ayah 29. And again in chapter 38, ayah 72. Ayah, I mean verse. Actually, I don't like these translations of surah is surah, not chapter. These are not chapters of Quran. The word chapter has its own connotation. It's not applicable to the surahs of Quran. In the same way, the word verse has its own connotation. It's not applicable to the ayat of Quran. But for the English speaking people, we have to use those words. So maybe you find I say sometimes surah and sometimes chapter. So in Surah Al-Hijr 15 and verse 29, and Surah Sad, which is number 38, and the verse 72, فَإِذَا سَوَّيْتُهُ, Allah had said to the angels before the creation of Adam, when I have completed the creation of this man, Bashar, وَنَفَقْتُ فِيهِ مِنْ رُوحِي, and then I have blown into him from my own spirit, then you bow down before him in prostration. فَقَعُوا لَهُ سَاجِدِينَ. So the animal of human being, Homo sapiens you may call it, it was an animal, not man. But in the last of Adam wa Nuhan, Allah chose one of that species of Homo sapiens, an individual, and blown into him the spirit. In these two verses, Allah calls my own spirit. But what we mean is the spirits which were very close to Allah, very close. The pre-Big Bang era of this creation. So Allah blew that spirit into it. And what will happen then? Then comes another death. We live here, this is our worldly life, which we mistakenly think that this is the life. This is not the life. This is one phase of our life. And this is the second life. I told you, we had the first life only as spirits. After that, creation ex nihilo. And during that, the covenant was taken from us. Alastu bi rabbikum qalu bala. And then we were put to sleep or put to death. Then we were revived. And there is a hadith which is very important. I have written down in Arabic. This is one of the most authentic ahadith tradition of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. In ahadakum yujma'u khalquhu fi batni ummihi. Every one of you, his creation takes the form in the womb. Arba'ina yawman nutfatan. For 40 days, it's nutfa, a speck. Summa yakunu alaqatan misla zalik. Then again, 40 days as alaqa, something hanging from the wall of the uterus. Summa yakunu mudghatan misla zalik. And then it becomes like a piece of meat which is chewed. So these go to make 40 plus 40 plus 40, 120 days in the womb. After 4 months, summa yursalul malaku fayanfakhu fihi ruh. And then the angel is sent and he blows into this embryo the spirit, the ruh, which was there in the cold storage. And now he is a human being. Before that, the embryo was living. It was not dead. Even the spermatozoon is not dead. The ovum coming from the mother is not dead. They are living organisms. And for these 120 days, it was living, but it was animal existence only. But then, when this spirit has been blown into it, joined together, we don't know how. Up till now, we don't know how life is attached to our body. What's the point of contact? Life. What is life? It is connected with which organ of ours? We don't know. So this combination of animal being plus the spiritual being, we can't say how it is. But it is there, the two animal being and then the spiritual being. Then what happens at death? What came from the clay goes to the clay. Whether you burn the dead body, incinerate it, or you just bury it, whatever you do, it goes. From where it came, it goes back. But the spirit, and not only the spirit, the essence of the life of this individual, along with that spirit, goes to God. You know, there's a very important ayah of Quran, which we recite whenever something bad, some calamity occurs to us. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. We belong to Allah, God. We have come from Him. Who's that we? Not our animal being, but our spiritual existence. Wa inna ilayhi raji'un. and we are going to return to Him. What happened at death? And this is now the second death. I quoted the ayah, Rabbana amattana snatayn. You put us to death twice. Once when we were spirits only, you put us to death. And then, when we were born in this world of matter, along with the body, again after some time you put us to death. And this is the second death. And now will come the day of resurrection. That will be second revival. Amatta nasnatain wa ahyayta nasnatain. You put us to death twice, and then you revived us twice. And after that, now I have given so many lines why. Now the human beings will be separated into different groups, either to hell or heaven. And again here I write to eternity. But I have put a question mark. According to the general and orthodox belief, the hell and heaven both are eternal, 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 never to end. But there have been some scholars. Interestingly, two scholars who are dead against each other, Ibn Arabi and Ibn Taymiyyah, they both think that the hell will come to an end at some time. Very long period, very long period, very long period, but it will come to an end. But the heaven will remain forever and ever and ever. And from among our mystics, they say that these arwah of the people who are in heaven will eventually go and merge with divinity, with the person of God. But these two things are not the main concept or belief of the Muslims. It is hell and heaven both eternal. So now one point more, and then I proceed to the second point. These two beings of human being, the animal being, body plus life, and a spiritual being, they are absolutely independent of each other and full personalities. Now our animal being, it has its own sources of knowledge. The external senses, we get the sense data, and this brain here processes the data, and we infer, and we understand something. Then it is put to memory in this computer of brain. So we see with these eyes. This is our animal sight. We hear with these ears. This is our animal hearing. We think with this brain. This is our animal thinking. The ruh or the spirit, it has its own eyes. It sees without these eyes. It hears without these ears. It contemplates and thinks itself, not through this agency of the brain computer. There are many ayat of the Quran which tell this. فَإِنَّهَا لَا تَعْمَى الْأَبْصَارُ وَلَكِنْ تَعْمَى الْقُلُوبُ الَّتِي فِي الصُّدُورِ in Surah Hajj. These eyes don't get blind. The infidels, the opponents of Muhammad, Allah's grace and peace be upon him, they were not blind of eyes. They were blind of their spirits. وَلَكِنْ تَعْمَى الْقُلُوبُ الَّتِي فِي الصُّدُورِ. Because the spirit, its abode is our heart. For the animal being, it's a pump which is pumping the blood. But the spiritual being, for the spiritual being, it is the abode that is there, dwelling there. So these spirits can see, they can hear without these eyes and ears. And it thinks. Lahum qulubun la yafqahuna biha. Quran says they have hearts because ruh is in the heart. That is the abode. So we have given them the ruh, the qalb, but they are not contemplating with it. This is not this eye, this is not this brain. This is the sight and the hearing and the contemplation of heart, or we may call it spirits. So this is actually the existence of human beings being composed of two elements. The animal, let me quote here a Persian couplet of Sheikh Sadi, the sage and poet, Persian sage and poet. Admi zada turfa ma'junast, as farishta sarishta was haywan. This human being is a very strange type of mixture. In it we have an angel as well as animal. The animal is our animal being, coming from clay. Its desires and lusts, they take us down. But the ruh, spiritual being, came from God, and it wants to be nearer and nearer and nearer to God. There is a pull within ourselves. These two beings, they are at dagger drawn. The animal being, the id or libido, they want to take us to the lusts and pleasures of this world, taking us to the clay. But the spirits, they want to take us high up, nearer and nearer and nearer to God. Now, another diagrammatic representation. Two forms of human knowledge. And here I have quoted a saying of Ibn Khaldun, the great historian and the philosopher of history and sociology. Al-ilmu ilman, ilmul abdan wa ilmul adyan. Knowledge is of two kinds. Knowledge of the physical bodies, physical world, physical objects, and knowledge of the religions. I have only quoted it here. I don't mean exactly what he says. What I mean is that human knowledge has two sources. One is the animal source, other is the spiritual source. As animal beings, I have written down ilm bil hawas plus ilm bil aql. Sensory and empirical knowledge and knowledge through reason, aql, intellect. These two go to make knowledge of the physical objects, and to this I call acquired knowledge. Man has acquired this knowledge. He saw something, he heard something, this sense data went to the brain, computer, it processed and checked with the previous memory, reached at a new conclusion, and then put it to the memory again. And this way, step by step, step by step, step by step, this acquired human knowledge has now reached a very, very high position. But this can be divided into two. Names of the objects, knowledge of the physical bodies, And number two, philosophy. To try to know the reality as a whole. This knowledge, with our external senses and our intellect, it was creeping with a very low speed, step by step, step by step. Except for the last century, I may say, there has been an explosion, a very big leap, very big leap. But before that, we were going step by step. But human mind, from the very beginning, also tried to contemplate the total reality as it is. And for that, this philosophy came into existence. Now, Quran says that when Allah created Adam and He appointed him as vicegerent on earth, He taught him all the names. All the names. Allama Adam al Islam kullaha. There are more than one explanations of these words of the Quran. But popularly, and I believe in it, it means the knowledge of the material objects. Total knowledge was given, endowed to Adam. And then it exfoliated step by step, step by step. Potentially it was given to Adam. Just like, a seed contains the whole plant or the whole tree in it, potentially. But then it slowly comes up. 2 leaves appear and then go on, it becomes a full tree. So this is the exfoliation of that knowledge of all names which was given to Adam in the very beginning. Allama Adam al-asma kullaha. This is the knowledge of the name which we have now acquired through our faculties of inna sam'a wal basara wal fuad. Sam'a, basar, and this computer, brain computer, which processes the sense data. Through this, we were creeping. Whosoever saw for the first time a rock fell on another rock, and there was a spark of fire. Whoa! And then he tried himself. A rock striking against the other rock, and there was fire. So fire was invented. First form of energy that human being invented it. He must have been a very big inventor. Very big inventor. There was no form of energy before that. And so on and so forth. So this is Allama Adam al-asma kullaha. Main field of this knowledge is science, physical sciences. Philosophy is not the main field, but it was a necessity with the human beings to have some idea of what is this universe. Who am I? Where from I've come? Where I'm going? What is knowledge? What is evil? What is good? We should know. So this was the urge due to which the philosophers, the sages, they contemplated. And we have different forms of philosophies and ideologies, and etc., etc. On the other side is the given knowledge, revealed knowledge. This is not earned by man. This is not acquired by man. This cannot be got by any person through his own will. No. It is bestowed by God. And the purpose of this is guidance. Guidance. You should remain on the straight path. Don't go astray. You will find, at every step, The path is bifurcating. One is going to the right, the other is going to the left. Which way should I go? So this guidance. And in Quran, in the same 4th section of Surah Al-Baqarah, Surah 2, section 4. In the beginning is mentioned Allama Adam al-Asma' kullaha. And in the end, فَإِمَّا يَاتِيَنَّكُم مِّنِّي هُدًى فَمَن تَبِعَ هُدَايَ فَلَا خَوْفٌ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا هُمْ يَحْزَنُونَ. Go and take charge of the earth. Now you were created as vicegerent on this earth. But know it, my guidance will be coming to you from time to time. Whenever my guidance comes to you, whosoever follows that guidance, he will have no reason to grieve or sorrow or fear. But whosoever will deny our ayat, our guidance, they will be the people of hell. And there they will abide forever. So this second knowledge is knowledge of religious truths. Knowledge through heart and spirit. This knowledge is not through these ears. The revelation heard by the prophets was not through these ears. It was through the ears of the heart, the ruh. فَإِنَّهُ نَزَّلَهُ عَلَىٰ قَلْبِكَ. It goes directly to the heart, not through the intervention of this ear, this animal ear or animal sight. No. It is knowledge through spirits or heart, because these two words are synonymous, because that is the dwelling of spirit. Now these have two forms. One type of revelation, we call it, is protected, and it is immune from error and satanic influences. That is the wahi which came to the prophets. No satans, no jinnis, not even the animal self of the recipient of wahi, of revelation. His own animal instincts cannot indulge here. And this is verbal revelation, recorded in the scriptures, in the books. We believe in Torah, we believe in Bible, Gospel, we believe in Quran, and that is the last message, the final message, the most complete guidance for all times to come for the whole of humanity. So this is protected. Another form of wahi that we may call, this actually, the first one is, we call it wahi jali, very apparent or lightning wahi, which has been coming now because the institution of prophethood has come to an end in the person of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which used to come to the prophets. The other is inspiration. Inspiration. The first one comes through the angel, Archangel Gabriel. He has been bringing this revelation, prophetic revelation, to the chosen people from among mankind. illALLAH astafa Adama wa Nuhan wa ala Ibrahim wa ala Imran ala al-alamin. Allah chose Adam and then Nuh and then Abraham and then the progeny of Abraham. And he has been sending his wahi through Archangel Gabriel to each one of them. This is the manifest, we may call it, wahi jali, very apparent, protected, and put in scriptures, in books. The other one is the feeble, we may call it, feeble, a sort of hidden wahi. This is the inspiration that you get yourself, which we call ilham in Arabic. There's something comes from true dreams also. And this form of wahi is continuing till this date, and it will continue till the end of this world. But it is not protected. It can be influenced by satanic influences. It can be influenced by the subject thought of the person who has received it. There can be mistakes in the interpretation that the recipient is making of it. And this is open. This type of wahi comes to animals also. The bee, it got wahi from Allah. And non-prophets, mother of Moses, she got this type of wahi. Acting upon that, he put Moses in the river Nile, and so on and so forth. This type of revelation is continuing and will continue till the end of this world. But this type of revelation for the prophets is protected. Not only the wahi jali is protected, but for the prophet, this inspiration is also protected. No satanic influence can come to it. Now, what the jali and the apparent or the protected or the recorded wahi has given us. Now, it gives us, number one, laws and injunctions, the do's and the don'ts. And the first of the foremost were the commandments given to Moses. God's blessing and peace be upon him. The 10 commandments. The do's and don'ts. Do this, don't do this. Eat this, don't eat this. Drink this, don't drink this. So this is the most important part of the wahi jali, the apparent and the shining wahi, which has been preserved, which has been protected from satanic influences and preserved in the books. And second thing is the wisdom. The total wisdom, which gives the replies to the questions with which the philosophers have been grappling. Who you are, what is this universe? Did it come into being by itself, or there was some creator? If there was a creator, what are his attributes? Is he alone? Or he has assistants and subordinates and such, gods and goddesses with the small g. With the capital G, the God has been one. In Hindu mythology, Mahadev is one, Mahadev. But Devis and Devtas are so many. In Arabia, Allah, the God, was one. But Aleha, they had their idols and they had their own concept of the Malaika, that they are also to be worshipped. So, this wisdom, and wisdom is again into two parts. The general wisdom, theoretical wisdom, the philosophical wisdom, and number two, the wisdom behind the commandments. Why this fasting has been made imperative upon you? It has a wisdom behind it. Why these 5 prayers a day? They have a wisdom behind them. Why all these things? So wisdom of the commandments and wisdom regarding the philosophical questions and quests of human beings. So they become close to metaphysics, philosophy, metaphysics. It has connection with the general and the wisdom of Iman or faith. And sociology comes together, the commandments regarding individual behavior and the guidance regarding the politico-socio-economic system that human beings should adopt and enforce. So these are the two kinds of knowledge. And they are based on my first submission. Man is composed of two beings. The animal being, the spiritual being. And it has two knowledges. The animal being is earning knowledge, acquiring knowledge, step by step, step by step. It has reached to unimaginable heights, What has happened, let me say a few words more, that's all. The tragedy of humanity at this time is that the whole focus of attention of humanity is on the acquired knowledge. It has just discarded, put the revealed knowledge away. No attention to it. Had all this scientific and technological development been supplemented alongside with that, the spiritual knowledge, there would have been nothing bad. But now what had happened is, we have closed one eye of ours. Believe. We don't believe. Maybe. Can't say for sure that there is God. Maybe there is one. But the universe is very much here. We must apply our intellect to understand this universe. We can't say whether there is some human soul or spirit also. Maybe there is some. But the body is very much here. So we have to look after it. We can't say whether there is any life after death. We can't say. Maybe, but we can't say. But this life is here. It is real. So we have to focus our attention to this life. In this way, for those of you who know the word Dajjal and the Antichrist in the West, that big human catastrophe which is going to come. One-eyed Dajjal, according to our traditions. And that is one eye. Allah gave us two eyes. The spiritual knowledge and the material knowledge. We have closed one and opened the other to the extent, extreme extent. This is the calamity. Now our knowledge has become destructive. Humanity is fearful at any time. Any accidental war can start and which can wipe out life from this planet. The good old planet Earth. It can happen. Lastly, Allama Iqbal's philosophy is called the philosophy of self, khudi. One of his disciples, he asked him, what's the source of your philosophy? Is it from Nietzsche or Bergson or some other person? Sayyid Nazir Niazi was one of his disciples, so to say. Iqbal said to him, okay, come tomorrow at that time and I will dictate to you. He told us in one of our Quran conferences that I was very glad that the poet of the East will dictate to me the source of his philosophy of khudi, philosophy of self. So I went there very happily. But he said, take out Quran from that shelf. I became frustrated. I thought he will say, take out some history of philosophy book, Quran. And he said, that is Surah Al-Hashr, It is chapter number 59, and the ayah is 19. وَلَا تَكُونُوا كَالَّذِينَ نَسُوا اللَّهَ فَأَنْسَاهُمْ أَنفُسَهُمْ. Don't be like those who forgot Allah. And Allah, in return, made them forgetful from their own selves. وَلَا تَكُونُوا كَالَّذِينَ نَسُوا اللَّهَ. Don't become like those who forgot Allah. And what was the punishment for that from Allah? فَأَنْسَاهُمْ أَنفُسَهُمْ. He made them forgetful of their own self. Now what is that self? Is any human being forgetful of the needs of his animal body? If there's some disease, we run to the doctors. We wash our bodies with soaps and so on and so forth. Who is forgetful of his body, his animal being? So what is that self which human beings forget, ignore? That is that spiritual self. And let me quote finally. We may call it a verse from Upanishad, the Hindu scripture. Very beautiful. Man in his ignorance, man in his ignorance identifies himself with the material sheaths which encompass his real self. Real self is something else within you. And these are the material sheaths, these bones and this flesh and this skin. These are the material sheaths of that real sense hidden within you. But man in his ignorance identifies himself with the material sheaths which encompass his real self. Thank you very much for the kind attention that you have given me.
Ahmed. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We are starting our question answer session. As you have heard, Dr. Israr has covered a vast area bearing both on ontological position of man and epistemological questions. It's a vast area. He has very briefly touched everything. And now it's your time to question him. I hope you will not needle him, because he's not a philosopher. He is a medical practitioner, switched over to spiritual healing, as I say generally. But of course, he's a scholar of Quran. He has studied Quran very intensively, very closely. This is a gathering of multi-religious people, community from different faiths have come here, and we should meet in an ecumenical spirit and try to understand each other's point of view.
Let me start by saying what a delight your presentation was, and how clear it was, and how much I appreciated it. And there are so many questions I would like to ask, but I'm very aware that there are others who want to ask questions too. So let me just pick one, and that was I was interested in the way in which you reconciled the story of natural selection and Darwinian evolution, appropriately modified, with the Quranic insights about human anthropology. And what surprised me a little bit is that my impression is the vast majority of Islamic thinkers are very suspicious of the sort of ideological baggage that Darwinian evolution has in the West, and view it therefore with a lot of suspicion and are often very, very critical of it. But you seem to be quite happy to talk about the fact that certainly the animal, human, did evolve from, animals, and it was in some point in that process we were given a spirit. And how do you find that do you find you have a lot of sympathy in the Islamic world for these positions, or do you find that you are often criticized for them?
Thank you very much. Firstly, please note that I do believe in evolution, but not in Darwinian evolution. Evolution is something else, and the mode through which it has taken place is something else. The struggle for existence and the survival of the fittest and natural selection, and that automatically changes one species to another, this is wrong. At every change of species, we need another kun from God. And this, the mechanism of Darwinian evolution has not been proved and not very much liked in the biological areas, in the academia. So every time we have to have a kun, and that change becomes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now actually the damage that Darwinian evolution has done to humanity is because of the focus on the animal being only. Man is not an animal being only. He is a spiritual being also. And that is out from the discussions or studies or quest of the scholars. This spiritual existence has not come through evolution. It is direct from Allah, direct from God. So because I said it's the calamity and the tragedy of modern mind, that we have just shut our eyes from that side. And now, if we are only animals, now we can follow animals. Animals don't discriminate between wife and mother and daughter. Why should we? They don't take the trouble of dressing. Why should we? This civilization has gone down to the animal level because the other aspects are absolutely out of sight. Now, whole sociology, whole thought is focused on the animal being. That's all. So that is the reason why Muslims don't agree with it. But if we have this idea that these two things are separate, this animal being has come through evolution, but for every change in the species was due to another new fresh command from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, kun. And so it has happened.
Your interpretation of the origin and the birth and the development of the universe, it was very interesting. And I think very beautifully and logically you weave the creationism with evolution. I have a couple of questions. One is that you talked about three forms of creation: man, jinnis, and angels. What
Three
is
forms of self-conscious creation. Yes.
Okay. What is the qualitative difference between these three different forms of creations? And in your view, what different roles have been assigned to them, or what different capacities they have to perform these roles?
The angels were created out of light, and they are, so to say, the civil service, we call it. They are implementing divine commands. They have no animal existence at all. No lusts, no desires, no id, no libido. But then, human beings, they have been blessed with spirits. But jinns don't have spirits. They are alive. They don't have spirits. Therefore, no revelation could come to them. Revelation only could come to the human beings because they have that apparatus, that ruh, that spirit within them which receives it. The antenna is there. They don't have it. So, vicegerent on earth is man. And he is the only creation of God in which both the worlds, the world of Amr and the world of Khalq, they have come together. Jinnis are only Khalq, not Amr. And the angels are Amr, no Khalq. And here, both have met together. The spirits belonging to the world of command and the animal being to the world of creation.
I'm trying to relate here in this very interesting and for me very instructive exposition that you have made today, that the thought about the body itself, you I think also in some ways refer to as kapra, quoting Upanishad, I suppose, in a way that it's a covering, which is, I think, in a way the Sikhism looks at it. The kapra is, body is quoted, is named kapra quite often in the Guru Granth Sahib. And kapra, or the human incarnation, so to say, is the result of your karmas. Karmi ave kapra, nadri mokh dwar. And it is through the grace, nadar, karam of God, that the moksha, the emancipation,
Salvation.
Yes, salvation, the door of salvation only opens up through the grace of God. But it is through your karma, through your doings, through your actions in your prior births, that you got this human body. And this human body is then considered as one of the greatest blessings which has been given to you, because it provides you the instrument, the sources of energy, as you said, the thinking, the intellect, the ability to reason, the ability to see, to comprehend, acquire knowledge, gyan, and then try and get closer to God. And the biggest suffering is, where we start or begin, is the suffering from being separated from God, the Atma, the spirit, being separated from God, the process of individuation. And in this process of individuation, the thing that comes up as the main obstacle in our ability to reunite with the eternal spirit is the so-called home, or which, once again, I go fully with you when you say that surah has to be called surah and not a chapter, because home, I think people have tried to translate it into I amness or id or ego, or I was even impressed by the use of word khudi by Allama Iqbal. And that is the big problem, that home dhirag rog hai. Home is the greatest malady. Daru bhi isma hai. Daru, the malady, the remedy, also is in this. Because if there is God's grace, then it will put you on the right path. So what I was trying to figure out and understand is two aspects here. One is that how do we envisage, how do we sort of comprehend the role of the physical human body as such, and the role of our ability to make choices which has been given to us by God, in other words, human will, because that is where home comes in. So if you could elaborate on that for me.
I'm thankful to you, brother, because you have given an exposition of your own, which is in consonance with what I have said. You have used the very correct word, instrument. This body is the instrument. Our ego or khudi or spiritual existence is the real existence. But it has to earn good deeds through this body, or it is earning hell for itself through this body. And this is actually like a horse you have to ride. So your khudi should be strong enough to control the horse, or it will throw you down on the ground. So both these things are necessary, and there is, the hadith of the Prophet, Inna li nafsika alayka haqqan. This body, animal body, has also rights upon you. You have to take care of it, everything. But don't think that you are only this body or animal being. Actually, your actual existence is a spiritual existence.
What have been the reasons for the decline of the Islamic civilization with the basic characteristics that you have presented in your talk? Maybe you will address that in a later subject. But my main concern here in the question is that your talk includes a number, multiple layers of contradictions. That's to say, there's a contradiction or dualism within man that you talked about. But there's also another kind of contradiction or dualism outside of man, between perhaps different civilizations or philosophies or discourses. And since God is a central figure within the Abrahamic tradition, within Islam, it seems that at the end of the talk you were somewhat pessimistic about human destiny. Now, how come that God becomes absent here, although we are in so much need of God, in the presence of contradiction, civilizational contradiction or human contradiction? How come that God does not interfere in order to restore that balance between the two entities that you spoke of?
First of all, let me admit that this is global civilization, but it is, as its origin was Europe. It's European civilization which has engulfed the whole of the globe. Regarding the question, God doesn't intervene. He has created this world, bestowed human beings with faculties, and now it is for them to show خَلَقَ الْمَوْتَ وَالْحَيَاةَ لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ أَيُّكُمْ أَحْسَنُ عَمَلًا. Man is being tested over here. What you do? So actually this will happen, but that was not the subject of my talk. Finally, we agree, both Christians and Muslims, the kingdom of heaven on earth is going to be established. It will be established. But first of all, we have to return to the basics, because this Western civilization or global civilization you are calling, it has gone deep into our own intellects, our own thinking, our own value structure. Even we are being, subject to the same influences. So Allah will make the truth rule over the whole of the world.
I have a couple of questions about the second part of your presentation on human knowledge. What I found missing in your epistemology is one thing. Your assumption seems to be that ideas generate ideas. I'm talking about the right-hand knowledge of physical objects. In other words, the intellectual sphere is an autonomous sphere. What seems to me missing is the idea of the social construction of ideas. In other words, ideas themselves do not generate subsequent ideas, but philosophy and social science theories are the product of the socio-economic conditions in which they are articulated. Would you accept that position?
Yes.
Going to the left side, then I'll ask the other question.
Actually, what I said was that this acquired knowledge, mostly it is the science knowledge of these physical sciences and then technology, and that is the main subject today. It's the focus of human attention. But because man wanted a total knowledge also, and he needed it, how to behave in this life, and he needed some philosophy. And along with that, I should have added, and I have on that diagram, the social sciences. And you have to generate them, and you have to build them, and then you have to live by them. Yes?
Going to the left side, you have one box, it calls recorded and open revelation. In Islam, I would assume that you mean that open and recorded revelation is contained in the Quran, right?
Yes.
Would you also include hadith?
Hadith
In
on
this
the other
category, or it's in the second box?
Second box,
Which is,
but for the prophets, this is also protected. The dreams that the prophet had were revelation for him. And you know, the inspirations. Because in Surah Shura, we have 3 forms of wahi. مَا كَانَ لِبَشَرٍ أَن يُكَلِّمَهُ اللَّهُ إِلَّا وَحْيًا أَوْ بِوَرَاءِ حِجَابٍ أَوْ يُرْسِلَ رَسُولًا فَيُوحِيَ بِإِذْنِهِ مَا يَشَاءُ. It is not possible for human beings to talk with Allah, except in 3 forms. From behind a curtain, just as Moses had that conversation with Allah on the tomb, and an inspiration directly from Allah, or a wahi coming through the angel. And this wahi is the manifest, the jali, the recorded one. But what is coming as inspiration? That is the second aspect of wahi. And for the prophets, this is also protected. So hadith is, you know, sort of a trayer of that wahi khafi.
Then the other 2 boxes, one is called laws and injunctions, and then the legal code. I have 2 questions about that. As far as the laws and injunctions are concerned, are they permanent, or on the contrary, they are changeable? Are they time-bound? Because, as you know, there is a debate going on right now within the Islamic circles, what is permanent and what is changeable. The other is about the legal code. Is this legal code directly revealed, or is it derived from revelation? In other words, is it a human construction that is based on revelation, or is it directly derived from revelation?
You mean Sharia?
Sharia, yes.
What was the first thing?
The first was is it permanent or
It is
changeable?
permanent, and that's actually connected with the finality of the prophethood. You know, these laws were kept changing. The law of Moses was something else. The law of Muhammad is somewhat different. But when humanity reached its puberty regarding this intellect, then the final prophet came. And this is for all time to come. This is final, permanent, and till the end of this world. Now, Sharia actually is derived from the Jali Wahi, from Quran, as well as from the Sunnah, not Hadith. Sunnah is the practice of the Prophet. And we have 2 sources of Sunnah. One is the continuity of the practice of the Muslims. The companions saw the Prophet and followed him, and then, you know, the Tabi'een saw the companions and followed them. So this continuity is coming. This is one source, a bigger source of Sunnah. And the other is Hadith. So these are the two permanent sources of Islamic law, Sharia, Quran and Sunnah. But then there was ijtihad. Actually, I have to talk about this subject when I talk tomorrow about the political structure of Islam. So this ijtihad, that is in changing conditions, when we have new problems, then we have to make ijtihad, keeping ourselves within the parameters of Quran and Sunnah. But we have to frame further laws. So Sharia now has this third element also. And that is why we have Hanafi school and Shafi school, because they have their own judgments and ijtihad. And now Quran and Sunnah and ijtihad, they go to make one Sharia.
I have a question. In fact, maybe I have misunderstood about the case of Talim Asma. Now, this Talim Asma is the name of the things which is on earth, or the names of the God. For us to understand God, to know God, because the basic thing that we have been sent to this world is to know God, to have knowledge of God. So to my knowledge, I knew that Asma here means the names of God, rather than being the names of the things on earth.
Yes, brother, actually when I was talking about that, I said that there are more than one explanations of this. So one is which you are presenting. The other is that the asma and names of the prophets to come. That man has something good in him also, although he will make fasad and there will be bloodshed through this human beings. But you can see there will be Moses, there will be Jesus, there will be Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So this is another opinion. But my opinion is the one which I have presented. This is the knowledge of the material world. We know something and name it.
Okay. Is the knowledge of material world different than the asma of God, or attributes of God? When we think, because God, in fact, creates things, and then we know the things.
No, this universe is,
because this is connected with the evolution
is
as well.
the shadow of only one name, and that is Khaliq, Al-Mubdi', Al-Badi', that's all. But this universe has so many things, and we have to know them, and we have to name them. Every science has its own terminology. Unless you know that terminology, you can't understand their science. So I think this terminology and names of things.
First, I'd like to also thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
And now I'd like to follow Ibrahim's question and your answer to Ibrahim's question, which I think fits into some of the things that you said. If the collective we in this world, if we are going the wrong way, to use collective language, which has been emphasized here, if God is not going to and does not intend to intervene, if indeed, as you also said, we only have, again to use a colloquial language, voices in the wilderness who are advising us the other way, and we therefore cannot be at this point optimistic that the civilization's going the wrong way is going to change, then how can we expect the kingdom of God on earth to come about?
When I said God doesn't intervene, I meant from beginning. The beginning has to be from human beings. They have to struggle. God has intervened by sending his prophets, his books, his guidance. That is also intervention. Now it is for the human beings to follow them and to strive to establish the kingdom of heaven on earth, the divine kingdom, the Islamic state. And that is our job. But when we are doing that, Allah will help us. God will help us. So that help will come. But without our own effort and endeavor, it is not going to come. He will not do it for us. We have to start, but then the help will come.
But let me just press a little more, if I may. Again, how can we be optimistic given the present condition of the world that you described? How can we be optimistic that in the human struggle things are going to change? And if I go to the Islamic belief that the final prophet has come, well, then how can we be optimistic that we're going to have other prophets who are going to come to help us? We can't even expect that.
Yes, no new prophet is to come. But we have a concept in Islam of mujaddids, the revivers. And the Prophet said in every century, Allah will send people who will revive Islam and the basic thoughts of Islam and basic teachings of Islam. These are called mujaddids. And they have been coming in every century. So mujaddids will come, and then the divine help will come. And secondly, although we believe that no new prophet is going to come, but Jesus is to come. He has to come again. We believe, just like the Christian brothers, the second coming of Jesus. And through him, actually, this is going to be a global kingdom of heaven on earth. But it will start from among Muslims. At a critical juncture, when the Antichrist appears, we call him Dajjal, then you know Christ will come himself. He will descend. This is our belief.
So that means that the human agency would be futile somewhat.
Not futile,
Because
but they will be crowned by something for help, you know. And this will be another help.
Mm-hmm.
But first of all, in Arabia, these are the prophecies of the Prophet. An Islamic state will be established. And before that, an Islamic state will be established somewhere in Pakistan and Afghanistan. Because the prophecy says that the armies will come from some eastern country to establish the rule of Mahdi. يَخْرُجُ نَاسٌ مِنَ الْمَشْرِقِ يُعْتِئُونَ لِلْمَهْدِي يعني سُلْطَانَهُ. So this is going to be a human effort first of all, and then Allah will help. Mahdi will be the last mujaddid, and mujaddids have been coming.
I have another question, which is of a general nature about the type of discourse that you have presented, which is not, of course, novel in Islamic theology. Since Muslims have been discussing that since the Tadween age in the 2nd, 3rd centuries of Hijrah, especially with the Ash'arite philosophy that you have presented so well today. But there have been other types of philosophy within Islam, such as the Mu'tazilite philosophy, or perhaps Sufi philosophy and theology, and so on and so forth. And this is a historical fact, which I'm not going to dwell on very much. But what I'm concerned about is the type of education that we have in South Asia nowadays, the type of Islamic education that has been commonly referred to as madrasa system. And the madrasa system is based primarily, perhaps, on the type of theological discourse that you have presented. But the madrasa system in South Asia, especially in the modern era, in the 20th century, 21st century, seems to be totally cut off from the concerns of contemporary Muslims. Although there is that balance in a normative way between the physical and the spiritual that you have talked about. But if we discuss the madrasa system in Pakistan, in India, in Bangladesh, in Kashmir, in Afghanistan, madrasa graduates do not seem to understand the modern world at all. They don't even seem to understand such basic Islamic issues as social justice, as an example,
Yes.
since they have no knowledge of the major problems of capitalism and the capitalist civilization, which has become global. And therefore, the question is, if we believe that the normative discourse that you have presented is the correct discourse, but in actuality it is cut off from life, it is alienated from life, then the question is, how can we establish bridges between this discourse and the contemporary needs of the Muslim world?
Actually, this madrasa system was devised to produce legal experts of Islam and the magistrates and judges on the Muslim governments. It has some relation with hadith, but mainly it is fiqh. So actually, we should say this is out of the context, it's gone away. Now we are producing only Maulvis who can lead prayers in the mosques, who can give you fatwa about very small things, that's all. Because when Islam or Muslims degenerated, Islam didn't remain a deen, it became a mazhab. Now, if the Britishers were ruling over here, the law was the British law, civil code, penal code, and so forth. What was the job of the Muslim ulama? Leading prayers and teaching people how to say prayer and how to keep fast, and that's all. And this part of our society has become accustomed to this part of deen only, and that is mazhab, and not Islam. And they are not very much concerned with Quran. So we have to bring about and establish an educational system based primarily on Quran.
So you're saying that the ulama in, let's say, Pakistani society are not concerned about the Quran?
I think that is not included in their courses. Very small part of Quran is included in their courses. They are more concerned with hadith and fiqh.
I think that there is a larger question about the status of the ulama in contemporary Muslim societies, specifically in South Asia. And from what you're saying, that the ulama are facing a major crisis.
Actually,
in
what
terms
happened
of their own Islamic
when
ideas.
the Britishers came to India, now because a civilization, a military power with a scientific background, so we were so much obsessed with it that the ulama, they decided to go to the corners. They thought we can't, have a confrontation with this civilization as this knowledge. So they contained them to corners so that at least name of Allah, name of Muhammad, and name of Islam can be preserved. And that is why, in India and Pakistan, Islam, at least as a religion, is very forceful. Not as a deen, not as a system, social system of life, and just social order, no.
So are we saying that the modern Muslim states that have come after colonialism have failed in retraining Muslim ulama in an Islamic way?
Yes, definitely, I agree. Because actually, after the end of colonialism, so to say, it has not ended up till now, but so to say, the end of colonialism, the people who came to helm of affairs, at the helm of affairs, rulers, they were all trained by our colonial masters. They were brainwashed. They were they had accepted the Western civilization. And they are ruling. So actually, the colonial rulers are ruling till today by proxy.
But we have an example of Iran where the ulama are in power.
Yes.
If we look at the Muslim scene in the contemporary.
That's the only exception. And that was actually a political movement was hijacked by the ulama.
So the Shiites are better than us.
They have proved that they have more power and endurance and the spirit of sacrifice. And this tragedy of Karbala has persisted in their hearts. So this, to lay down, the virtue of laying down your life, it is within their bones.
What I do see here is a very altruistic underlying theme of the emancipation of the whole mankind as a part of the evolution or the development through the development of the individuals. And I'm trying to relate this to a pluralistic setting. And I'm wondering that how would we conceptualize or envisage such a process taking place? Would it be only through the acceptance of this, or would it be through a process of bringing the various thoughts together and somewhere emphasize and find a paradigm which really moves the humanity forward, the totality of humanity forward? And in that process, I see that the role of change and acceptance of change will be a decisive factor. Now, how do we relate this entire concept in its more global setting and possibly the global future? Because I mean, if you look at the demographics, I think there is a considerable amount of problem inherent in the whole kingdom of God emerging.
Yes, Brother Nidmal, truth is one. And the true deen is one. And we have to propagate it. But for that purpose, we have to emphasize not the dogma or the creed, but the system of social justice, which is the need of all humanity. For 300 years or 400 years, humanity is in search of some just social order. From kingship, and these lords and barons and etc., there was French Revolution. But it culminated into capitalism. So there was another revolution, Bolshevik Revolution. It has failed because it was not divine guided, the straight path. In reaction you go to other extreme. So that was extremist. So now again we are back to capitalism and liberalism and secularism and so on. But there will be another step in which humanity will go. But for that purpose, at least in some one sizable country on the globe, we must establish that socio-politico-economic order of Islam so that people can see with their own eyes, this is Islam. What we have been fighting against was something else. This is Islam. So that is the answer to all the questions humanity is facing today. And that is why now America, when they say we are not against Islam, they are saying true. They accept Islam as a mazhab, as the religion. And it comprises of three parts. Some creed, or dogma, beliefs, some forms of worship, some social customs, what to do with the dead body and how to solemnize the marriage and how to celebrate the birth of a new baby, etc., etc. Well, you can have any belief. You can come to America, buy a synagogue, turn it into a mosque. You can come to America, buy a church and turn it into synagogues. We have no objection. We are ready to embrace you, but not the politico-socio-economic system. That is ours. It will remain ours. We don't accept any divine revelation or divine guidance regarding these things. Now, what was the point of difference between USSR and the Western world? For half a century there was going Cold War, but what for? The politico-socio-economic system. Otherwise, the Russians and all these countries, Eastern European, they were also Christians. And Western Europe and America was also Christian. There was no fight of creed or something else. It was the system. So whosoever is gaining by this capitalistic system, he has to protect that system anyhow. And he will have to go to any extent to guard their interests in this world. And they fear Islam only as a political, socio-economic system, not as a mazhab, not as a religion. They can keep all the religions at par in America, yes. You can make a Gurdwara, you can build there, go there. And Hindus can build temples and go there. Whatever you do, but nothing doing. Our secular, liberal, and then our capitalistic system.
Can I just come back to this chart for a moment and perhaps pick up on something which we have touched on, and that is there are many texts in the world, many texts, many books in the world which people claim to be infallible. You know, conservative evangelicals such as George Bush and others would talk about the Bible in those sorts of ways. Certain Jews would talk about the Torah in those sorts of ways, the Bhagavad Gita, Tripitaka, and so you can go on. Can you just clarify, how do you know which is the book which is protected and immune from error and satanic influence? How do you know which book has that status?
That has to be a historical research. Quran throughout 14 centuries has remained as it was. Bible has not. There were revisions, changes. You know, Ahmed, he had this subject, specialized in that subject. Regarding Torah, the Jews also believe that the real Torah is no more there. It was destroyed or buried in the tunnels under that Temple of Solomon in the year 587, when Nebuchadnezzar had invaded and demolished that temple. So I can say this thing about my Torah and Injil only. Regarding the scriptures of the Indians, they are not sure who were the authors of the Upanishads, who were the authors of the Vedas. They are prehistoric type of things. But Quran, is in the light of history, full light of history.
One other question about this chart, and that is, do you have any sympathy? There are some in Europe who argue that the rise of science, the rise of scientific learning, needed to emerge from a theistic and religious framework, because of course it's the assumption of faith that the world is ordered, which makes it possible for people to investigate it. So do you have any sympathy that actually you need religion to create the possibility of science?
I think this hypothesis is historically wrong. You know, the days of the Muslims, the Abbasids, they had the background of Islam and science, mathematics, all these things, medicine, they flourished. We got those things from Greek sources and from Indians, developed them, and we had the background of belief in God and religion. And we transferred it to Europe through the universities of Cordova and Granada and Toledo. But because, the rule of Pope in those days in Europe, which had prohibited science and philosophy both, that had created an anti-religious sentiment among the masses. So when science started developing, it had that anti-religious color in it. That is the real cause.
At superficial level, there seems to be a contradiction between science and religion. But I think what he was saying was that there is a continuity. The fundamental, foundational, philosophical assumption of science is that life in universe has an order. And this is a religious truth. So science built on that metaphysical idea and tried to find out the nature of order in the universe. So all the developments in philosophy of science, particularly in physics, and I think Dr. Abdul Salam had this notion, and he was hammering it again and again, that whatever developments in modern physics are taking place, they are fundamentally derived from the notion of order that we inherited from religion. So that was probably, is that true?
That's exactly right. Yeah.
So in that sense, there is no inherent contradiction between science and religion. But I want to go back to...
But I never said
Sure.
there is contradiction. These are two things side by side. I never said there is contradiction.
There's a difference between saying side by side and saying that
They're safe.
it's built on that. There is a continuity. There is a qualitative linkage between the two.
No, but only one truth, that there is order in this universe, doesn't go to make it religion. The belief in one God, creator, that is the basis of it. And he is the guider to the right path.
That's why modern physics is going to the idea of trying to find a unified principle in the universe. Anyway, I want to go back to this whole, to the chart. That is the framework which is very lucidly articulated, and I really compliment you on that. My question is, you divide the human knowledge, what you call religious truth, into two categories: protected, which is immune from human error, that you describe as revelation, prophetic knowledge that we received from the prophets. And the other is the knowledge that we gain from intuition, dreams, illuminations, and ESP. And also, going to the right side of this chart, from knowledge from reason. My question is it possible to come up with a set of ideas independent from guidance from revelation that is capable of guiding us to the truth? Is it possible to reach the truth by sheer human reason? One. Secondly, is it also, when we say that the whole idea is to find the religious truth, is it possible to find this truth through several paths? For example, the whole idea of interfaith religious dialogue that is taking place in the West is that the fundamental religious reality is the same. And there are different paths, methods to find that truth. I'm not saying that it will not be subject to error, but I just want you to entertain the possibility, just the possibility,
Of
that there are certain other ways to find the truth, independent of prophetic guidance.
actually, to know God, there are so many ways and paths. But to know the path, straight path, that is by revelation only. And this revelation has been coming time to time. فَإِمَّا يَأْتِيَنَّكُم مِّنِّي هُدًى. And according to the mental or intellectual development of humanity as a whole, there was a development in that also, till it reached its zenith in the person of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So we have to accept for the right path this revelation which has been given by Allah for the humanity, all of humanity, for all time to come. As you know, that Quran says, وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا كَافَّةً لِلنَّاسِ بَشِيرًا وَنَذِيرًا. He is the only prophet who claimed that I have been sent for the whole of humanity. Even Jesus said, I have come to find the search of the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And Quran says, all prophets came for their own nations only. إِلَىٰ عَادٍ أَخَاهُمْ هُودًا وَإِلَىٰ Madiyana Khahum Salihah, etc., etc. He is the only one who says, I have been sent for the whole of humanity.
So you do not that I can live a moral life on the basis of secular ethics?
Yes, you can live, it will be basic human morality. Basic human morality, to speak the truth, not to deceive anyone, not to rob, not to steal. These are things which Quran says, they have been imbued in human nature. Alhamaha fujuraha wa taqwaha. This nafs, it has been imbued with this. But the path, straight path, what to do, what not to do, that is something else. That comes from the prophethood.
What would you say is the hope for us Christians and Jews in your view of the future?
The final shape of humanity is going to be Islam. When Jesus Christ comes, he will say, I was not crucified. This crucifixion is a fiction. And I had told you that the law of Moses will remain. So Christianity and Islam, they will merge together into one religion under the leadership of Jesus. Because according to the Quranic philosophy, whenever his messenger was sent to any community, if that community as a whole rejected him, it was annihilated. This happened to the people of Noah. This happened to the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. And this happened to the people of Ad. They are not mentioned in Bible, but in Quran. They were ancient Arabian nations. Samud, to the people of Shu'aib. Then, Pharaoh and his armies were drowned because they didn't accept Moses as their prophet. Jesus came as the messenger for Jews. And Jews as a whole didn't accept him.
But Judaism does contain the idea of the Messiah is Judaic. So Judaism, in a theological sense, does not deny the phenomenon of the Messiah. And throughout history, and I'm talking about modern history, there have been a number of messiahs who have claimed that position. And one major one in the Ottoman Empire in the 17th century was, I forget his name now, Shabbatai ben Tzvi. Shabbatai ben Tzvi in the 17th century claimed that he was the Messiah on the basis of Jewish foundational ideas. So I don't see your point, because in Judaism, the idea of the Messiah is not absent at all.
No, it is there.
It is still there.
But that Messiah come to them. They didn't accept him.
Jesus.
So yes, Jesus, that was the Messiah. And he claimed, I am the Messiah.
Right.
But they didn't accept. So the seat is vacant up till now. So they are waiting for their Messiah. And someone will stand up to someday and claim to be Messiah and lead them to, the greater Israel and so on and so forth. Anyone can come. And that will be Antichrist.
I think also we are too far away from the basic subject. Now, you said that we have two forms of knowledge.
We have?
Two forms of knowledge.
Yes.
Okay? But what about the source of knowledge for Islam? I mean, what sources that Islam accepts that true knowledge comes to us?
Both knowledges are true.
No, I mean,
this is the knowledge of this universe. And universe is the creation of God.
so is one source.
And that is why all the physical phenomena are referred to in Quran, ayat of Allah. They are the signs of Allah.
Yeah.
So actually, Quran to us is the word of God. And this universe is the work of God. And there's no contradiction between the two.
So they are same
Yes.
in one sense. One is coming from Kalam, the other one is coming from.
Because I said, Allama Adamul Asma kullaha from God. So this all scientific advancement is from God.
Okay, we are now again to the subject. Thank you.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. We start with the recitation from the Holy Quran. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. Translation goes like this: all humans, since there is gender consciousness these days, I'm not translating it as men or women. All humans are doomed except those who believe and those who do righteous acts and those who bear troubles in the way of Allah, endurance, and finally who stand for the truth. وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالْحَقِّ وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالصَّبْرِ. I welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen, to the second day of our round table with Dr. Israr Ahmed. I would like to inform you that this is not the first encounter which Dr. Israr Ahmed is having with Christian and people of other faiths. Rather, he has been visiting states and he has been invited on different occasions to meet people of other faiths, interfaith dialogue conventions, and especially I will mention there is a association of scriptural reasoning, and they held a meeting quite a few years ago, and he was invited there, and he exchanged ideas with Christians and with Jews and some other people. So this is our second encounter, I would say, which is very close and focused on certain topics and issues. This is our second day of deliberation. The first session is on political and economic system of Islam. Yesterday, Dr. Israr explained to you that Islam is not just a spiritual tradition. Spiritual tradition in the sense of personal piety, rather it comprehends a socio-political order. It's a civilization. It is a complete way of life. And today he will elaborate on the political and economic system of Islam. I request Dr. Israr to present his ideas.
أحمده وأصلي على رسوله الكريم أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قال الله تبارك وتعالى كما ورد في سورة يوسف أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم إن الحكم إلا لله وقال تبارك وتعالى كما ورد في سورة الشورى وأمرهم شورى بينهم صدق الله العظيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. I praise Allah and send my blessings to Muhammad, his messenger, rather the last messenger, and I take refuge with Allah from Satan the accursed, and I begin with the name of Allah, who is compassionate, merciful. Then I have quoted two ayat from Quran. I will refer to them later on in my discourse. As you know, I have to speak, but I can't elaborate, as the brother said, because we have only 1 hour at our disposal. I can only give you a sketch, brief sketch, of the political and economic system of Islam, starting with the Islamic polity. The first point I want to make is that Islamic state or Islamic polity is not democracy, nor it is theocracy, nor it is aristocracy, nor it is dictatorship, nor it is monarchy. None of these terms suits with Islam. But if we want to use these terms, because we know the connotations of these terms, and because we have to be brief, Islamic polity is theodemocracy. Two elements have been joined together. Now, democracy is based on popular sovereignty. Sovereignty in Islam belongs to God, not to any person, any king, any sovereign, any emperor, or to the whole humanity. It is one of the biggest sins in Islam to associate anyone as partner in the sovereignty of God, it is shirk. And this shirk in Islam is unpardonable, is unique. And that's why, first of all, I quoted the ayah from Surah Yusuf. It is Surah number 12 and ayah number 40. In al-hukmu illALLAH. Sovereignty belongs to Allah alone. There is no sovereign, no ruler, no lawgiver except Allah. And this subject has been repeated in the Quran so many times. We find in Surah Bani Israel, Surah 17, Ayah 111. وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ شَرِيكٌ فِي الْمُلْكِ. There has been no partner with him in sovereignty. He is the king. He is the ruler. And we find in the next surah, Surah 26, Surah Al-Kahf, Ayah 26, وَلَا يُشْرِكُ فِي حُكْمِهِ أَحَدًا. He is not ready to accept any partner in his sovereignty. At so many places we find the word Al-Malik, the king, for Allah. In the beginning of Surah Al-Jumu'ah, in the end of Surah Al-Hashr, Al-Malik, Al-Quddus, As-Salam, Al-Mu'min. 8 names of Allah in rapid sequence in one ayah of Quran. 8 names. But the first one is Al-Malik. He is the king. He is the sovereign. So here we rule out democracy. Democracy based on popular sovereignty. Sovereignty of the people. But theocracy, what does it mean? Rule of some clergy or some caste, as in Hindus, Brahmanism. There's no Brahmanism in Islam. There's no rule by clergy in Islam. No pope. So this is not theocracy. I need not go into detail, dictatorship or aristocracy. None of them fits in. Now, what is the relationship of the theo element and the demo element of this theo democracy? Let me mention here, this term was coined by Maulana Maududi. The credit should go to him, and I agree with him, yes. Theo democracy. The theo element are the injunctions of the Quran and the Sunnah. No person, no class, no clergy. And the demo element is the shura, the mutual consultation about those things in which we don't have any clear injunction of the Quran and the Sunnah. Let me explain it with an example. And here I am referring to a hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Masalul mu'mini ka masalil farasi fi akhiyatihi. Mu'min, believers, they are like a horse tied to a peg. A believer is not free to do whatever he likes. He is a bondsman to Allah. He believes in Allah, so he has to accept His commandments. He is bound by them. He believes in the Prophet, so he has to follow the example of the Prophet. Another binding. He believes in Quran, so he has to obey the injunctions of the Quran. So he is like a horse tied to a peg. Now I extend this simile. If we have an open ground and we want that the horse should also run and move, if we can tie this horse with this peg, with a rope 200 yards long, a circle with the radius of 200 yards come into existence. In this circle, the horse is free to move to the east, to move to the west, to move to the north, to move to the south. To 50 yards, to 100 yards, to 150 yards, to 200 yards. But not an inch beyond the 200 yards. Can't go. Tied up. Now, in this example, this circle represents the injunctions of the Quran and the tradition of the Prophet. We can't go beyond this. But within this circle we are free. And Quran says it is amruhum. Allah has left this circle for the people to decide. And there they can decide by mutual consultation. Amruhum shura bainahum. The matter that Allah has left for you to decide, you can have mutual consultation. And you can make decision by counting of votes, no harm. For example, if you have to hold a reception at your house, what drink is to be served? No alcohol. Gone. That is beyond that circle. But any beverage, any syrup, you can serve, and you can decide by counting the votes which one is to be served. So this is the demo element, democracy. Here nobody holds the authoritative position that I will say whatever I say you have to. No, nobody. This is amruhum. This is the matter left by Allah for the community. They will decide it. In this way, Islamic polity, Islamic state is a combination. Within this circle, you can establish the best norms of democracy, best norms of democracy. We can say it's limited democracy. But limited not by any person, not by any human being, not by any class of people, not by any nation over any other nation. Limited only by the injunctions of the Quran and the tradition of the Messenger of Allah. Now, I come to the second point. If sovereignty belongs to God, what remains for the mankind? That is called Khilafah, vicegerency. Allah created Adam according to the Quran as vicegerent on earth. Vicegerency, and what is the relationship between the sovereign and the viceroy or the vicegerent? We have our experience, and Brother Markham must be knowing it. We were subjects to the Britishers. The sovereign was there, the king or the queen of England. We had a viceroy in Delhi. What was the relationship? Whatever instructions are coming from His Majesty's government or Her Majesty's government, they have to be implemented as such. The viceroy can't change them. But where there is no clear instruction from His or Her Majesty's government, the viceroy has to look to the local conditions, use his best judgment. What would be in the best interest of the kingdom? And he can take a step. So this is the relationship of man with Allah. فَإِمَّا يَأْتِيَنَّكُم مِّنِّي هُدًى. Whenever some guidance comes to you from me, you have to obey them. But wherever there is no clear injunction, it's your matter, you decide by mutual consultation, and you are a vicegerent of Allah. Now let me give you a brief history of this vicegerency. Till such time that the institution of prophethood was continuing, this vicegerency was personal. The Prophet was the vicegerent of Allah because he had the connection with the sovereign. The wahi, the revelation was coming to him. He was the recipient of the orders, divine orders, instructions from the sovereign. So it was a personal vicegerency. And let me give you an example about David, Dawood alayhi salam. Quran says, Ya Dawood, inna ja'alnaka khalifatan fil ard. Oh David, we have made you the vicegerent on earth. Till Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, this institution of caliphate, vicegerency was personal. Muhammad was Khalifa of Allah. Although this word is not used for Muhammad. His position that he was a messenger is so profound that no other position can be ascribed to him, but he was the Khalifa. Who was the ruler at Medina? And in his last days, who was the ruler over the Arabian Peninsula? Muhammad. He was getting instructions from Allah. But after the death of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the end of the chain of prophets and messengers, now this has become a collective institution. Just as monarchy, sovereignty of Pharaoh, sovereignty of a king, and the divine rights of the kings. Now it is popular sovereignty, not personal. Except for the king in England, only a token. Maybe a decoration piece and nothing else. Same case in Japan. But sovereignty is to the people, collective. But for the first time in human history, this republican type of government, people having that authority, was the collective caliphate of the Muslims. Now the caliph, the viceroy, the vicegerent, was to be elected through mutual consultation. But I am talking about only the pious caliphate of Abu Bakr, Umar, Ali and Usman. Later on it turned into monarchy, kingship. Although that kingship was also bound by the laws of Allah, but now it was a dynasty going on, whether they were the Umayyads or the Abbasids or the Ottomans, it was a dynasty. Not appointment of a caliph through popular consultation. Now this is the vicegerency. Now the third point is, we have to derive the fundamentals and principles of Islamic State, a modern Islamic State, from the Quran, the tradition of the Prophet, the example of the pious caliphs. But exact replica of the pious caliphate cannot be established again in this world, due to three things. That period of pious caliphate was an appendix to the prophethood of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Continuation. Number two, the purification of the selves of the companions that had been done and achieved by Muhammad was to such a level that we could never fear any selfishness, self-interest from those people who had been trained and purified by Muhammad. We can't expect this level of piety and selflessness now. Number three, that was a tribal society. For mutual consultation, there was no need of taking the opinion of every person. The chiefs of the tribes, the head of the families, if they consulted with each other, the object of consultation, mutual consultation, was fulfilled. That is not the case today. It's not a tribal society, mostly. Somewhere in the corners of the world, there might be tribal system. We have it in our Balochistan and so on. But generally, it has gone. So now we have to derive the principles of Islamic State from the example of the pious caliphate, the four caliphs, and fundamentals from Quran and Sunnah. But we have to take and borrow the institutions that have been developed by the West. What mode of mutual consultation? You know, Abu Bakr said, I am accountable before you. If I go wrong, you disobey me and correct me, rectify me. I am no dictator, I am no ruler, I am not infallible. I can commit an error, and then you have to rectify me. But how to rectify? Who will rectify you? There was no institution. Just for example, the impeachment of the President of America, institution. There were no this type of institution over there. The same thing was said by Umar, radiallahu anhu. If I take the right path, you have to obey me. If I go on the wrong, you have to rectify me. What will you do then? A Bedouin stood up, he took out his sword. We shall rectify you with this. And he said, thank God that I am not leading the dumb people. Dumb or deaf, no. So, institutions we have to borrow from the West. Just as this light, not invented by a Muslim. We are using it. This loudspeaker, not invented by any Muslim. We are using it. In the same way, institutions we have to borrow. So we have to have three pillars of the state. Although they say that there is a fourth pillar also. We have to have a legislature. We have to have a legislature, an executive, and a judiciary with defined authorities, defined limits, defined checks and balances. Now, what is the scope of legislature? It's a very common misunderstanding that there's no scope of legislature in the modern Islamic State. Islamic law is already there. We have only to enforce it. No. The clear do's and don'ts from Quran, we have to abide by that, or from the Sunnah. But there's a vast area, very vast area of legislation about the foreign policy, about the form of government, whether it should be unitary or federal or confederal, whether it should be parliamentary, two house, or one house, parliamentary or presidential. These are all mubah, and please note, in Islamic law, the principle is not that only such things are permissible which can be proved to be permissible by Quran and Sunnah. No. Everything is permissible which cannot be proved to be forbidden according to the Quran and the Sunnah. So these two things are very different. Had the case been the former one, the legislative scope would have been very narrow. But here, everything is halal, permissible, unless it can be proved to be haram, forbidden, by the injunctions of the Quran and the Sunnah. So vast field, the taxation policy, what type of a government you want, what subjects you want, an authority you want to give to the provinces or the states, and what you want to retain for the center, etc., etc., etc. Wide scope. And now framing these laws now by the legislature is called ijtihad. Ijtihad, the root is the same as juhud, from which we derived jihad, to struggle, to strive. Ijtihad is to exert yourself to the utmost, to frame a law or rule about something which has appeared now, it was not present in the days of the Prophet. So you have to derive from Quran and Sunnah, and this inferring, deriving, so that you don't cross the limits of the Sharia, but within the limits of the Sharia, you are passing a new law. This is ijtihad. Quran says, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, ati'u Allah wa ati'u Rasul wa ulil amri minkum. This is the 5th surah, ayah 59. O you who believe or profess to believe, I am including Muslim and Mu'min both. O you believe, who you believe, or all who profess to believe. Obey Allah, obey His Messenger. And people who hold authority amongst you, from among you, not Muslim. We are not allowed by Quran to obey non-Muslims, but we can be forced to slavery. We have been forced. But Quran doesn't allow us. Ati'u Allah wa ati'u Rasul wa ulil amri minkum. Those who hold authority from amongst you. So we have to see to Quran, to the tradition of the Prophet, and then the people who hold authority. At that time, the caliphs, and then the kings, and in the modern state, it will be the parliament. Now, ijtihad can be done by any scholar, any learned man, any alim, but whose ijtihad will be enforced as law. That will be decided by the parliament. And this is what Iqbal said in his lectures. Now ijtihad would be through parliament. It doesn't mean the parliament is sovereign to frame anything. It can make ijtihad within the limits of the Sharia. And then every citizen will have a right, if he thinks that any proposed piece of legislation has crossed the boundary of Sharia, he can knock the door of the judiciary. Parliament has transgressed its limits because in the Constitution it has been laid down that sovereignty belongs to God and no legislation can be done repugnant to the Quran and the Sunnah. Let me have a chance to prove it in the court. Not any body of ulama, court, judiciary. And definitely in an Islamic state, the judges would be learned in Islamic law, Sharia. But it is not out of their belonging to some class of clergy, but the judiciary. They will decide. And if they come to the conclusion that yes, this piece of legislation has transgressed the limits of the Sharia, it will be null and void. But the matter will be referred back to the parliament. Frame new law. So now I have to make haste. What about the elections in Islamic State? Who will have the right to vote? What would be the age? Number one, it is adult suffrage. For every Muslim, he can vote. I missed one point. The caliphate, collective caliphate, is the caliphate of the Muslims, not of the non-Muslims. Someone who doesn't accept God as his Lord and his ruler, he forfeits his right of vicegerency. So Maulana Maududi used the term popular vicegerency, and here I disagree with him. It is not the popular vicegerency. Popular means all the people living in that state, irrespective of their religion, anything. No, this will be the caliphate of the Muslims, Khalifatul Muslimin. Just as the parliament members in the democracy, all the citizens are sovereign, but they delegate their sovereignty to the person whom they are voting for. And now those people are sitting in the parliament and exercising the right of sovereignty, framing laws. In the same one, every Muslim living in that Islamic state, by his vote, he delegates his vicegerency to the persons who are sitting in the shura or the parliament. But they will be Muslims only. This is the bitter thing and very unpalatable for present civilization, the present Western civilization. I'm coming to that. So now election can be, by mutual consultation, we can fix the age. But all Muslims, men and women, will have the right of vote. Age can be fixed by mutual consultation. Amruhum shura bainahum. And as regards the candidates who come forward, I think his age should be fixed at 40, at least. Because in one ayah, number 15 of Surah Al-Ahqaf, Allah Ta'ala has fixed the age of 40 for psychological maturity of human beings. And then he has to pass through screening. What is his character? In Islamic state and in the court, no Muslim can appear as a witness unless he is screened. What's your character? What your neighbors say about you? How have you accumulated this wealth? Can you justify? So very thorough screening of those who come forward to fight the election. This is the only distinction. Otherwise, all Muslim males and females are eligible to vote. Now coming to non-Muslims. Yesterday, more than one brother said that you have spoken frankly. So I have to be frank again. Non-Muslims in an Islamic state are not full citizens of that state, because this is an ideological state. It's not a nation state that people living in some geographical area, they are all equal citizens, irrespective of their faith, religion, creed, whatsoever. It is not the case with the Islamic State. Only who believe or profess to believe, only who are Muslims. I told yesterday that the basic of Islamic State and Islamic society is Islam, not Iman. Now, what are their rights? They are free to practice any religion, believe anything they like. One God, 100 gods, goddesses, gods. They are free to worship anything, any person, any deity they like. They will have their personal law absolutely independent and free. They will practice their own personal law. The places of their worship, I said yesterday also, will be protected more than the mosques. They are sacred. They will be free to do business, to enter services, and if they like, even army. But they are not bound for military service. All Muslims will be bound for that. Whenever they are required, it will be a people's army, just like China and Israel. People will be working, but they are all soldiers, and they are called, and they take the part in the defense of the country or whatsoever it is. They are free to preach their dogma, their religion, their beliefs to their people and their children and their next generation. They can have schools for them only, not the Muslims. They are not allowed to preach their religion to the Muslims. Here you have to note that because the basis of the state is religion, the basis and the foundation of the state can be eroded and corroded if this freedom is given. Now, only two places where the non-Muslims will not be able to participate. One is the legislature. It's very logical. That has to be based on Quran and Sunnah. And they neither believe in Quran nor in the Sunnah nor in the Prophet. So only Muslims can go there. The non-Muslims can have their own parliament, consultation body, to fight for their rights, to represent themselves. Oh, okay. But the legislature has to be of Muslims. Number two, the highest positions where the policy is framed of the state. Non-Muslims will not be included there because the basic policy of Islamic State is to propagate Islam throughout the world. Try to establish Islam as a political, socio-economic system over the whole of the globe. That has to be the basic policy of an Islamic State. And it's clear that no non-Muslim will be contributing to this. So these are the only two places. Otherwise, they are free. And then they have to pay tax. Muslims will be paying zakat, an obligatory tax, obligatory charity, 2.5% of all your belongings. But a fixed jizya, we call it, and there is a very bad taste about this word jizya. It is from jaza, the reward, because Islamic State is providing them peace, tranquility, security, just like the concept of taxes. Why do people pay taxes? To make the government able to have peace there, security, defending the country, you need army, you need force. So non-Muslims will pay jizya or tax. And it is a poll tax on every individual. It will be forced. So now, I think I have covered the basic questions regarding Islamic polity. Now I turn to Islamic economic system. Here I have to be more brief. It's a very complicated subject. And I told you in the very beginning, I have not been a student of philosophy or student of economics. But because Quran claims that it is the guidance for whole mankind for all time to come till the end of this world, So it has touched and discussed all these aspects of human life. On that basis, I find myself, having a right to speak on these topics also. I will keep, two reference points. Capitalism and communism. Although communism, it is said it is dead, I think it can be resurrected. It was a reaction to capitalism. And now the capitalism is going much farther, much farther, much farther. And the reaction you saw in Seattle, in Davos, in Washington, this is the reaction to that global capitalism. If Islam doesn't come in this world, this communism in another form, another shape, socialism will come as a reaction. So now these two systems, they are the point of reference. And I don't need to go into details. Private ownership, not only of the articles of use, but also the means of production. A factory, a mill, a farm, anything. Here, on the other side, no private ownership. In the beginning, that was total negation, but then they allowed private ownership of the articles of use. You can own a small house, a bicycle, or a car, and so on, for use, not for production. What was the result? Positive result of capitalism. Personal incentive to work harder. If I earn more, I possess more. Competition, better production, free market, no controls. Let the prices be determined by the demand and supply. If the demand is more, supply is less, prices will go high, let them go high. If the demand is more and supply is less, otherwise it can happen. The authority to hire and fire. So if you want to remain as an employee, you have to work. You have to work. So the production was more. On the other side, no personal incentive. You have to pay wages only, that's all. Why to work harder? Why to produce more? You will not possess more. You will be given the same fixed wage. So no improvement in the quality of production. Quantity, quality, both remain back. And that was the fall of communism, the cause of the fall of communism. In the beginning, there was an ideological fervor which sustained that economy. But this ideological fervor became diminished and diminished and diminished and diminished. So what happened? The area of wheat growing of Russia was far more than the area of America. But America was exporting wheat and Russia was importing it. But on the other side, the positive point of communism or socialism, not a very wide gap between the haves and the have-nots. There was difference. A foot constable or an ordinary soldier and the commander-in-chief, they couldn't be equal in their salaries. But they say that the most difference maximum was 1 to 30. That's all. And in that system, appalling gulf between the haves and the have-nots. But then the capitalism had to make a correction. This gulf has to be kept in certain limits. If the poor are hungry, they will attack you, they will revolt. So give them subsistence level, unemployment allowance, some sort of security, social security. Give them something. Otherwise, they will revolt. I hear that they call it the internal management of capitalism. Now, what is Islam? Maybe you are astonished to know. According to me, my study, Islam doesn't have one economic system, it has two. One economic system at the height of spirituality, deep faith, and height of spirituality. The system is something else. At the legal level, at the common people level, the system is something else. There are four cardinal principles of Islamic economic system at the high spiritual level or the deep level of belief and iman. Number one, nobody owns anything. Neither individuals, nor the nation, nor the state. Ownership is for Allah. Just as in the political system, we said, ruler is Allah. Sovereignty belongs to Him and Him alone. In the same way, lillahi ma fis samawati wa ma fil ard. You don't own anything. Ownership belongs to Allah. You are only custodians. Parallel to caliphate. These are custodians. You don't own even your body. You have to be caliph of Allah on your body also, to enforce the divine law on your own person, in your own home. In the same way, ownership belongs to Allah. Nobody owns anything. Number two, whatever you earn, maybe through agriculture, maybe through business, maybe through industry, or service somewhere in the offices, etc., etc. Whatever you get is not your earning. It is the bounty of Allah. You know, if you have hired a person for working as a laborer, and you say, I will pay you $20 in the evening. You have to work for 8 hours here. Now, if you find that the person has worked very hard, in a very responsible way, he didn't need any supervision to work. He was working out of his own responsibility. So in the evening, you give him $20 plus 5 more. This is fadl. He couldn't demand it. It is not his earning. He could demand only $20. The extra 5 are fadl in the terminology of Quran. Surplus. So whatever you get in this world is fadl of Allah, not your earning. The word of earning is Quran uses for whether you are earning virtues, good deeds for the reward in the hereafter, or you are earning bad deeds, resulting in punishment in the hereafter. These are the earnings. Laha ma kasabat wa alayha maktasabat. Kasb, to earn, mostly, except only in one place in Quran, that is used for earning also. Earning materially. Now the first principle, nobody owns anything, neither individuals nor the state. Everything belongs to God. Whatever you get in this world is the bounty of Allah, not the result of your labor. Number 3. Out of this which you have been given, your right is only limited to your needs. Whatever is surplus from your needs is the right of the poor, people who have remained behind financially. Or you may say it is for Allah. Give it away. It's not yours. Allah has put it in your wealth to test you, whether you keep it for yourself or you give it to the people whose right it is, not yours. يَسْأَلُونَكَ مَاذَا يُنْفِقُونَ قُلِ الْعَفْوَ. When there was, instruction and persuasion, spend for the cause of Allah, spend for the pleasure of Allah, spend and spend and spend and spend 1,000 times. People asked, what is the limit? How much? يَسْأَلُونَكَ مَاذَا يُنْفِقُونَ. How much we have to spend for the pleasure of Allah? Answer was, قُلِ الْعَفْوَ. Whatever is spare, whatever is more than your needs, whatever is surplus, give it up. Don't keep it with you. This is the right of the deprived people. These 4 cardinal principles go to make a complete economic system. The Prophet ﷺ himself, he lived at this level. Never accumulated any wealth. No penny to be retained. And there were a number of his companions whom we call fuqara sahaba. Abu Zar, Abu Darda. They were living at this level. And after that pious caliphate, the Muslim saints, whom we call Sufiya, they lived at this level. And in a Muslim society, although these people will be in a very minute minority, but they are the pacemakers. Who is to be honored? Who is to be respected? The wealthy man or this person who owns nothing, who retains no wealth? He is to be honored. He is to be respected. So moral values, the pacemaking of these moral values is done by these people who are living their life at this level of economic system. But this is absolutely voluntary, not forced. There is no fixed level that this is your requirement and this is not your requirement. You have to fix it yourself. The more you believe in the hereafter, the more you will tighten your belt and spend more for the pleasure of Allah, so that you get the reward in the hereafter. To give you an example of the teaching, how the Prophet used to teach his people, a goat was sacrificed in the house of Aisha radiallahu ta'ala, the wife of the Prophet. All the meat was distributed among those poor people, the Ashabu Suffa. There were people, who were sitting in the mosque only to learn from the Prophet, doing nothing, no business, no labor. So it was distributed. She only kept one shoulder because this meat of the shoulder was liked by the Prophet. He retained. When the Prophet came, he asked, what remained of that goat? He answered, nothing but a shoulder. He said, no, whole of the goat has been saved, except this shoulder which we will consume. What we have given, it is saved forever. Just as Jesus said, don't collect in this world where there is fear of theft, where things, are destroyed. Why not gather everything in the hereafter? There's not going to be any theft there, no loss. Why do you deposit in the banks over here? Why not deposit in the divine bank of the hereafter? So this is voluntary. And that is the beauty of it. Not forced. It's not legal. Legal things are forced. Now I come to the second legal system, legal economic system of Islam. It is controlled and internally managed capitalism. Private ownership is allowed. You can have a shop, you can have a factory, you can have a farm. In a limited sense, it is your property, but it is actually its divine trust with you, sacred trust. With this principle, all those things of capitalism come there to play, which was not there in communism. Personal ownership, personal incentive, competition, try to improve your product. You have to compete in the market. Try to lessen the price. You have to compete in the market. All these cardinal principles of capitalism, by virtue of which capitalism triumphed and succeeded, and Fukuyama boasted, this is the end of history. It is proved that this system of ours, based on liberal democracy and capitalistic economy, is the best. There's no rival. Man has reached the pinnacle, the climax. There's nothing else who can come and confront our system. But Islam has done two master strokes by which capital will play a role in the economy, but it will not go beyond certain limits to become an overall controller of the economy. Chaining this genie of capital. H.G. Wells has mentioned in his part in the short history of the world on Roman Empire that the concept of currency came only in the Roman Empire for the first time. And man didn't know what type of, chains he has attached it to himself and bound by those chains through this currency. Before that, it was all barter system. One is working in the field, he has grown wheat. Other one is sitting, and weaving cloth. You exchange the cloth for the wheat, that's all. There can be no hoarding. There can be no manipulating of the market. Nothing. Simple. But when currency came, this much of gold is equal to so many mounds, kilograms, 1,000 kilograms of wheat, this much. Or this much gold is equal to 1,000 yards of this cloth. Now this is the key. You keep that gold in your, and then you can manipulate. Prices going high, prices coming low. So Islam has changed this genie of capital so that it should come in the field and play its role, but not overshadow the whole of economy. Number one, no interest whatsoever. Earning has three elements: labor, capital, and then chance also. The same amount of labor and capital earns some amount of profit at one time, and the same amount of labor and capital may earn different amount at different time. But in principle, capital earning capital, haram. Except a few cases I will let you know. Basic proposition is, capital with labor, this is the rightful earning. Only capital being an earning agent. This is interest, this is usury, both declared haram. It was haram according to Judaic law also, as far as I know. And it is haram in the Sharia of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now the exceptions are only, if you build a house, you can rent it out. Here also you are not working, but you are earning due to your capital. But this capital is fixed. If you give 10 million pounds or dollars to a person who is working, maybe he earns and it becomes 15 millions. Maybe he loses and he has now only 8 million with him. So that is different and this is different. Here it is a stationary, solid form of capital. It is not going to increase or decrease that way. Because you have lived here for 1 month, you have to give some reward for that. This is permissible. Ijara. In the same way, if somebody has some capital, some money, but he cannot do any business himself, either he is sick or ill or old, or he doesn't have that faculty, he gives this money to anybody. You do the business. This is called muzarabah in Islam. But in this proposition, if there is a loss, it will be borne by the man who possesses the capital, not by the worker. If there is some gain, then it can be shared. The risk is to the capital, not to the labor. Another form could be, and that is the normal form, you join together and you pool your money, your capital, and you are doing business, okay. But you give your money to someone, he is working, and you say, I don't know whether you gain or you lose. I must get the pound of my flesh, I have to get it, the pound of the flesh. I have to have 10%, 15%, 16%. That is my right. You might have lost, you might have gained. There are other means also by which Islam has chained this capital, this genie of capital. There should be investment, there should be working with the capital, but not on interest. And interest of both types, usually as well as business and commercial interest, yes. Number two, gambling forbidden. Here you earn or lose only due to chance. No. Earn by labor. And this thing now, as you know, has become the greatest thing in the whole world. Speculation, taking the market up and drowning it to the bottom. The capitalist can play due to this speculation. Then there can be no trading. Either cash, give the price, take the material. Or if it is for future, you have to pay the total value in the first instance. BPAAE Salam it is called. If you have made an agreement that in next wheat season, you will provide me 1,000 mounds or 1,000 kilograms of wheat at this rate. Now calculate the total value and give the total value now, then only you are entitled to get those 1,000 kilograms of wheat at that time. Not after paying 10% or 5% or 10% and then you know the deal is done. No. By this, I will again use the word master stroke. Over trading is stopped. You do the trading within your limits, whatever capital you have. Over trading. The capital going far out. So these are some of the measures. The most important, riba. There is nothing more haram and more forbidden and more disliked in Islam than interest. Allah says, if you don't give it up, then listen. There is an ultimatum from Allah and His Messenger against you. Allah will go to war against you. In the belief, shirk, to assign some partner to Allah. And in actions, this riba, interest, the worst things, according to the Islamic Sharia. Now, what is the internal management? Institution of zakah. And here is a fixed line. If you own 7 tolas, I think it will become 3 or 4 ounces. If somebody can correct me. You are above this line. This poverty line, you know, had been fixed. 52 tolas of silver, 7 tolas of gold. If you have, you are a donor. If you don't have, you are a recipient. This zakah is to be taken from you legally, forcibly. And the first caliph of Islam, Abu Bakr, fought against those people who refused to pay this zakah. That is one of the pillars of Islam. I talked about the pillars of Islam yesterday. The Shahada, the 5 prayers, the zakah, obligatory charity, and the Sawm, fasting, and Hajj. This is one of the pillars. Although he was advised, don't declare war against them. We are going to war against those people who have claimed the false prophets, who have stood up and we are also prophets. And also, the war started with the Romans. So don't open a third front. He said, no, I have to do it. So this zakah, tukhadhu min aghniyaihim wa turaddu ila fuqaraihim. It is taken, extracted out of the rich. And the rich are those who are above this line. And they are returned and given to those who are poor. But the poor is not the one who has nothing to eat, but the one who doesn't have 52 tolas of silver and 7 tolas of gold. In this way, because there is free competition, and in free competition, necessarily there will be people who will go forward and some will remain backward. Free competition. So now who have remained backward, they have to be taken care of by those who have gone ahead. This is the internal management. But the beauty of this Islamic system is that the moral teaching is, don't accept zakah. Work. It's against your dignity. Not like, the right. We have the right to have this social security. It's our right. We have to have it. No. The moral teaching is, earn for yourself. Don't live on this charity. So there goes to be a very big difference between the two. I request to add one point to the political structure, which I forgot. It's not one party system in Islam, multiple party system. But the manifestos of all the parties will be screened, that none of the manifestos contains anything against the injunctions of the Quran and the Sunnah. But there can be different parties, they can have different outlooks on taxation, they can have different outlook on the provincial authority and the central authority, and they can have different these things. Whichever is permissible and mubah, not haram, not proved to be forbidden, they can include. But it has to be screened. Or somebody can go to the court, just like, if a piece of legislation has been passed by the legislature, I have the right to go and knock the door of the higher judiciary that this is against Islam, this is against the Quran and the Sunnah, in the same way.
Israr Ahmed has almost very barely and schematically stated the essentials of two very important areas of corporate life, our political system and economic system. And he has studied his normative point of view, of course, gleaned from Quran and Sunnah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We have heard Dr. Israr Ahmed's presentation on two very sensitive issues, the political system of Islam and the economic system of Islam. The two areas are very sensitive. One of us has his own sensibilities, coming from different cultures, of course, different mindset. We may have different ideas, but Dr. Israr Ahmed is essentially representing Quran and Hadith. That is his normative point of view. Now, for interaction, I would first request Dr. Norton.
I have listened attentively to what you've said, and I feel obligated as a proud Jew, let me say, who believes in Judaism, but perhaps even more importantly, as an open-minded and I hope compassionate human being, and as an advocate of democracy, I really feel that I must make a brief, respectful, but also frank comment that you may answer if you wish. Now, for much of my life in my teaching, writing, and human rights activity, I have struggled against the Jewish exclusivity of the State of Israel, made so by its Zionist character. As a number of great Jewish thinkers have argued in the past, and do argue today, this exclusivity is in opposition to basic human values in Judaism. This state incorrectly presumes to speak for all the Jews of the world. This state is an exclusivist one because it grants rights and privileges by law to Jews, not granted to non-Jews. This state has also oppressed the indigenous Palestinian population in order to maintain itself as a Zionist state. Here is the heart center of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. As I already stated, I have opposed and do oppose the exclusivist state of Israel, just as I oppose other types of exclusivist states based upon race, color, and or religion. I have witnessed in the past decade especially growing numbers of Jews who, although still a minority, agree with the position that I have. This minority includes both religious and secular Jews. The religious Jews, by the way, believe that today the Torah is valid, alive, and is correctly the Word of God, just as you believe the same for the Quran. They, by the way, would be surprised, as frankly was I, if they heard or read some of your interpretations of Judaism that they consider to be factually incorrect, such as your comments yesterday about Torah following the destruction of the first temple in 586 before the Common Era, the meaning of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, and your written comment in this pamphlet about Jews believing they are exempt from punishment by God on the Day of Judgment, which, according to Judaism, is not correct. The Jews, religious and secular, who believe, as do I, about exclusivist states, obviously reject your advocacy of an Islamic state in Israel or anywhere else in which non-Jews and others do not have all the same human rights, including all of the political rights, that includes the right to vote as well, as do Muslims. Those Jews who believe in Zionism and support the Jewish exclusivist state, they also, of course, certainly reject your idea that could, if your advocacy prevails totally at any time in the future, could result at some point in an Islamic state in all of historic Palestine, which encompasses the present state of Israel. Presently, then, 5.2 million Jews reside in Israel. Not many, if any, Israeli Jews would accept your advocacy of an Islamic state. In the late 1970s, at a meeting in London organized by the Organization of the Islamic Conference, to which I was invited as a panelist, I said this to the Palestinian Islamic theologian Ismail al-Faruqi, who advocated an Islamic state for the whole Middle East, including Palestine, Israel. He answered that the only three choices for Jews in Palestine would be to leave, to accept the Islamic State, or to stay, fight, and then be expelled or killed. Now, before asking you to state if you would answer likewise, I wish to point out briefly, in addition, that an American scholar from Harvard, as you probably know, Samuel Huntington, espoused a theory a few years ago that there was a clash of civilizations between the West and Islam. Some other scholars agree with this theory. Some, like myself, argue that this theory is incorrect. Key advisors to President George W. Bush believe and advocate this theory. What you have said indicates to me that you believe this theory to be correct, even though you are on the Islamic side of the argument. If I am correct in my assumption, you are, I suggest, actually helping the advocacy of the Bush advisors, even though that is, of course, not your intent. Perhaps you would also comment upon this. Again, I make this comment respectfully but sincerely. Yesterday, you advocated serious debate and dialogue with non-Muslims. I also make my brief comment in that context and with that spirit. Admittedly, I am ready to pursue further discussion, debate, and dialogue with you, although, given your belief that you have the truth from God through Muhammad, I certainly do not think that I can shake you even to question your faith. And I have doubts that you will be able to convince me to believe differently than I do. Perhaps then the discussion will be useful only to the extent that we make sure we understand one another's positions and views correctly. Thank you.
I don't think I have to say anything about these comments except one. The alternatives for Jews or Christians or Hindus or Sikhs or in Islamic State, they are not only three, that either they leave or they become Muslims or they fight. No. I told you they can remain in Islamic State, they can remain Jews, they can remain Christians, they can remain Sikhs, they can remain Hindus. But the overall political socio-economic system will be Islamic. But you have the right to believe anything, you have the right to worship anything in any way you like. You have the authority to practice your own personal law. I have told you this.
They could stay.
Yes.
That's
definitely.
one option.
Definitely.
There are two others.
But they are not equal citizens.
May I? Have you?
Yes, I'm done.
Thank you. I think I have a couple of observations, questions, precisely on issues relating to the minority management in a state envisioned along the lines that you have mentioned. What I'm trying to figure out really is this, that is there, firstly, a critical mass attached or associated with this concept that the majority shall to declare a state, Islamic state, be 51% or 99% or something like that? Is there some such critical mass associated with it?
I don't think there is any.
Because I want to then proceed from there, because if we take the position of 51-49, or we take position of 50.1 and 49.9, I think we are in for a big trouble. And likewise, we are in a big trouble. In fact, at any point, at any stage of this curve, any stage, and I shall try and explain it to you how, that we take a situation of any hypothetical country where you have a certain percentage of people who are so-called minorities. They have a right to live. They have a right to work. They have a right to produce children. They have a right to feed them. And they have a right to tell them, hey, this is your God. They don't have a right to tell the others, this is my God. But the others have a right to tell them, this is my God and this is the God that is the true God, and therefore you better believe in it because that is my purpose and my mission. And now we are, I think, trying to create a different kind of situation here, firstly, that in terms of the cultural and religious identity of people, the so-called freedom really is in name, because the freedom essentially implies co-equality of some kind. Otherwise, it is no freedom, because if there are constraints on freedom, because it's a relationship of a transaction, and if it is not a transactional situation, I think really the persons are constrained. That's one part of the thing. And then
I think we take it one by one.
Okay, yes, sir.
Actually, you are thinking the modern sense of a secular state. What is a secular state? All religions as religions are equal. In theory, at least. Although every state can have some state religion, but no, all are equal. But regarding the collective system, the politico-socio-economic system, there is going to be no say of any religion. This is 100% against Islam. As I described yesterday, Islam is a deen, not a mazhab. It's a system. There can be no two systems coexisting. Islam doesn't believe in that. One has to be superior, the other inferior. The inferior one will become mazhab. That will be a religion, a set of beliefs and set of worship and this, that's all. But the system would be the dominant system. Will be, for example, for America, they want its own system of economy, their own system of liberal democracy and secular democracy, etc., etc. Secondly, this concept of minority and this percentage, 51% or 49%, actually Islam as a system can only be established through a revolutionary process. And a revolution is always brought about by a minority. Were the communists in majority in Russia to bring about the Bolshevik revolution? They have an ideology, they present the ideology, it is accepted, and then those people who accept they are integrated, organized, and then they topple the system. So this is actually Islam if it comes. And I think it is going to come. It is going to be the just world order of Islam.
I think this concept really about the revolution coming from a minority and creating an Islamic state possibly will hold good where the very significant majority of the population is Muslims.
No, Brother Nirmal, we have before us the model of Muhammad. He was a single person. He propagated an ideology. He got one by one. Even after 10 years hardest labor, he didn't have more than 125 people with him. But then a whole revolution was brought about. So revolution means revolution. It has its own mechanics.
Dr. Roger, please.
Dr. Ahmed, I'm beginning to understand your line of thought at this point. You are outlining to us an idealized system which you have thought through deeply, and there's one process missing. That process is by which the Caliphate becomes how it is created, the process of the creation. It comes about through the jihad. And yet we already know that the jihad in Pakistan has been commercialized by US money. But that's by the by. My main point is that revolution comes about through the overthrow of the state. And we know a great deal about revolution, because whatever revolution has happened in the past has always been determined by the process that the revolution comes about. And you haven't mentioned to us, you haven't discussed that actual process itself. Now, let us look at only very, very briefly one revolution, and that was the Russian Revolution. And the very process that revolution took place undermined it. It was destroyed by the process itself. It was not destroyed, as you said, by the system of lack of incentives. That was a byway. The key thing was that it tried to create a socialism in one country. And Trotsky wrote about that. And the point that I'm making is this. The Western ruling classes took up jihad in using the modern terms, not their own term, but the Western ruling classes took up jihad against communism and fought it to the death. because it was only in one country, a big country, a rich country, but in only one country. And the very process that your Islamic State is created has been missed out altogether. And the idealized version that you give us is only an idealized version, and we know from the past that the idealism from which it starts will be undermined by the process itself.
Well, I have to make two comments. Number one, the process through which a revolution comes is going to be the topic of my talk tomorrow. So you are ahead of the schedule. Number two, when I was discussing ayah number 59 of the 5th surah, I should have said, because the constraint of time was too much, that Quran has not discussed how these people of authority will come up. O you who profess to believe, you have to obey God, His messenger, and the people of authority from amongst yourselves. How they will come up? By mutual consultation. But the process of mutual consultation can be different. As I said, in a tribal society, the chiefs of the tribes, the heads of different houses and dynasties, they sit together and they decide. So Abu Bakr was chosen. In the same way, Abu Bakr appointed Umar, but by consulting the people and having their consent. So these things, they are there, but today we can have a new system, and this, I said, this adult franchise, and all the Muslims will be voting for the Caliph. So I think I had talked about that, but you very rightly pointed to a vacuum in my talk.
I would like to follow on the heels of Roger's comments. It seems to me that the methodological thrust of your talk in general is based on a certain normative understanding of Islam. First of all, on the understanding of the Quran, the Sunnah, but above all, on a limited part of Islamic history, especially in the first 20 years of early Islam during the rightly guided caliphate, Al-Khilafah Rashida. And in that sense, it seems to me that 1400 years of Islamic history is absent from your own methodology, because you did not talk about that, although this is very significant. And this is somewhat problematic, and I want to give an example in terms of that methodological thrust. Let's say nowadays the ulama in Saudi Arabia are somewhat split over political authority of the Saudi regime. Although the majority of the ulama in Saudi Arabia support the regime, there is a substantial minority that does not support the regime, and both ulama, those who support and those who oppose, are base their own judgment on the same normative understanding of Islam, on the Quran, on the traditions, as well as on that limited period of Islamic history. They rarely talk about 1400 years of Islamic history. They come to different conclusions, that the majority want to preserve the status quo, whereas the minority wants to topple the status quo. So that's somewhat problematic that I see in terms of the methodological thrust. Another thing is in terms of Islamic institutions. I mean, you mentioned in passing there is no pope in Islam, which can be true, I mean, in a sense. But that does not mean that Islamic history has not been full of Islamic institutions that have been as powerful as the Vatican in the Catholic world. So to say that Islamic history hasn't had institutions is not and has not been accurate historically speaking. And therefore, it seems to me that in order to have more force to the argument that you have presented, we have to include what I would call historical Islam in the discussion. And this is what has been missing in your presentation.
I agree with you 100% that has been missing, and it is intentional on my part. I say we have to take guidance from Quran, Sunnah, life of Muhammad, and the past caliphate. That's all. It was Islam, total Islam, full Islam. Afterwards, it was not total Islam. The 1400 years you are talking about is the history of Muslims, not of Islam. The Prophet said, you know it better than myself, Bada al-Islamu ghariban wa sayaudu kama bada. Islam started that it was a strange thing for people. And very soon it will become strange again. It was the growth of the Muslim as a nation and the Arabs as a nation. And it was Arab imperialism. It was monarchy. It was a dynasty which was ruling. And the institutions that developed that were under that monarchy. And that all of them were under the influence. So we have to go back to Quran and the Sunnah and the life of the Prophet and only the rightly guided four caliphs. That's all. Guidance is from there. Rest is history.
Dr. Mumtaz, please.
And if you like, I can quote another hadith. The Prophet said that takunu nabuwatu fikum ma sha Allah an takun. Summa Allah will yarfa'uha iza sha yarfa'uha. Summa takunu khilafatan ala minhaj an-nubuwah. It will be there so long as Allah wants it to be there. Then there will be a period of kingship, cruel kingship. The kingships of the Umayyads, the kingships of the Abbasids. That was not Islam. We have to be very clear in this regard. And we have to revive Islam, not the Umayyad Islam or the Abbasid Islam. And that is why I emphasize that we have to adopt the prophetic model of bringing a revolution, about which I'll be talking tomorrow, inshallah.
Dr. Mumtaz Ahmed,
Janab.
it is his cup of tea.
Yeah.
Professor of Political Science.
Without milk. Okay. It appears to me that the Islamic society that you envision, in my view, will not be a society in which Muslims and non-Muslims will live in peace and harmony. First of all, you said that they will not be given equal citizenship with the Muslims. So there will always be a feeling of being second-class citizens. And I can assure you, sir, no one wants to live as a second-class citizen. Are we creating an apartheid, in other words, in an Islamic society? If we deprive them, as you have suggested, of holding positions of higher responsibility and ban those positions for them forever, what are the type of occupations that they are going to pursue? We cannot employ them in education because education is a very sacred thing in Islamic State where children will be indoctrinated in Islamic ideology. We cannot employ them in foreign office because Pakistan's foreign policy or Islamic State's foreign policy will be based on pursuing Islamic objectives. You cannot have them in legislature. You cannot have them in judiciary because judiciary will be making Islamic legal decisions. So what are the areas left in which they will operate? My feeling is that we will have an alienated minority, and if we take into consideration the fact that there are large number of Muslim societies where the number of non-Muslims is considerable. I'm thinking of Malaysia, Indonesia, Egypt, Bangladesh. These societies will always be a conflict-ridden, tension-ridden societies, one. Secondly, you said that Quran prohibits Muslims to obey non-Muslim authorities. And that brings me back to my situation in the United States and 5-6 million Muslims who are living in the United States and millions who are living in Europe and 140 million who are living in India. Are we to defy the political authority of the societies in which we are living because they are non-Muslims? These are my comments. Concrete question I have is, you talked about shura, consultation. I have two questions about that. One, what is the concrete shape of shura that you suggest? Secondly, will the decisions made by this shura be based on consensus or on majority decision? Thirdly, will the decisions of shura be binding on the ruler, or they will just be recommendatory, as was the Al-Haq's shura?
Now, where to start? Number one, I did admit in the first instance that the non-Muslims in Islamic State are not equal citizens, not full citizens. Whether you like it or not, this is my opinion. In Islamic State, it's an ideological state, it's not a nation state. The professions, they can be doctors, they can be engineers, they can be businessmen, they can be teachers, teaching scientific disciplines. They can be in service. But only top position where basic policy of the state is formed, only those will be accepted. Otherwise, business will be open to them. Professions will be open to them. Go ahead. So this is the second point. And I have to be reminded by you what was the third point.
Even I thought.
No, apartheid,
No, related to that, my question was that this type of society, ipso facto, will be a conflict-ridden society, not peace with itself.
In every society, there is conflict between the haves and the have-nots. Apartheid was based on color, race, and the discrimination, you may call it, in an Islamic state is based on ideology. Any black person, any person belonging to any other race, any other region of the world can adopt the ideology and he can become the full citizen.
But sir, will it matter to me whether I have been discriminated against on the basis of my color or on the basis of my ideology? The fact remains that I have been discriminated.
In Islamic State, in all ideological states, there has to be a discrimination on the basis of ideology. Otherwise, it is not an ideological state.
Does that not promote conflict? Does that, by definition, then, as was asked here, not promote conflict? Be it discrimination because of color, we know that's promoted conflict. Because of race, we know that's promoted conflict. Or be it religion, we also know that's promoted conflict. So, will that not be the case here?
Is there any society absolutely free from conflict?
No, but the question
Can
still is,
there
will
be
that
any
promote
person?
it?
I told you yesterday about jihad. Every living being is making jihad. The struggle for existence, the conflict is there.
We're talking about
Can I-
conflicts between communities. And I think that we have one major recent example in Islamic history, the example of the Sudan. Because the Islamic government of the Sudan, after Bashir came to power in '89, under the influence of Hassan Torabi, wanted to implement Islamic law in the same way that you have been portraying here. And we know that the results have not been successful so far. Because that kind of implementation, in addition to other problems in the Sudan that go back to its own independence in 1954, there had been a major conflict between the Christian animistic South and the North Arab Islamic part of the Sudan. And we know that one of the major results of this conflict has been, in a sense, the weakening of the Islamic Front headed by Hassan Turabi, and the signing of the agreement only last week between John Karanj and the government of the Sudan. So in a sense, that conflict has seeped away, has destroyed the energies of the Sudan as a state, and the alternative has not been Islamic. What we see now is more coexistence between the Christians in the south and the Muslims in the north.
My comment is that Islam in Sudan was coming through majority, not through any revolution. Were the Muslims actually practicing Islam totally?
There was a military
Did they make any dawah? Yes, it was a military coup, that's all. I told you Islamic State, true Islamic State can be established only through a revolution. Not because.
Yeah, he has yet to answer my question on the Shura.
That's right. I think he still has 3 questions unanswered.
Yes, Shura in a modern Islamic State will be binding. Although parliamentary system is also mubah, permissible, and presidential also. But the presidential system today is nearer to the Islamic system. There is the chief executive and there is the Congress. And the chief executive is having his secretaries and ministers from wherever he likes, not from the Congress or the Senate. Because these two things have to be absolutely separate and distinct from each other. So this will be the case. Legislature will be the Shura, and it will be by majority. Only exception is that every citizen will have a right to knock the door of the superior courts, that this has transgressed the limits of the Sharia, because the item in the constitution would be no legislation can be done here at any level repugnant to the Quran and the Sunnah. And the chief executive will be the president. And that is nearer, to Islamic system. Yes, I think.
Faris, do you want to come in?
My question is related with the previous subject. Now, just let us think that what you've said is totally correct and fits to Islam, Quran and Sunnah. But with thinking the very pragmatic side of it, that now, if you have an Islamic State in Pakistan,
No.
I mean, if you will have
Okay.
with Islamic revolution and you will successful, how many people are living here now? I think about 140 million.
Yes.
And then around, I would say, around 1 billion people are in danger then, Muslims. Because, I mean, if you exclude the rest and then the Muslims living in other states will be excluded as well. If you exclude non-Muslims here, I mean, you treat them in second, say, not first-class citizen, but second-class citizen. I think this is coming from British rule of caste system, first-class citizen, second-class citizen. Then all the Muslims will be treated in the other part of the world as second-class citizens. And just very pragmatic way of thinking, I think this is dangerous for the rest of the Muslims. What is your comment on this?
Brother, if you think pragmatically, we should bow before George Bush, and here is the safety.
Well, if we study
Please.
professed life, that there is a pragmatist way of
Please
approach
let
also.
me say. But if you believe in something that is true, and your belief is there, you have to go by that. And if the Muslims in the non-Muslim majority countries are treated at par with the non-Muslims in Islamic State, I would be happy. They should have their mazhab. Their mazhab will be protected. And they will be minorities. I tell you, my study is that the Muslims in India have no benefit from this system, from secularism. None. And if they say we are a minority, give us our rights as a minority, they will be far better.
My questions I've got two questions, one theological and one directly related to this. So if I take the latter first, if I take the question about, like Norton, Christianity has a history of wanting to create Christian states. I mean, Christendom, I suppose, was the obvious example of this, but Richard Hooker in England argued that only an Englishman who was a member of the Church of England can be a full citizen, and you get versions of this all the time. T.S. Eliot, the 20th century poet, took a similar line in his idea of a Christian society. And in America, they endlessly flirt with the idea of Christian America. And the question is simple, really. If a movement amongst Christians in a Christian nation develops to create a Christian state, would you be happy to live there as a second-class citizen defined in the way that you defined it, and also forbidden to proselytize and explain your faith to others in that society?
I have said already yes.
You would be happy to live in
They
that state?
have their right to establish the state according to their religion. Now there will be competition. What type of state you bring forth? What type of state Islam brings forth? And what is more acceptable to the humanity at large? There will be competition. Come on. Have a Christian state. Have a Hindu state. And tell us what Hindu state is. So this is my answer to this question.
Okay.
Now, next.
That's very helpful. Okay, my second question flows from that then, and it's a theological question. And I just want to focus for a moment on proselytizing, on missionary work. It's because I believe in God, and that God ultimately will not allow that which is, what will be ultimately God will permit, that I don't spend all my time worrying about diversity in society, because the truth will come through. And it's because I'm confident in that truth, I would more than happily invite you to America to visit churches and to explain your understanding of Islam and let people decide what they think is true. Because the God we worship, I'm sufficiently confident in, will allow the varieties of forms of faith to emerge, and whatever is ultimately true can withstand diversity and questions and disagreement. And it's almost as if you don't have sufficient confidence, if you don't mind me saying so, in the God you worship, and you fear that if there are other people in society, they will endlessly undermine your faith. Sounds as if you're not that confident that your faith can withstand diverse perspectives.
As far as this question of somebody, some Christian coming to our mosque and be allowed to present his case, I think it is not against Islam. What the missions do, they go and address the depressed classes of this society. And there they help them. And they change their faith on this basis, not on an argument. This is mission. This we will not allow. Number two, because Islam is a state, we can't allow anything which can erode the state. We have to keep the state strong.
Okay.
Thank you.
When we speak about Islamic Ummah is not the same as Islamic State. But you seem to be saying that we need to reconstitute the Islamic Ummah in the modern era by means of an Islamic political system. Now, this is not a new argument, but this is a 20th century argument. This is not a 19th century argument in modern Islamic thought. Take the example of Muhammad Abduh of Egypt. or Sir Ahmed Khan of India that you are familiar with. They never argued on behalf of establishing an Islamic state as a means of reconstituting the Islamic Ummah. They said that we can reconstitute Islamic Ummah without an Islamic state. This was very clear in their own writings. Whereas the argument of establishing a political system to safeguard the Islamic Ummah is a 20th century argument appearing primarily with force in the writings and activities of Sheikh Hassan Banna in Egypt, in the writings and activities of, as you know, Maududi in India and later on Pakistan. But this is a novel phenomenon that has to be understood in the context of Islamic responses to colonialism in both situations. Egypt was dominated by the British when the Ikhwan appeared in 1928. India was controlled by the British as well when the Jamaat appeared in Lahore in 1941. So one has to understand that in that sense. But what I'm trying to say that this is true. This is one major Islamic argument that in order to constitute the Islamic Ummah in the present time, we need to have an Islamic political system. That's to say an Islamic state, such as in Iran. But this is only one Islamic argument, because in the 19th century, this argument was not forceful at all within Islamic circles.
Actually, what was happening in the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, it was a struggle for freedom. And we were nations. You are using the word Ummah. Where the Ummah exists? There's no Ummah at all. Allama Iqbal was the spokesman for this Ummah, the biggest. But he had to concede in his lectures. No Muslim Ummah exists today.
So we have Muslims but not Ummah.
Yes. We have Muslim nations. He said, instead we have Muslim nations. And now we have Muslim countries. That's all. There's no Ummah. Ummah must have an Imam. The same root, Imam and Ummah. There's no Ummah. We have to reconstitute it through a truly Islamic state.
I would like to
That's
get
helpful.
your
That's
guidance
very helpful.
Helpful? Thank you.
on the second part of your presentation. We haven't talked about economy. I will seek your guidance on some of the points. As you know, there has been a debate about the Islamization of economy in Pakistan. Some kind of interest-free banking was instituted under Ziaul Haq's government in this country. First, I would like your views about the type of interest-free system that was instituted here. But more fundamentally, I would like you to reflect upon the impact on the government financing of Islamic economic system that you are suggesting. Would an Islamic tax code be capable of funding a modern government? And how does Pakistan's current tax regime based on sales tax, income tax, import, export fit into the Islamic code? And finally, how Pakistan will borrow in international markets?
If I can remember, whatever you have said, number one, I don't say that the banking system that was proposed by Zia and later on by the Sharia court is 100% Islamic. There is element of riba and interest in that. Based on BPAAE Muajjal and BPAAE Murabaha. If you buy this cup cash, it is 10 rupees. If you pay me after 1 month, it is 11 rupees. What is this? Actually, during the monarchy region of Islam, history of Islam, two types of interest and riba entered our fiqh under the influence of the rulers. Number one, this BPAAE Murabaha and BPAAE Muajjala, it is interest. Number two, the absentee landlordism, it is interest. It's haram. It's haram, forbidden according to Imam Abu Hanifa. It is haram and forbidden according to Imam Malik. It is haram and forbidden according to Shafi'i. But only the person who accepted that office, government office, disciple of Imam Abu Hanifa, Qazi Abu Yusuf, he declared it to be lawful, along with Imam Muhammad. So these are the things, these are the realities over here. And true Islamic economic system can be established only after a truly Islamic revolution.
What about the taxes?
Yes, taxes are allowed. Import tax, export tax, they were there in the pious caliphate. Zaraib, they were called.
So you do not agree with the argument given by some of the ulama that after you collect zakat, state cannot impose any
not
tax?
At all. No.
What about international trade? How Pakistan is going to interact with the international monetary agencies, international finance, international trade?
If we have this
corporations?
self-respect, we shall be on our own feet, on our own legs, and we shall deal with the people. If we are strong enough, they will need to deal with us, and they will deal with us on our own terms. But if we are weak, है जुर्म ज़ईफ़ी की सज़ा मर के वफ़ा जात.
Can I just expand on this? Because the economic aspect of your talk this morning was the shortest bit. And to my way of thinking, the economy is the root of everything. Because if you cannot live, you cannot eat, and so forth.
If you cannot eat, you cannot live.
You cannot live. You cannot, if you haven't. Yeah, obviously. No, this is not the point of what I want to say. The essence of your argument is what I would call Islam in one country. And the problem of the lack of analysis of imperialism and its economic forces, however strong you are overlooking and you are ignoring. Because the essence of imperialism today is through the world bodies of the IMF, the World Bank, and the WTO. And through these mechanisms, the Western world, and in particular the United States, have controlled most of the third world. And none of this comes out. And however you organize internally, you cannot ignore the institutions and the forces of imperialism. And as far as I can see, you are. Can you comment on that?
What was the beginning? How did you begin?
Is Islam in one country?
In one country, no. Islam has to become global, and that is the destiny, as I believe. But it will have to start from one country. Just as it started from the Arabian Peninsula, and then that was through conquest.
This is Lenin.
This
is Lenin.
But I'm saying what I mean. I have never read Lenin.
I think you should.
I have never read.
You should.
But for me, Quran is enough. And the life of the Prophet is enough. I need not read Lenin or Ho Chi Minh or somebody else. So it has to spread then. And I said yesterday, at that time, at the time of the Prophet, the spread was through conquest. Now because you have the television, you have the IT, you have all these measures, you can propagate the ideology throughout the world. And if you produce a sample, a model of true Islamic state, humanity is in search of a just social order. It is running from east to west and west to east, from monarchy to capitalism, from capitalism to communism, from communism back to, what is it? The soul of humanity, is in search of a just social order.
But we have some disagreement here, do we not, on what constitutes a just social order?
You might have
you and I don't agree.
Own. Yes,
we have
brother.
disagreement around the table.
Yes, brother. You might have a concept of your own, and I would very much like to know that. But here I have to say and present before you the concept of Islam.
We understand that. But we also acknowledge, do we not, that just social order, that we have a variety of interpretations of what just social order is and or should be.
And only a model will prove. What happened in USSR? One party, no right of vote for the citizens whatsoever.
That's not
Only
how it-
one party government.
That's not how it started.
Hmm?
That's how it ended. It ended as a single party state because of the process of the revolution. The original idea was not as it turned out.
Whatever might have happened, but that was the fact. And I told you we shall have, multiple party system.
I have a question. Now, to me, since we have means of propagating Islam, introducing ideas, etc., with the means of TVs, internet, and a lot of things that you've said, instead of establishing an Islamic state with a revolution and having a model of state or a state model, let us have a state as a model Muslim. Model Muslim, one person, and then propagate that model person to 6 billion people instead of putting very strong borders and then having confrontation and a lot of dangers. Now, this is, I think, is possible and much easier by having a model Muslim person and then exemplifying.
What is the prophetic model? Did he go on preaching and preaching and preaching and preaching? Did he send preachers to other countries?
Yes.
No.
First
After he had
Yemen.
success.
Let us think. First,
After he had success in Arabian
Now,
Peninsula.
let us think about Yemen people. Some people came to Prophet and they said, La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. Then he said, he asked Prophet, what is my duty? He said, you should go to Yemen and then preach to others. This is,
But
if we go
That
to
was after
people-
the establishment of the Islamic State in
before
Medina.
that was
Yes.
even.
Yeah, no, after.
Yes, after it.
And
He didn't send emissaries anywhere before the Hudaybiyah, which Quran calls Inna Fatahna Laka Fathan Mubina. Only after that he sent people and he sent letters of inviting the monarchs and kings. So actually we have a prophetic model before us, and that is to establish an Islamic state, make it a model for humanity, come and see with your own eyes, this is Islam, and that will be the biggest preacher.
Let's go back to Roger's question. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
some part of your speech, your talk, you said that Islamic State is only for the 20 years of what we call it.
Full Islamic
As-Sadat,
state,
yes. And then, but later on, you said that Islam is spread all over the world. Now, it is, when we see this, and when Prophet took Islam as personal model to others, it spread quite fast and quite effectively.
Not at all.
When
The
it
personal
became
model at Makkah. How many people accepted Islam at Makkah? For 13 years, he was himself preaching.
Yeah, but those people.
But what was the case?
But those people were the good example.
إِذَا
for
جَاءَ
spreading
نَصْرُ اللَّهِ
Islam.
وَالْفَتْحُ وَرَأَيْتَ النَّاسَ يَدْخُلُونَ فِي دِينِ اللَّهِ أَفْوَاجًا. Brother,
No,
we must look to history as it is.
yeah, but when they were good examples, it spread quite fast, okay, although it was very difficult in the first case. But afterwards, you also accept that it deteriorated from its original, line.
It
and
came
then
one step down. Just, if you have 6 stories building and the final 6 story is gone, 5 were intact. Islamic law was enforced by the kings also. The Sharia was enforced. But the political system was not Islamic now.
Dr. Mumtaz Ahmed will make the last comment as an insider.
In the lighter
As an
vein.
insider.
In the lighter vein, I just wanted to ask you something. When you began your presentation yesterday, you said there are 3 forms of creations. Then you talked about 3 types of jihad and 3 stages of resistance. And every level had its own 3 sub-levels. And when I was reading last night your pamphlet on religious obligations of Muslim women, you talk about 3 levels of our religious duties and then 3 differences between women's obligations and men's obligations. And the second level, you talk again the 3 circles of dawah. And when I read your active agenda for the Muslim Ummah, what do I find? It has 3 action point program. My question is there some mystical fascination with Trinity?
Yes, Trinity.
A good joke. A refreshing laughter.
Are we done? Because, Narma wanted to ask a question and I have a comment to make too. Can we take a break?
Well, if you have the patience.
Yes,
Thank you. I actually was very touched by your reference to your concern for humanity at large in the last couple of minutes. And I thought that possibly should be the crux of the whole thing. And I was trying to understand in my own mind that in your model, which you have presented, you are telling the minorities, hey, you give up some things, but I give you protection. That's what I read. That you give up certain things, you will lose certain benefits of so-called citizenship, but there is a trade-off in that I give you protection. Protection is a huge zimma, is a huge, huge responsibility. It's a huge word. People seek protection, they want security, they want assurance about some kind of stability, about their way of life, about various things. Okay, without dilating on it. And what I was thinking in a constructive way of suggestion was this, that possibly if there could be some kind of a comparative evaluation of your model vis-a-vis the democratic structure, the compassionate, conservative capitalism or something which is propagated, that as to the likely advantages and disadvantages that accrue to minorities, because eventually we are looking for harmony of some kind. And minorities are not essentially based on religion, they can be based on various things. And minorities emerge, new minorities. If Pakistan was 100% Muslim, even then new minorities will emerge. They'll be sectarian, there are more Shias killed in Pakistan than Sikhs or Hindus in the last 50 years. So I see that Sikhs and Hindus possibly, whatever their small population is, they have been very safe. Somehow the Zimma has been taken and they have been protected, whereas the Muslim Zimma has not been taken in India and they've been killed in large numbers. But they have other opportunities. Is there some kind of a potential trade-off? Is there in the aggregate a possibility that we can create a more humane society? Because your concern, expressed concern of your faith and every faith is eventually that we are all God's children, whatever our calling, and God intended for us that this life and this world should be for us to live, to love God, to love God's creation, to do service, and to realize the higher truth, and to realize it living here in this world with one another. So that's where my
all
suggestion.
those things that you have said are very precious and they must be sought out. But what about the law?
That is not my problem. I'm looking for a human society.
What about the law?
And law
what about
will
the
follow.
system?
Law
there
should
can
follow.
be one law. There can be one system. So you have to establish the law and the system of your own
It is.
and give the maximum facilities to those who don't agree with you. That's all. Thank you.
We will reassemble here at 6:15 sharp. 6:15.
الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله
Now is Islam, Iman and Jihad. Iman is the Arabic word for doctrinal belief, doctrinal Islamic belief. And Jihad, of course, is quite famous these days. It's in the air, I would say. It's a religious Islamic struggle and strife in the way of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I request Dr. Israr Ahmed to please go ahead with his presentation.
أحمده وأصلي على رسوله الكريم أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قالت الأعراب آمنا قل لم تؤمنوا ولكن قولوا أسلمنا ولما يدخل الإيمان في قلوبكم وَإِن تُطِيعُوا اللَّهَ وَرَسُولَهُ لَا يَلِدْكُم مِّنْ أَعْمَالِكُمْ شَيْئًا إِنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ صدق الله العظيم. Dear brothers and sisters, the subject of the talk at this time is Islam, Iman and Jihad fi sabilillah. Usually these two words, Islam and Iman, are used as synonymous words. A Muslim is a Mu'min is a Muslim. Mu'min and Muslim. But I am basing my presentation on this ayah of Surah Al-Hujurat. It is 49, Surah 49, ayah 14. Here, Quran says, these Bedouins are claiming that they have become Mu'mins. They have come to believe. They have the faith. Tell them, O Muhammad, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, you have not at all come to believe. All you can say is, you have become Muslims. You have surrendered. And up till this time, Iman or the real faith has not entered your hearts. Now, who are being mentioned over here? I think this much of the life of the Prophet may be known to you. He had to make a very strenuous struggle to propagate and establish the deen of Allah. Let me here clarify. Deen means the whole system of life, individual as well as collective. Mazhab is synonymous with religion. And religion, as I told, consists of three things: some beliefs, some creed, racial creed, some dogma, some modes of worship, and some social customs. How to celebrate birth, how to solemnize marriage, what to do with the dead body. These three things go to make mazhab, religion. But then if you add to them three more things: the political system, the economic system, and the social system. These 3 plus 3 go to make deen. So we are talking about Islam as deen, not as religion. So when, after nearly 22 years hardest labor and strenuous struggle, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam became successful in establishing the deen of Allah in the Arabian Peninsula. Now what happened? Most of the tribes, they decided now it's no use continuing resistance. Now he is the uncrowned king of the Arabian Peninsula. So go and surrender yourself and become Muslims. So people were coming, delegations from tribes accepting Islam. But then they claimed, now these people who accepted Islam in thousands, Quran has used the word afwaja, armies. Iza ja nasrullah, when the help of Allah comes, وَرَأَيْتَ النَّاسَ يَدْخُلُونَ فِي دِينِ اللَّهِ أَفْوَاجًا. And O Prophet, you see that people are entering the deen of Allah in armies. So when people were entering the pale of Islam in armies, there could be three possible conditions as their inner self. Either they were true believers and they believed actually in whatever they were professing, or on the other extreme, they were hypocrites. They just hid their kufr, infidelity within them. As a matter of strategy, they accepted obedience and surrendered. And there could be a third position in between. Neither positive belief in the heart nor any intention to deceive. So in the form of graph, you have a zero level, 0 point in the middle, then +1, +2, +3, +4 to the right side, -1, -2, -3, -4. So there were some people who were neither true mu'mins, believers, nor they were munafiqeen or hypocrites. They were at the 0 level, but they accepted Islam. And there were on the right side people who really believed, and on the left side who had just hidden their disbelief and apparently became Muslims. Now to this third category, Quran is addressing them. قَالَتِ الْأَعْرَابُ آمَنَّا. These Bedouins, they are claiming that they have become believers. They have become mu'min. Qul, tell them, O Prophet, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, lam tu'minu, you have not at all become believers. Walakin qulu aslamna. All you can say is that you have surrendered, you have become Muslims. And the real faith, walamma yadkhulul imanu fi qulubikum, has not entered your hearts as yet. So here Quran is making a clear distinction between Muslim and Mu'min. Regarding the literal meanings of the word Islam, is to surrender. In the background of this term is that some struggle was going on, and then one party surrenders, gives up resistance, lays down the arms. Iman means belief, real belief, to the level of personal conviction. Now, you know, there's a hell of difference between a racial creed. You believe in certain things because your parents believed in them. That's all. It's not a personal conviction with you. And the second is you have personal conviction. So now Islam actually is the basis of the social order in this world. If you are accepted as a Muslim, you are a member of Muslim society. You can marry a Muslim woman. You become a full citizen of the Islamic State. The basis of this socio-political system is Islam, not Iman. Because Iman is in the heart. As in this ayah I told you, Allah says, real Iman has not as yet entered your hearts. It is only on your tips of the tongue. But who can say with certainty about any person whether he has real belief in his heart or not? We can't. This is known to Allah, God. It's a matter between him and this person. But for the basis of an Islamic society, a Muslim society, an Islamic state, you must have some basis which is solid. So that is the attestation. Verbal attestation. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. I testify that there is no God except Allah. And I testify that Muhammad is his servant as well as messenger. Now, no sooner than a person utters these words, he becomes a Muslim. As if a line was drawn, he was on this side of the line and now he has come to the other side of the line. Now he is a Muslim. Simply on the basis of verbal attestation. We cannot peep down into his heart whether he has said it from the depth of his heart or not. Maybe he is a spy of the enemy. And he has apparently accepted Islam. He has grown a beard also. There have been cases, you know, in the border villages with India. The Indian spies came over as Muslims. And they worked as imams, leaders in the prayers, in the mosques for several years. And then it came to knowledge that they were the spies, they were Hindus, they were not Muslims. But legally, you can't say you are not a Muslim. If he testifies. This social structure of Islam. Now, Hadith says, it has 5 pillars. A very important and very authentic Hadith of the Prophet. Again, the one on the authenticity of which both great Imams of Hadith, Imam Bukhari and Imam Muslim, agree. بني الإسلام على خمس شهادة أن لا إله إلا الله وأن محمد رسول الله وإقام الصلاة وإيتاء الزكاة وصوم رمضان وحج البيت. These are called the 5 pillars of Islam. But the most important is the first. Whosoever utters these words, he becomes a Muslim. Now when the time will come, he will pray. The month of Ramadan comes, he will keep the fast. If he has enough wealth, he will pay the zakah, the obligatory tax, obligatory charity. And if he can afford, he will go to Hajj. So these are the pillars of Islam. These are the basis of the Muslim society. And this is the basis of citizenship in an Islamic state. Iman now is real belief in the depths of your heart. The ayah said, Iman has not entered your hearts as yet. When we believe from the depths of our hearts. And in a very famous hadith, I think Professor Chittik has written that book on this hadith,
Yes.
which is called Sunnah, the basis for hadith. Hadith of Jibreel. So Archangel Jibreel came in the garb of a human being and asked 4 questions from the Prophet ﷺ. What is Islam? Answer was, An tashhada an la ilaha illallah wa anna Muhammad Rasulullah. You testify. There is no God except Allah and Muhammad is his servant and messenger. وَتُقِيمَ الصَّلَاةَ وَتُؤْتِ الزَّكَاةَ وَتَصُومَ رَمَضَانَ وَتَحُجُّ الْبَيْتَ. The 4 pillars, 4 modes of worship. Then he asked, what is Iman? Tell me. أخبرني عن الإيمان. What is Iman? Then he used the word أن تؤمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله. That you really believe in existence of Allah and His attributes. You really believe in the existence of angels. You really believe in the institution of prophethood and messengerhood. You really believe in the revealed books. You really believe in resurrection after death. If these are real beliefs, if you believe in these things from the bottom of your heart, then it is Iman. Now, is something added to the fundamentals of Islam when a person has reached the level of Iman, faith, real faith, personal conviction? Yes. What will now be added is jihad fi sabilillah. Jihad fi sabilillah is not a pillar of Islam. Please note it. It is one of the 2 essential pillars of Iman, additional. Iman will have all these 5. The attestation and the prayer and this psalm and obligatory charity and Hajj. Along with these, 2 will be added. In addition to this verbal attestation, real belief. You may call it the ultraviolet. And on the other side, jihad fi sabilillah. You may call it infrared. That is the proper color for jihad. So these are the distinctions. Now a mu'min must fulfill these 7 conditions to be called a mu'min, real mu'min. In addition to 5 pillars of Islam, real belief, personal conviction in those articles of faith, not only verbal attestation, and jihad fi sabilillah. So now I come to jihad fi sabilillah. I only wanted to make one point, that the basis of Muslim society, Islamic State, is Islam, not Iman. But what will matter on the day of judgment is Iman, not Islam. You might have been accepted as a Muslim in this world. You might have been a leader of the Muslims in this world. But if you don't have Iman, and Allah knows it, He knows what is in the hearts. We can't decide. In this world, we won't decide about it. But Allah knows who is real mu'min, who is real believer. So on the day of judgment, only the good acts and virtuous acts of those people will be accepted who had the real faith. If the real faith, the real Iman, the conviction is not there, no deed will be beneficial. Now coming to jihad fi sabilillah, it will take some time. Brother Afsar said that it is very famous. I say it is very infamous these days. Very wrong associations with this term of Islam. But all the wrong opinions basically are based from our own mistakes of the Muslims themselves. Number one, first mistake. We equated jihad with war. Jihad means war. War for the cause of Allah. This is wrong. Quran has two terms parallel. Jihad fi sabilillah, qital fi sabilillah. Now, jihad is from juhd. Juhd in Arabic means to strive for something. You are exerting yourself to achieve something. This is juhd. And jihad means struggle. There is some opposition, and you are struggling against. Striving for is juhd, and struggling against is jihad. In the same way, some person was going and you shoot him. This is qatl, murder, assassination. But when there are two groups facing each other, these people want to kill them, and they want to kill them. Now this is qital. So jihad from juhd, qital from qatl. And now qital fi sabilillah, killing people, fighting against them for the cause of Allah is qital fi sabilillah. And striving something for the sake of Allah is jihad fi sabilillah. Now, based on this misconception is the second error. Because jihad is not there always. Qital is not there always. So it became a secondary thing in the conceptions of Muslims. We call it fardhu ain. No, it is not fardhu ain. Not it is the basic duty. Whenever there is war, well, go and take part in it. That's all. Not necessary. All the times. No. While Quran says there can be no iman without jihad. I quoted ayah number 14 from Surah Al-Hujurat, Surah 49. Now I am quoting ayah number 15 from the same surah. إِنَّمَا الْمُؤْمِنُونَ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا بِاللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ ثُمَّ لَمْ يَرْتَابُوا وَجَاهَدُوا بِأَمْوَالِهِمْ وَأَنفُسِهِمْ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ أُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الصَّادِقُونَ. Verily, the true mu'mins are only those who believe in Allah and His Messenger and then they have no doubt about them. It has reached the level of personal conviction. وَجَاهَدُوا بِأَمْوَالِهِمْ وَأَنفُسِهِمْ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ, and they make jihad with their belongings and with their lives for the cause of Allah, in the way of Allah. أُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الصَّادِقُونَ. Only such people are truthful if they claim to be mu'min. So there can be no iman without jihad. In the same way, in Surah As-Saf, this surah is 61, and I am quoting ayat 10 and 11. Ya ayyuhallazina amanu hal adullukum ala tijaratin tunjikum min azabin alim. O you who believe or profess to believe, should I lead you to a bargain which will save you from the punishment, the painful punishment of hell? If you want salvation, what you have to do? This is the question posed by Allah, and then He Himself is answering. تُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ. Have real faith in Allah and His Messenger. Now it is very important here. The first ayah starts with Ya ayyuhallazina amanu. So this is some other iman. And now they are being asked, تُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ. You should have real faith in Allah and His Messenger. وَتُجَاهِدُونَ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ بِأَمْوَالِكُمْ وَأَنفُسِكُمْ. And make jihad in the way of Allah with your belongings and your lives. So I have made 2 points. There can be no real iman without jihad, and there can be no salvation without jihad. It is such an integral part of Islam. The third big mistake, the biggest mistake that we have committed about jihad, if any Muslim ruler, he might have been a very despotic Muslim ruler, if he attacks some non-Muslim country only to broaden his frontiers and to have more of revenues so that he can have more luxuries, we call it jihad fi sabilillah. Oh no. We have brought a bad name to jihad fi sabilillah. This is not jihad fi sabilillah. It is jihad for his own self, for his own benefits, not for Allah. With this background, let me now come directly to what is jihad. Jihad fi sabilillah. First of all, we know that every living being is in continuous jihad in its life. Maybe the smallest or the highest Homo sapiens. What is that jihad? Struggle for existence. There is opposition, there are hurdles, there are competitions. This struggle for existence is a jihad. And now if a Muslim is also doing this jihad, but he is abiding by the rules of the Sharia, not using any prohibited means. So, this struggle for existence, his struggle to earn livelihood for himself and his family, it becomes worship, ibadah. If he is abiding by the rules of the Sharia. Now I come to a higher level. In human beings, there may be struggle for freedom, struggle for self-determination, struggle to snatch their rights from the usurpers. This is jihad. But this is jihad fi sabilil hurriyah. Jihad in the way of freedom. Freedom struggle. Any nation can do it. The Muslims also tried and struggled to get free from the colonial clutches. The Christian countries of Africa, they also struggled. The Hindus in India, they also struggled. It's a common phenomenon. It's a human phenomenon. To get your rights. And if a Muslim is doing this struggle, again abiding by the principles of the Sharia, divine law, it becomes worship. If he dies, he becomes a martyr. Now I come to third level. Jihad based on some ideology. And let me give the example of Marxism, which was an ideology, a philosophy. And a whole system of life, communism, was based on it. And the communists had to make sacrifices to struggle with their belongings and with their lives to establish that system. First to propagate that ideology, that philosophy, and then to establish the system according to it. This is the ideological jihad. Now jihad fi sabilillah becomes ideological jihad on the basis of Iman. Iman is an ideology. This universe has been created by a creator. He's all alone. All the universe is his creation. And the climax of his creation is the human being, whom he has created as the vicegerent on earth. Then there is law given by him, do's and don'ts. So this is an ideology, a whole philosophy, a whole Weltanschauung, a whole world view. The life is not only this life that we are passing in this world. The life, as I told, is a very long process, very long process. From eternity, we will say, to eternity. So this is not the only life. This ideology, Iman, then only God is the true lawgiver. He is the rightful ruler of this universe. His law must be enforced. And here again let me quote, "Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it in heavens." So now for this ideology, if you are struggling, that is jihad fi sabilillah. And this again has three levels. Please remember, I started with the struggle for existence. All living beings are making the struggle for existence. Then the struggle to get your rights, your freedom, your rights. Then the ideological struggle. This is the highest. Ideology is actually a human phenomenon. Now this struggle for this ideology of Iman is jihad fi sabilillah. It has again three levels. And all the three levels have three sub-levels. So 3 multiplied by 3, there will be 9 levels. First of all, if Iman has entered my heart, a conflict will start within me. My id or libido is demanding something. And the divine law says it is forbidden. A struggle. Struggle against your own baser self, your animal self, your lusts and desires, which are blind by themselves. They need their gratification, that's all. They don't care whether through rightful means or wrong means, permissible means or forbidden means. So the first struggle is against your own self. And the Prophet was once asked a question, Ayyul jihad afzalu ya Rasulullah? Which jihad is the supreme, O Messenger of Allah, tell us. And the answer was, An tujahida nafsaka fi ta'atillah. The supreme jihad is that you struggle against your baser self, your animal self, your id or libido, to make it obedient to the law of Allah. Along with this, there are two more jihads to accomplish this thing, so that you really become a bondsman to Allah. You are really obedient to Allah. For that, there is Satan and the satanic armies which push you towards evil. You have to fight against it. Quran says, Inna shaitana lakum aduwwun fattakhizuhu aduwwa. This Satan is your enemy. He wants to take you astray, to lead to falsehood. So take him to be your enemy. And number three, if the society in which a true believer is living is not obedient to Allah, it is going in wrong directions, not caring for any divine rules and regulations, this society will pressurize you. This social pressure would push you towards its own direction. And you have to struggle against this social pressure. If you want to be a true Muslim, true Mu'min, if you want to abide by the divine law, so these three: struggle against your own baser self, struggle against Satan and his agents, struggle against a false society or a bad society. Now, the second stage. This I told you it was 3 go to make 1. The second is, you believe in God, you believe in resurrection, you believe in the life after death, you believe in divine law, you believe in Muhammad. Now this belief should come out of you. It should spread. It's your duty to propagate, to convey to the humanity the word of God, the guidance that He has sent through His Prophet, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And because there is no vacuum, there are counter thoughts and counter philosophies which are against this philosophy, this ideology. Maybe there is absolute materialism. Maybe the society is polytheistic. Maybe they are atheists. They will strive for their own ideologies, and you have to exert against those ideologies to propagate your ideology. And for that you need time. You need to spend your energies. This is jihad for the sake of da'wah, for calling people towards the deen of Allah, for calling people to accept the faith, for calling people to enter the deen of Allah, the total political, socio-economic system of Allah. This jihad has also three levels, sub-levels I should say. Society at the top has the intellectual elite. This intellectual elite controls the direction of the society. They are a minority, a minute minority, but they control the destiny, direction. This intellectual minority or the brain trust of the society, it won't pay any heed to sermons. You have to argue with them. They will need proofs for what you are propagating. So the dawah, there's an ayah in the end of Surah Al-Nahl, Udu ila sabil rabbika bil hikmah. Hikmah, wisdom. Call towards the path of your Lord with wisdom. If you want that others should produce arguments, قُلْ هَاتُوا بُرْهَانَكُمْ إِن كُنتُمْ صَادِقِينَ, you should also bring forth the argument. These intellectuals can be approached through intellect only. You can't bypass the intellect. But the great majority of people, they belong to second category. They don't have anything here, no false ideology, no wrong philosophy, nothing of the sort. And you can approach directly to their hearts and their sentiments. This is called in Arabic mau'iza, was, sermon. Sermon, you know. Common people, they can benefit from sermon. As if their minds are clean slates, you can write anything on them. Because they don't have any ideology. They don't know what is Darwinism, they don't know what is Marxism. They don't know what is logical positivism. They don't know what is existentialism. Nothing. So their minds are like clean slates. But they get impressed by your sincerity. Some sincere words. If they feel he is sincere to me, whatever he is saying is for my benefit. He is not thrusting himself, but he is sincere. For my welfare, for my benefit he is doing it. They will accept it. The third level is the institutions. You have different ideologies in the field. They have propagators. Even in religious sense, if you are a Muslim and you are propagating Islam, there are Christian missionaries, they are propagating Christianity. Then calling themselves Muslims are Qadianis, they are propagating their religion. Baha'is, they are doing it. Now you have to engage into a dialogue with them. We call it munazara, mujadala. You have to grapple with them. Because they are not going to accept anything. They are being paid for that. It's their profession. So for them, neither the wisdom would work, nor the sermon would be beneficial. You have to defeat them. And this is the third level. On each level, you need to put in your best efforts, your best capabilities, your time. It can't be a part-time job. If you want to really engage in this jihad fi sabilillah, you have to take it as a whole-time occupation. Yes. Now let me come to the third and the highest level. This highest level is to establish that politico-socio-economic order in totality. Not only preaching it, not only propagating it, but to establish. There is a very important and very basic ayah of Surah Al-Hadid, and the ayah number is 25. Allah says, لَقَدْ أَرْسَلْنَا رُسُلَنَا بِالْبَيِّنَاتِ. We sent our messengers with clear proofs, shining evidences in the form of miracles even. وَأَنزَلْنَا مَعَهُمُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْمِيزَانَ. Along with them, we sent down the book, the guidance, the do's and don'ts, and mizan, the balance, which will give you a balance between man and woman. What are the rights of men and what are the rights of women? A balanced view. The capital and labor. What's the point of justice in between? State or society versus the individual. How much freedom to the individual? How much authority to the state or the society? There has to be a balance, a just balance. And the prophets and messengers came with these two things. لَقَدْ أَرْسَلْنَا رُسُلَنَا بِالْبَيِّنَاتِ وَأَنزَلْنَا مَعَهُمُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْمِيزَانَ. What for? Was it all an exercise in futility? Was it a hobby with Allah, God? No. لِيَقُومَ النَّاسُ بِالْقِسْطِ. So that the people abide by justice. Very important ayah. The final purpose of the sending of prophets and sending down the books and giving the law is to establish justice, just social order, political as well as economic as well as social. Now everybody knows if there is a state or society based on injustice, you have people at the helm of affairs who have vested interests in that structure, in that political, socio-economic system. They will never allow you to change the system, to take out something from the mouth of the lion. The privileged classes, people having vested interests, they will never allow it. They have to resist. They want status quo. This system should continue. Otherwise, there is going to be challenge to our interests, to our benefits, to our privileges. So now this is the struggle between people, the oppressors and the oppressed. But in general, people, the oppressed people don't stand up. They don't get the courage. They are, by and large, the silent majority. But a minority who has accepted the revolutionary ideology of justice, who has spent their lives in propagating it, and now they want to establish it. What does it mean? Challenging the existing system, challenging the vested interest. So there is bound to be resistance. Now there are 3 stages of this resistance. I told you 3 into 3. First phase has to be of passive resistance. The people at the helm of affairs will persecute you, torture you, put you in jails and prisons. Maybe they hang you. They will do everything. Everything that the armies of Tsar did. Everything that the Shah of Iran did. Everything. The first phase has to be passive resistance. Resistance there must be. Keep standing, steadfast. But take all persecution without any retaliation. Because if the revolutionaries become violent from the very beginning, they will be crushed in no time. They have to borrow time. And for this, sabr, patience, steadfastness. You don't budge an inch from your position, but don't retaliate. Take all persecution without any retaliation. I call it passive resistance. Quran terms it sabr. Patience, patience. But the second stage comes when you feel that you have enough force with you now, enough number of people, fully and deeply committed to the ideology, ready to sacrifice everything they have, even their lives, and organized into a strong organization. Then you challenge the system. This is active resistance. Let me give you the example from Gandhi. The first phase of his challenge to the Britishers was non-violent, non-cooperation. That's all. Non-violent. We don't have to harm anybody, kill anybody, to destroy any property, nothing. Non-violent, non-cooperation. Only one thing, we will not wear your cloth. We shall spin ourselves and we shall make our own cloth and wear it. Total boycott of British cloth. That was the first step. Such a big market as India was and still is. All the mills, in England, piling their products. India is not accepting. Then the second stage was non-violent civil disobedience. We are going to the ocean, to the sea. Paramatma, or God, has produced salt in it. And we are going to make salt from the water of the ocean, which belongs to Paramatma, not to anybody. And we are not saying anything to the British government. But there was excise duty on that. So he challenged the whole taxation policy of British India. This was the second stage of his struggle. The third stage didn't come in his life. Why? Because the Second World War broke. And after that, the Britishers were so weak now that they couldn't hold on to their territories. They had to leave. But in jihad fi sabilillah, then final stage can be qital fi sabilillah. You have to fight against those people, the oppressors. Who are resisting the establishment of justice, who don't want to establish a just social order. If there is need, you go to war against them. So this is the ninth level of going to war for the cause of Allah. 3 into 3, 9, and 8 stories, they are jihad fi sabilillah only. For 13 years at Makkah, Muhammad was making jihad fi sabilillah. No qital fi sabilillah whatsoever. Rather, the order of the day was, you take all persecution without any retaliation. Worst persecutions were given to the companions of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Worst. Torture. Some of them killed. And there were Muslims in Makkah. They could resist, but they were not allowed to resist. It was after Hijrah that Muhammad felt confident. Now I have enough number. Now this is a base for me to launch an offensive. So active resistance is an offensive. I don't agree with those people who say that all the battles that Muhammad fought were in defense. No. Muhammad took the offensive first. Actually, they are the revolutionary people who take the offensive. A society is going on. People have learned to accept tyranny and injustice. But somebody stands and says, this is wrong, this system is wrong. So who has started the conflict? The person who says it is wrong. The conflict at Makkah also was started by Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They were living in peace. Now what happened? Brother pitched against brother. Son pitched against father. Wife pitched against husband. And now also after the Hijrah, he was who took the initiative. I don't want to go into detail, but this theory, because West accused us that Islam was propagated through force, through sword. And we said apologetically, no. All the battles which were fought by Muhammad were in self-defense. No, not at all. It was to establish the deen of Allah. Deen of Allah. Two deens cannot coexist. Either it is the deen of Allah or it is the deen of some king or emperor. Or it is the deen of the public. Popular sovereignty. Two deens cannot coexist. And to establish the political, socio-economic justice given to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the form of deen of Islam, he had to go to war. But nobody was forced to convert to Islam. You can remain Jews, you can remain Christians, Hindus, but you will have to accept the supremacy of the order, the collective order. Deen will be supreme, but as religions, you can profess any religion. Deen will be ours. Our political socio-economic system will prevail. But as religion, you can be Muslims, you can be Jews, you can be Hindus, you can be Sikhs, etc., etc. But Islam has the absolute converse of this. Deen is for Allah. He is the only rightful ruler of this world. Thy kingdom come. The rule of God to be established. His divine law to be enforced. And for this purpose, if you have to go to fight against the emperors, against the oppressors, you have to go to fight, to war. But this only is the qital fi sabilillah. Now let me quote here an example. In the mid-50s, the people of Algeria, Muslims of Algeria, Aljazair, they were fighting against the French. And there was, throughout the Muslim world, an uproar. It is jihad fi sabilillah, jihad fi sabilillah, jihad fi sabilillah. A deputation came to Pakistan. There were two persons. One, a colonel of the army. He was clean-shaved. And another, a very big alim of Algiers. Allama Bashirul Ibrahimi. Very big, knowledgeable person. They wanted some funds and some financial support. I was the Amir of Jamaat Islami at that time in Montgomery, which is now called Sahiwal. We formed a body and collected some amount. And when I heard his speech, so beautiful speech, so passionate about jihad fi sabilillah. But when that jihad became a success, a socialist state was established. How come? If it was jihad fi sabilillah, an Islamic state should have come into force. Means it was not jihad fi sabilillah. It was jihad for freedom. Okay. It's permissible. You are allowed to snatch your rights. Even with force, yes. America fought the Britishers to get independence. Then they fought among themselves on the question of slavery, etc., etc. That has to be there. But for the cause of justice, because the very purpose I have told you of the sending of the prophets and the messengers and the books was لِيَقُومَ النَّاسُ بِالْقِسْطِ, so that people should abide by justice. And the justice can only be given by Allah. He is the creator of all. He can tell us what should be the rights of the women and what should be the right of men. Men as husbands, women as wives. Because He has created both. He loves both of them. Al-Khalqu Ayalullah, there is the hadith of the Prophet. All creation are like a family unto Allah. So the women are also loved by Allah, men are also loved by Allah, and only He can decide what's the point of justice and balance. The mill owners are also creations of Allah, and the workers and laborers are also creations of Allah. He can tell you what's the point of balance. So to establish that just social order given by Allah to humanity through His last messenger Muhammad, in that struggle, a time can come when you have to take up arms against the tyrants, against the oppressors, to establish the just social order of Islam. But one point more. What I have told you and spoken about, that was the part of the seerah of the Prophet. What about today? For example, in Pakistan, we want to establish Islamic State. Is it feasible at any stage that we take up arms against the government? It's not feasible. Masses are without arms. And the government, the people, those people who form the power base in this society, the big landlords, the big landowners, or the big moneyed class, they are there in the government. So, it is not feasible. They have police, they have army, they have air force. Hafizul Asad used air force against Ikhwan in Syria. Destroyed the whole city of Hama. We have ourselves used air force in Balochistan. There was a movement of secession from Pakistan. So we used air force. So this is not feasible. What is feasible? Going back to Gandhi, non-violent non-cooperation, non-violent civil disobedience, and the third stage going to Khomeini. The unarmed revolt against the people in power. A mass movement, not using arms, ready to lay down their own lives. The Iranians laid down their lives in thousands, between 20 and 30,000 people. Then the Shah had to run away for his life. He thought that this army will revolt against me. Why not to kill this one person? How long will we go on killing our brothers? Who are they? Our brothers, our sons, our nephews in the street. So that is the answer of the final push. A mass movement agitation. It can be the best form also, as it happened in Georgia perhaps, just recently. But here, they have to lay down their lives. But they will not take the life of anybody. It will be one-sided war, not two-sided. I think this should be sufficient.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard Dr. Israr's presentation on Islam, Iman and Jihad. And now the floor is open for discussion.
I think that we should thank Dr. Israr because he was able to move us from the realm of theology to ideology. And that's very significant. I think that this is the square that we have to focus on when we speak about the interaction between Islam and society or Islam and history. Because perhaps ideology is a better term than theology in this type of discourse. And I have two major questions in this regard. The first question concerns the whole idea of takfir, declaring somebody an infidel. And as you well know, this kind of issue is not new in Islamic thought. It can be traced to the first split within Islam between Ali and Muawiyah and takfir and all of that. And later on, it materialized in the whole major theological debate and philosophical debate between the Mu'tazilas and the Ash'arites in the classical phase of Islam. But nowadays, it is a very sensitive issue in many Muslim countries. As you well know, in the 1970s in Egypt, there was the takfir and hijra community, people who declared the whole society to be a kafir, the whole Muslim society of Egypt to be a kafir. And people trace those ideas to Sayyid Qutb in Egypt and Allama Maududi in India, Pakistan. And of course, there are major traces of such ideas. Now, the question is, who does have the authority from an Islamic perspective? Does any human being or institution have an authority to declare somebody or something, such as an institution, a kafir, an infidel?
Firstly, as I told, if we don't know anything else about a person, and he testifies that there is no God except Allah and Muhammad is his slave and messenger, he is a Muslim. But if then we come later on, we come to know that he doesn't believe in Quran, for example, something which is most basic for Iman, then we declare him an infidel and kafir. And the case about Qadianis and Baha'is, that they don't accept Muhammad as the last prophet, and they think that the institution of prophethood and messengerhood is continuing. So declare someone to be a kafir infidel is separate from accepting someone as a Muslim. If we don't know anything about him, he is testifying he is a Muslim. But if we come to know that he believes in something which is just absolutely contrary to Islamic belief, then we declare him as infidel. In an Islamic state, it's only the state which can declare anybody or any sect or any group of people as infidel. But during the colonial rule, when there was no Islamic state, this function was taken up by the ulama. But as bad luck would have it, the ulama then used this sword against each other also, with little differences in theology and in the fiqh and law and this that. So that is the sad part of it. But ulama, if they have a consensus about a group, that they are not Muslims, they are outside the pale of Islam, then we have to admit it. This thing happened in Pakistan about Qadianis. The ulama, all sects, all Shias, Sunnis, and Brelvis, and Deobandis, and Ahl Hadith, Zahiris, Jamaat Islami, there was a complete consensus that they are outside Islam. And then the government also took this step. Mr. Bhutto, he got it decided by the parliament. And the Qadianis were given full opportunity to present their case. But then the committee of the parliament decided, no, they are outside Islam.
Now, I think that what you have essentially talked about is what we call, in Christian theology at least, the relationship between violence and the sacred. And I'm really delighted that
violence
and the sacred, Al-Qudsiyya, the sacred. And I'm really delighted that you have explained that from an Islamic perspective. However, I don't see any major difference between your ideas on the connection between jihad and violence or offensive Islam, so to speak, in your own terms, and between the ideas of somebody like Bin Laden and Ayman Zawahiri. The only difference I see is a matter of tactic, that perhaps you are much more tactical than they are.
No.
But in an essential theological justification of jihad, I don't see a big...
No, I'm sorry, you have misunderstood me.
Yes.
They have not passed through those 8 stages.
Yeah, but these stages are tactical stages.
Have they organized people? Have they purified their souls? Whatever Bin Laden is doing or the other, extremist groups, they are showing their anger only, just angry children, giving vent to their anger, because America is supporting Israel and it has gone out of way to support the Zionism. So they are angry, that's all. But this is not jihad fi sabilillah, not at all. My description is absolutely different. You know, when the Russian armies entered in Afghanistan and there was a resistance, there was all, you know, in the whole Muslim world, jihad, jihad, jihad. And then Bin Laden was also bringing Arabs, you know.
Yes.
And Omar Abdurrahman was also doing the same thing. Abdullah Azam was also doing the same thing. I never accepted it to be jihad fi sabilillah, never. I said this is jihad fi sabilillah hurriya. And this is permissible in Islam. And if you lay down your life for that, you are a martyr. But it is not jihad fi sabilillah. Jihad fi sabilillah has to pass through those stages. The prophetic, you know, model. But then, when Taliban came, and they established some laws were enforced of Islam, and there was all peace and tranquility in 90% area of Afghanistan. And you know, one command of Mullah Umar and this cultivation of poppy, zero. Then we said, okay, now these people, they are the rebellions, the Northern Alliance, and the war against them is fi sabilillah. In the same way, I never accepted that whatever is going on in Kashmir is jihad fi sabilillah. Never. It is also jihad for freedom, for self-determination, etc., etc. So this is the main point. We have used this word mistakenly, in wrong sense, and we are actually to blame to bring bad name to jihad.
You have blown it out of proportion.
Yes.
So this was a follow-up to the first question. What's the second question?
That's the second question.
Okay.
You will agree that different Muslim societies or different Islamic movements will have to determine at what particular stage they are in on the basis of analysis of the objective conditions of their own societies. In other words, different Islamic societies and different Islamic movements can be at different stages of resistance. You will also agree that it is possible that Islamic movements can make mistakes in terms of strategic choices or the objective determination where they are right now. Like 1950s, the Muslim Brotherhood thought in Egypt that they have reached a stage of qital and they started indulging in violence, which probably in the view of many observers was a premature kind of thing. Two questions. One question is that, do you consider the possibility that these strategic or tactical mistakes can be made?
Yes, definitely. But they can be committed.
And they are ijtihadic mistakes.
Yes, ijtihadic mistakes. You know, they will give no harm to the people in the hereafter. But here in this world, the movement will fail. The decision of converting from passive resistance to active resistance in the case of the life of Prophet was done by Allah.
Now, as the head of an organized Islamic movement yourself, what is, in your view, what is the particular state at which you find yourself? Passive resistance, active resistance, qital fi sabilillah. You said that you do not approve of qital fi sabilillah because it is not feasible. My question is, if it becomes feasible,
if it is feasible, it is permissible.
If you said because arms are not available to the masses, if arms become available to the mass, my question is the issue of the legitimacy of violence.
Yes, this qital fi sabilillah is legitimate, is halal, is permissible till the end of this world. But in the given conditions, in the objective conditions, generally speaking, it's not feasible.
At what stage you find your movement?
My movement actually is in the very beginning stage. Dawah, purification of selves, organization. These three stages go hand in hand, side by side. Now, the passive resistance in our case is not coming from outside. It's on the level of society. When we say anybody who joins us has to have halal, only permissible means of earning, and he has to give up those things which are forbidden, now there is a struggle in the family. Even his own wife and children may be against him. We were having better times before, and now, we are hard. So, if the segregation of sexes in parda and wheel, it is established, you may be an outcast from your relatives. So this is the passive resistance which we are meeting at this time. We are not strong enough in the eyes of the government that they suppress us. But generally speaking, the Tanzeem-e Islami is not at that level up till now.
I want to thank you again for being so frank, and I'll ask you a question. I'll ask you two questions, and I'll also try to be frank. The first is a minor question. In the struggle to convince, you mentioned that there should be dialogue. I think you said with Christians, with Baha'is, and with others. So my question is, what about dialogue with Jews, especially following the discussion that we had this morning? That's my minor question. My major question...
Let me answer the minor
Yes,
one.
fine. All right.
The dialogue with Jews is a must for Muslims.
Oh, that's okay.
قُلْ يَا أَهْلَ الْكِتَابِ تَعَالَوْا إِلَىٰ كَلِمَةٍ سَوَاءٍ بَيْنَنَا وَبَيْنَكُمْ. Say, O Muhammad, O the people of the book, the Jews and Christians, come, we should meet at something which is common between us. Allah na'budu illALLAH, that we shouldn't worship anybody, anything except Allah. So that is the call.
All right, fine. That's a clear answer. Now, my next question has to do with what you've said about the levels of jihad, and I want to focus for a moment upon Palestine, Israel. Palestine. Now, one thing I think that we would definitely agree upon, there in that struggle, we have an oppressor and we have the oppressed. The Palestinians are the oppressed, and the Israeli government from the beginning of the state has been the oppressor. That may not be 100%, but that is well over 90% of the situation of the conflict. So that is clear. It also is clear, is it not, that Palestinians have, perhaps not sufficiently yet, but Palestinians have attempted to and have gone through the first two stages. There has been passive resistance. That is to say, they've shown much patience. And we can say, can we not, that since December of 1987, when we had the first intifada, we have gone to your second stage of resistance that is still non-violent mostly, but is an advance from the first stage, and actually for some time, limited time, produce some positive results. So now I come to this question that's really twofold. One, do you think Palestinians, most of whom anyway are Muslims, let's say 85, 87% are Muslims, do you think that now is the time, as some of them think, that they should go to the resistance which is more violent resistance? This is, of course, based upon an assumption that I think we can make, that the Israeli government is, in the foreseeable future and probably beyond the foreseeable future, not going to change the way it is operated. So, should Palestinians go to the more violent resistance stage? And then the second part of that question is, when Palestinians talk about the kind of solution that they would like, which they do talk about, which they should talk about, Should they talk about an Islamic state in all of Palestine, Israel? And if indeed that is the answer, that it should be an Islamic state, then my question is, does that mean, which I infer it would mean from what you had said, that then if that did hypothetically come into existence, that the 5.2 million Jews who presently are there, those Jews might be granted human rights up to a certain point, but not be granted political rights and not have the right to engage politically in the governance of that Islamic state?
First of all, brother, I think the conflict in Palestine is not ideological. It's national. Muslims have become a nation. They themselves don't practice Islam. And PLO was basically a secular organization. It had nothing to do with Islam. So this is absolutely a different question and a different background. We can say that they are fighting for their right, yes, and I said it's okay to get the rights. Now, secondly, if an Islamic state is established, supposedly, in Palestine, the whole of it, then the Jews will be a minority over there. They will have the right to live there, to earn there. They will have full religious freedom. Their synagogues will be protected more than the mosques. Because in one ayah of Surah Al-Hajj, Allah has mentioned synagogues and churches and masajid, but masajid came last. So, لَهُدِّمَتْ صَوَامِعُ وَبِيعٌ وَصَلَوَاتٌ وَمَسَاجِدُ يُذْكَرُ فِيهِ اسْمُ اللَّهِ كَثِيرًا. So all these, synagogues and churches, and then masajid also.
I wonder how you would feel about the following. From 1917 to 1989, the chief organization that struggled against oppression were the Marxists, mainly from Russia. And since that time, since 1989, the Islamic peoples, if I can call them that, have taken up the cudgels against Western capitalism. And the way you formulated your final 3 stages, I wasn't quite sure whether I was listening to somebody who was a Marxist or as an Islamicist. Because I have been listening to this discourse on struggle against oppression for many years. And to talk about objective conditions is exactly what the old Marxists used to talk about. If you read Mao's military writings, for instance, which is the final stage of your 3 stages, or you read Ho Chi Minh, you're talking the same language. And so it seems to me I would be very interested to know how you respond to this question.
If you can remember, I mentioned Marxism before Islam. That the example is Marxism and communism, an ideology and a system of life deen based on that ideology. So actually this revolutionary movement and the only example of ideological state was this communist state. It was not a nation state. Although in the later stages it became Russian nationalism as the Chinese, accused them. But in the beginning it was a revolution. And revolution is a revolution. The stages will be the same.
My question is along these lines, that in this very learned presentation, what I gather is this, that some kind of an approach which is for the majoritarian group. We are talking about an Islamic state, and within that, the example of Qadianis or things like that. What do you think would be the posture of Muslims for pursuit of justice in United States or in contemporary India? What kind of jihad kind of approach do we visualize? Because really speaking, I'm looking at it also from my own perspective.
Yes, brother. The second stage of jihad will be everywhere where there is even a single Muslim. Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam started his da'wah, his invitation towards the way of Allah, when he was all alone in the whole world. What to speak of the Arabian Peninsula? He started it. People started joining him, and in due course of time, he had the power, he had that much strength with him that he challenged the system. So we have to continue the da'wah, this calling, Udu ila sabili rabbika bil hikmati, da'wah towards Islam in America, in India, yes, everywhere. But in the Muslim countries, we think there is more chance that people can gather together and establish the Islamic State. Although this hope is now diminishing day by day, but still we are doing it here. But in America, in India, we have to be the propagators of Islam, especially the social justice that Islam provides.
So basically my purpose here is to look at the possibility of an emerging paradigm which can be more universal and which can be applicable to humanity at large, create some kind of a social model. That's where I'm
Not
trying
only
to go.
social, political also.
Yeah, socio-political, economic model,
Yes.
Socio-politico-economic spiritual model, spiritualistic model. Because I think individually each one possibly will be guided by their own sets of spiritual inclination and spiritual evolution. So therefore I think taking the totality of the human situation at an individual level and at the subsets of society, how do we bring it collectively together? I think that's where I'm trying to go with this. I'll keep on coming back to that maybe.
Brother, as I said, truth is one.
Yes, thank you.
Not everything is true. So we have to propagate the truth and call people to accept the truth.
I've got two questions as well. Lots of people are asking two questions this afternoon. Not three, just two. The first question is a theological one. Do you think a Muslim knows when they move to the second state, i.e. an iman, and not just
Islam, yes.
Islam? Do you think a Muslim can know that they're there and be confident that they have authentic faith, or is it something that you always trust you have and hope you have?
No. There are ahadith, tradition of the Prophet, we tell, when this happens, then you are a mu'min. When this thing happens, you are a mu'min. So there are signs of real iman.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
But anybody can say yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
This is a matter of self-assessment.
Self-assessment.
Self-explain.
Right.
You can't pronounce a judgment about others.
Thank you. My second question is to do with returning to the whole issue of the stages from passive resistance to active resistance and then to just aggression. You invoked Gandhi as an example of somebody who did stages 1 and 2. But of course the big difference is that Gandhi believed that 1 and 2 were all he was allowed to do because of his commitment to non-injury and to his commitment that taking of life, even in a just cause, is wrong. And of course there are many Christians, well not many, but there are some Christians, Jesus Christ almost certainly, much of the early church for the first 300 years, and continuing groups like the Mennonites and the Quakers and Martin Luther King Jr., who've also stressed that in the end, 1 and 2 is where you should stop, because life is sacred, the taking of life is sacred, and is therefore wrong. And once you start killing, it leads to revenge and counter-revenge and the cycle of violence. And you can never be sure that goodness comes out of it. And therefore, isn't there a big difference between what you're advocating and what people like Gandhi advocated? And that is, in the end...
Gandhi, you mean?
Gandhi, yeah.
Yes.
In the end, both Gandhi and Martin Luther King and certain strands of Christianity who are committed to pacifism stop at 1 and 2 and would think it all's wrong to go to number 3.
No, he would have gone to number 3 if there was need. These were the stages. Non-violent, non-cooperation. Not even disobedience. It was only non-cooperation. We are not going to wear your clothes. That's all. Then the non-violent disobedience, civil disobedience, breaking the law. If these were good days for the Britishers, they would never have left India. Neither they killed anybody who was striving for freedom, nor the people killed any Englishman. But they were going and they were in haste to go. They had planned in 1948 to free India. But then 1 year earlier they went. So had the third stage come, Gandhi would have gone challenging the system, and the system can never change without bloodshed. We have to be very simple. No system can be changed. Religion can be changed. The creed, the dogma, it can be changed. People can become Christians. People can become Buddhists. But to establish a politico-socio-economic order, well, that has to entail some bloodshed. That is why Muhammad, he took sword in his hand. Otherwise, it would have been a missionary type of work only. Deen would not have been established.
I would like to take the issue of the intelligentsia, the intellectual elite that you referred to in passing in your talk. And you made a distinction between the intellectual elite and the masses. I'm not concerned about this distinction at the moment, but what I'm concerned about is the intellectual elite in the Muslim world. Of course, the intelligentsia are not homogeneous. One can define them in so many different ways. But I think that in the Muslim world, one major composition of the intelligentsia is the religious intelligentsia. And in a country like Iran, we said that in a sociological sense, not in a normative sense, I think that Iran is the only example I can think of in the 21st century where religious intelligentsia are in charge. They have the power. Of course, there are major conflicts between certain forces within Iranian society. But here the ulama are in power. But that's the only example I can think of. I don't think this is the case in the Sudan or the case in Malaysia or Saudi Arabia or Pakistan, although some of these countries are referred to sometimes as Muslim countries. In other Muslim countries, take the example of Egypt. In Egypt, we have the major institution of Al-Azhar, which is a respected Islamic theological institution, especially in the Sunni world. And if you look at the Azhar ulama, by and large, nowadays, the majority do not oppose the status quo. On the contrary, they are the major supporters of the status quo. So in that sense, they are not absent from social political forces within society. They do support the status quo. And the ones who don't are the jihadis or the people who belong to the Jama'ah Islamiyah. When I was in Egypt 2 days ago, I came to realize for the first time that there are 15,000 members of Jama'at al-Islamiyah in prison in Egypt. 15,000, a large number. Most of them are young people, leaders, intellectuals in a religious sense. Whereas the high ulama of Egypt, at least most of them, are in support of the status quo, which is very oppressive extremely oppressive. And they justify the status quo in Islamic terms. And this is true to a large extent, also in Saudi Arabia with a great number of the ulama. I know that there's a split between the ulama in Saudi Arabia. Some of them oppose the status quo, but the majority, one would say, are for the status quo. Now, how would you characterize the situation here in Pakistan? Would you say that the majority of the ulama are for the status quo or against the status quo?
It's a difficult question, but in the first instance, I disagree with you. The ulama don't belong to the intelligentsia or the intellectual elite. They are learned people, learned in the religious sciences only.
Yeah, but that's a production of knowledge.
No,
but anyway.
But you know, it's restricted. Scope is restricted.
That's not restricted.
Yes.
The ulama are in touch with the masses, and that's not restricted at all.
No, the scope is restricted.
Yeah.
They are in touch with the masses because they are there in the mosques. And every seventh day there is a meeting, there is a public gathering, and they have the contact with them. But intellectuals means those people who obey their intellect first of all, philosophical bent, and you know they want to have this intellectual thirst satisfied. Those are the intellectuals. And in the Muslim world, it's very sad that the actual intellectual elite is secular. And to Islamize them is the biggest challenge for the Islamic movements.
Well, I disagree with this kind of character. I think that the religious elite are a major part of the intellectual elite. They are not the only part, but they are a major side, a major layer of the intellectual elite in contemporary.
We can agree to disagree.
Yes, that's true.
If I am mistaken, please forgive me. You said that Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was led an offensive jihad.
Yes.
Okay. Can you give examples?
Example
And
is that
with isolating from the conditions and of the time, because
you know, brother, after Hijrah,
yeah,
we can't prove there was any move from the Meccan side, from the Mushrikeen of Makkah.
all the wars were around Medina.
What? No.
That
What happened
this
is that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam took only 6 months to consolidate his position at Medina. He built the mosque, number one. Then mu'akhat, brotherhood between the immigrants or the muhajirs and the ansars. And thirdly, a joint pact of defense of Medina with the Jewish tribes, 3 tribes. He consolidated his position here, and from the 7th month, he started sending small groups, guerrilla groups, threatening the caravan route which was going from Mecca and passing near Medina from Badr and going to Syria, or the caravan route going to Yemen through Taif. There are 8 expeditions. In 4 of them, Muhammad himself took part. They are called Ghazawat. And the other 4 are Saraya.
Before their attack, before the attack of
Before Badr.
Medina people.
Yes. And there was no move whatsoever from the Makki side. Well, they wanted to go and attack Medina and finish this
because,
job.
I mean, what I said, isolating from the condition, because each time they used to receive information that they are going to attack Medina. That's why. Yeah, that's why he did. Yeah, that's why he did.
No, you
he
can't
did
prove.
peace treaty with Jewish and even with
8
Christians.
expeditions, you cannot prove any one of them was based upon any information coming from Makkah.
I think this point needs to be analyzed very deeply, because
Yes.
it is. I feel very much doubt that in Prophet's life there was offensive jihad to any any, I mean, if we study very deeply that
Yes.
he was all in defensive cases because this,
Well, the conquest of Mecca was a form of offensive jihad.
Are you,
oh no,
Sarsan, are you familiar with Fazl Rahman's argument that for each single battle, we do not need to establish a point of provocation from the Meccans. What we need to establish is the overall offensive context that the Quraysh of Makkah had established, to which Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam had to respond. And that's the argument which Fazl Rahman has built.
Actually, there is no proof that the Makki people were planning some attack of Medina. As I was saying, there were hawks and doves. The hawks, Abu Jahl, Uqba ibn Abi Mu'ayyad, they wanted to attack. But there were doves who wanted, though they have gone from here. And one person, Utbah ibn Rabi'a, he said that now leave Muhammad and the rest of the Arab world. Now, if Muhammad is eliminated by the rest of the Arab world, this thing will happen without yourself soiling your swords with the blood of your brothers. Who are they? They are from Quraysh. And if Muhammad can subdue the whole of Arabia, it will be to our gain. He is a Qarshi. So a Qarshi empire will be established. So this was the argument going on. But when that thing happened, when the caravan was going to Syria under the leadership of Abu Sufyan, Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, men chased it, but he escaped. When it was coming back, he sent an SOS message to Makkah. I fear that Muhammad and his people, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and Radiyallahu Ta'ala, they will attack us. So send some help. And from the other side, from Nakhla is a place between Makkah and Taif. There the Prophet had sent 11 people. And the command was, stay there and keep us informed of the movement of the Makki people. There happened a skirmish. One of the mushrikeen of Makkah was killed by Muslims. 2 were made prisoners, and they brought the booty also. The Prophet said, I had not commanded you to fight, but he didn't take any action also. Now this person who had escaped, he went to Makkah and he raised hue and cry. The people of Muhammad have killed our person. These 2 reasons, were there for the preparation of 1,000 strong army. The provocation was from Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. We have to be very clear regarding this. This is a very important issue of the Sirah.
I want you to consider the consequences of the position you are taking. And here is how I see it. If we articulate the jihadic ideology as an offensive ideology, and we say to the world that we have not yet reached the stage at which we can undertake violence, take up arms against the forces that are opposed to Islam. We are at stage 1 or stage 2, but definitely a time will come when we will engage in offensive jihad against the rest of the world. Then the rest of the world is perfectly legitimate, is justified in taking a preemptive strike against the Muslims so as not to entertain the future possibility of being attacked when the Muslims are in power or in a position. So here gives the perfect legitimacy to George W. Bush to attack the Muslims.
Well, he got the legitimacy by himself without any provocation from the Muslims.
No, I'm just
actually,
but asking you to consider the consequences.
Yes. A difference should be made between what happened during the life of Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and what can happen today. The spreading of the message of Islam in those days couldn't be by any other means except conquering. Today you have television, you have all communications, you can spread the message of Islam, and if you can show an example of political socio-economic system of Islam, that would be the best of propagation.
That's where I wanted you to come. And my question was, Is
But
it
regarding
possible?
the life of the Prophet,
Yeah.
we shouldn't distort
So,
it.
okay.
Yes.
Is it possible to establish the socio-economic and political justice without using violence? In other words, is it possible to establish an Islamic social order through democratic, peaceful means?
If by democratic peaceful means you mean elections, etc., my answer is no, not at all. These democratic peaceful means, they are held, elections are held to run a system, not to change the system. The power bases in this society, they will be reflected in the elections. The elections might be very transparent, but the power structure, the landlords, the moneyed people, they will come there and they will try to have a status quo. So actually this is not the way. But I told you that it is not necessary that you go to war. A peaceful agitation, a peaceful mass movement. But for that peaceful mass movement, you need a very strong, integrated, disciplined party, first of all, which can control the mass movement. The mass movement otherwise can be hijacked by any person who raises a louder slogan. Unless you have this backbone of that mass movement is a very strong, disciplined party. Hizbullah, as Quran says it. The party of Allah.
I would like to make one comment about Al-Arab urban dichotomy in early Islam, as well as the urban Bedouin dichotomy in the contemporary Muslim world, a comparative outlook in brief. As you correctly said, the Quran is severely critical of Al-Arab in many of the Quranic verses because originally they disobeyed, etc., etc. But one could say that, one could take that as a lack of harmony in early Arabia, early Islamic Arabia, between urban Islam and non-Islamic desert, so to speak. And that's why Al-Arab were, violence was used against them, in a sense, by the urban Muslims to integrate them. But if we look at what we call the Gulf states in the past 50 years, since the beginning of the Cold War at the end of the 1940s, we can see that the Gulf states, because of petroleum, have been integrated into the international capitalist market. And we can see the consequences, where now tribal leaders are in power, and they have been in power for centuries, in the case of Saudi Arabia, since the end of the 18th century. This is true in Jordan. It is the same family, the same tribe. It is true in Egypt, the same tribe or the president. It is true in Morocco. So here the tribes seem, after 14th century of Islamic progress, seem to have overcome their problem of urbanism by controlling the urban side of Islam, so to speak. Do you see what I mean? That initially, urban Muslims attacked the Arab, whereas nowadays the Arab are in power.
They attacked Arab. How?
That the Quran is critical of the Bedouins.
Critical, because you know there was lack of training for them.
Right.
The people at Medina, they had the companionship of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Right.
So that is why Quran says that it's not necessary that all the Bedouins should come to Medina to learn Deen. So that was the proposal given by Allah.
I don't disagree with that. But what I'm trying to say is that in the contemporary period, in the past 50 years or so, it is the Arab who have come from the desert, who have overcome urban Islam and who are in control.
It's not Arab, it's oil. It's only oil and nothing else. And then, education is widespread. Or living, in very far off corners, they are getting education.
It's propagating Bedouin philosophy.
Okay.
When you were talking about your second group of jihad, the struggle against the intellectual, where you use argument, the use of the sermon for those who are non-intellectual, so you can touch the heart.
Yes.
And then you talked about dialogue for those of other faith traditions in other religions. You talked there about the fact that the goal must be defeat. You use the word defeat, I think, of other religious traditions. And I assume what you mean by that is that because Islam's true, you've got to persuade the Jew, persuade the Christian, persuade the Hindu of the truth of Islam, and in that sense those religions should disappear. And that's fair enough. Is there anywhere in your theology the idea that perhaps God has given to the Christian, to the Hindu, to the Sikh, to the Baha'i, an insight that Muslims can learn from? Is there anything that perhaps Muslims should absorb in much the same way as, Aristotle was used by Al-Ghazali? Is there anything that can be used from other traditions to shape their current understanding of what the truth of the world is and God's relations with that world?
First of all, this debate, the third level, I said those people who are paid for this purpose. Who are what? Who they are paid. They are professionals. The missionaries and these, and the Baha'is and Qadianis. So we have to silence them by argument, by debate. They are not going to listen to any argument, etc., but debate, just as Ahmed Didas has done. But this is not da'wah. This is not the calling towards Islam. Calling towards Islam is two levels, at the intellectual level, at the common level. The common level, who don't have any false ideology in their minds, sermon will do. But these people who are there to lead people astray, they have to be met in their own elements, and that is debate, and proving them to be wrong.
Now, let's just clarify this. So they need to be silenced. People who are paid, like me, as a Christian theologian, should be silenced for leaving other people astray.
Are you a missionary?
Well,
you are like an imam.
No.
An imam can be paid.
Well, just like you.
Sometimes he's not paid.
No, that's right. I don't get paid very much. But just like you, I believe Christianity is true. And you believe Islam's true. And I believe at the end of the age, Muslims will learn that they were mistaken. And you believe at the end of the age, Jesus will tell me that I was mistaken. And at the end of the age, you and I will meet and talk and we'll find out who was right. But we both believe differently. And of course I believe in the truth as I understand it, and you believe in the truth as you understand it. Now, I don't think it's right as a Christian to want to silence people who are proselytizing for Islam. I wouldn't want to do that, because I think that it's very, very important we have a witness in this world to how complicated matters of faith are and the mystery of the divine. And I think God intended religious diversity for that reason. So therefore I would never talk about silencing people who are trying to convert people to Islam. In fact, I would welcome them, and I would encourage them to welcome me and others who want to, and as part of the excitement of God's world. But you don't see it like that at all, is that right?
Let me give you an example. Father Fender came to India just after the Britishers had conquered India. And he challenged all the ulama, Muslim ulama, and held debates in various cities, starting from Calcutta and all, this UP, if you know somewhat of India. And then he reached Delhi. That was the capital. And there, standing on the stairs of the great mosque, he challenged all the ulama of India, come and argue with me. I have defeated all the ulama, starting from Calcutta, coming to Delhi. If there was no one to challenge him, the majority of the Muslims of India would have converted to Christianity. They didn't know anything. But seeing that a Christian father, a learned person, has defeated our ulama. So to stop this thing, what happened? One person came up, Rahmatullah Kiranvi. He defeated him. And then he ran away from Indian subcontinent. He started his mission in Turkey. And there also the ulama were defeated. But it was the caliphate till that time. So there was a request to Rahmatullah, send Rahmatullah to Turkey so that he can silence this person here. And when he came to know that Rahmatullah Kiranvi is coming to Turkey, he ran from there also. So what are the influences of the people, of the general masses? They are not very knowledgeable. How many percent of people in India could read and understand Quran for themselves? They had faith in their Maulvis. And if the Maulvis stand defeated, what would be the psychological effect? But thank Allah that there was a person.
May
He
I
believed
in-
in Makkah.
See, again, when you are talking of these things, you still, as Nirmal Saab said, within the context where Muslims are in majority, and you are creating some problems for a person, Muslim like me, who is living in the United States. You want complete freedom to silence the Christian missionaries or other non-Muslim missionaries here in Pakistan, but you want complete freedom for me to propagate Islam in the United States and not to be silenced by them. So that creates a contradiction.
No, they tried to silence Ahmed Deedat, but were defeated.
Who decides who has been defeated?
When there's an argument and there's a meeting, things is decided. They were silenced. What was the name of that person, who was later on?
Jimmy Swaggart?
Yes. Jimmy Swaggart was defeated.
My question is about Muslim and Mu'min. And what I'm trying to sort of comprehend here is that Mu'min is a person who, I suppose, who is developed or evolved in Iman and whose kirdar is such that it justifies that way. Now, in this whole process of jihad or struggle of various kinds, struggle for living, struggle for rights, and struggle for spreading ideology, various levels of struggle which are there. Eventually, all struggles are triggered, inspired, supported, and led by some people. And I want to try and understand this, that how do I recognize a Mu'min?
How do you recognize
A Mu'min?
Mu'min.
How do I recognize that somebody who is leading is a Mu'min and not self-professed Mu'min, but the real one? Because really speaking, a Mu'min is the real Musliman. He's a godly person. He is honest, he is compassionate, he has got the goodness of humanity and God's creation in heart, and he's in love with he's in adoration
These
and
are
love
the
with
attributes
God.
of a Mu'min, not
Haji?
a Muslim.
Mu'min.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
talking Muslim. And therefore, he is, I would say in common parlance, he is really the true Muslim. The definition of Muslim is, hey, be a Mu'min, then only you can be called a Musliman. Now, how do I recognize that person? How do I find him? Because he's the one who can possibly help me, who can guide
His
me.
character, his behavior.
But I'm telling you,
here,
because
for the purpose of this world, we don't need to decide. Only thing is Muslim. The membership of the society is on Islam, I told you, from the very beginning, not Iman. Because we cannot pass any judgment about Iman of anybody, whether he has it or not. So that the whole socio-political structure is based on Islam. Or you may call it legal Islam. This is legal Iman. Because we have an ayah in Quran in Surah An-Nisa, Ya ayyuhallazina amanu aminu billahi wa rasul. O you who profess to be Mu'mins, have real Iman in Allah and His messengers and His books. So a legal Iman is Islam, verbal attestation. He might not be practicing. He might not be saying 5 prayers, not even 1 prayer. But if he believes that prayer is a part of Islamic Sharia, he is accepted as a Muslim.
Last question from Dr. Faris.
Yeah, I just
Very
want
brief.
to be enlightened myself about statement وَمَا عَلَى الرَّسُولِ إِلَّا الْبَلَاغِ. So how we can now tie with this statement and that we are going to establish.
هو الذي أرسل رسوله
is-
بالهدى ودين الحق ليظهره على الدين كله.
Yeah, but
Thrice for Prophet Muhammad. It is he, that is Allah, who has sent his messenger, that is Muhammad, with 2 things. The full guidance, the total guidance, al-huda, and the Deen al-Haq, the true system, political, socio-economic system, Deen al-Haq.
but it's not mentioned political, socio-political, economic.
Deen al-Haq, Deen is Nizam. The
But-
difference between Mazhab and Deen.
But that is interpretation to me. Yeah?
No. For example, we have in Surah Yusuf, Deen al-Malik. What does it mean? Ma kana liyakhudha akhahu fi Deen al-Malik. What does it mean?
Because to convey the message is something else.
No.
To establish it is something else.
Joseph wanted to retain his brother Binyamin with him in Egypt.
Yeah.
He couldn't do it according to the law of the king. He was not the king. The king was the person who had seen the dream. So either it is the deen of king, Deen al-Malik, or it is deen of Allah. يَدْخُلُونَ فِي دِينِ اللَّهِ أَفْوَاجًا. And Islam is deen, not mazhab only. So actually to make that deen supreme over the whole of this system was the basic purpose of the advent of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So
We must conclude now.
Thank you so much.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the sixth and the last session of our roundtable with Dr. Israr Ahmed. As you remember, he has been talking about the Islamic revolution. This evening, he will explain it fully. Therefore, the topic of today's session is prophetic model of establishing Islam and the total politico-socio-economic system. I request Dr. Israr Ahmed to please make his discourse.
أحمده وأصلي على رسوله الكريم أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم هو الذي أرسل رسوله بالهدى ودين الحق ليظهره على الدين كله صدق الله العظيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Dear brothers and sisters from Adam and Eve, may Allah bless us all and guide us to the right path. Before I begin my presentation for this session, I have to make 3 explanations first. In my morning presentation, when I said that the Indian subcontinent in the 20th century produced 4 great personalities, at that time, in my mind, those 4 personalities were Allama Iqbal, Abul Kalam Azad, Maulana Maududi, and Maulana Ilyas, who was the founder of Tablighi Jama'ah. But when I came to explaining, then this idea came to my mind that he is out of that line, the line, this movement which is going and progressing step by step, by generation to generation. Theoretically, it owes its existence to Allama Iqbal. Practically, first attempt was made by Abul Kalam Azad, second by Maulana Maududi, and fourth by myself. But I am a humble person. I don't regard myself to be a great person, but I am a humble student of Quran, and I only have been sharing whatever I could learn from Quran. And yes, I want to be engaged in the struggle of establishing Islam as a politico-socio-economic system. Number 2, Brother Mumtaz Ahmed asked me about my meetings with Maulana Maududi. One thing remained, and that was when I was going to America for the first time in 1979. Maulana Maududi was also there, but he was sick, ill, under treatment. I very much wished to meet him there because my main program was in Toronto, Canada, and he was in Buffalo with his son, Dr. Ahmed Farooq, and they are very close. But he was so sick that all visits were banned by the doctors. So I couldn't meet him. But then Maulana died there during my visit, and I could meet his dead body. I went all the way from Chicago to Buffalo, and I had the honor of leading the funeral prayer for him. Now the third is the title of today's talk, Islamic Revolution and Contemporary Pakistan versus the prophetic model of establishing Islam as total politico-socio-economic system. Now with this, I proceed. First of all, I want to give you my definition of revolution. What I mean by revolution. By revolution, I mean a change, fundamental change in at least one of the three aspects of the politico-socio-economic system of the society. By French Revolution, only a political system changed. By Bolshevik Revolution, economic system changed. But these are real revolutions. In Iranian Revolution also, political change came from monarchy to, we may say, theocracy. On the other hand, any change in religion is not a revolution. The biggest change in the history of religions was in the year round about 300 CE, when Constantine, the emperor, Roman emperor, embraced Christianity. And the whole Roman Empire embraced Christianity. There can be no example of such a conversion, mass conversion. But nobody has called it a revolution, because the politico-socio-economic system remained the same monarchy, the same emperorship, and the same everything, lords and barons and so on and so forth, whatsoever they were. So revolution is a fundamental change in at least one aspect of the politico-socio-economic system. Keeping this definition in view, I claim that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam brought the most profound, all-embracing revolution of human history. There was change in beliefs, in personal behaviors, in value structure, in the social system, political system, economic system. Everything was changed. You will have to make a research to find something that remained as it was. People who were illiterate, nobody, very few people could read and write. And that was converted to a nation who became, in the field of knowledge, pioneers and inventors of new disciplines. People who used to keep fighting, and they become so peaceful, so disciplined, obeying a leader. So it was the most profound revolution of human history. And here I want to give you some witnesses to that. Number one, Brother Rogers might appreciate it. M.N. Roy, a Bengali Hindu, a communist, and he was the member of the Communist International, holding a high position. He delivered a lecture here in Lahore in 1920 in Bradlaugh Hall, in which he said that the greatest revolution of human history was brought about by Muhammad. This lecture of his is still published in India, Mumbai, under the title Historical Role of Islam, M.N. Roy. I gave the testimony of H.G. Wells that it was Muhammad who for the first time in history established a society based on the principles of human equality, fraternity, and freedom. And lastly, I gave you another testimony from Dr. Michael Hart, the author of The 100. It was published, I think, in 1978 from Manhattan. And he gives the subtitle of his book, A Selection and Gradation of the 100 Most Influential Personalities of Human History. First he selected 100 names who had changed the course of history. And then he gave a gradation who was the maximum one who changed brought about the maximum change. And then number 2 and number 3 and number 4. And he puts Muhammad on top. And he says, I'm a Christian and I have put Muhammad on top. So naturally I owe an explanation. I've done this because he is the only person, please note, the only person, supremely successful in both the religious and secular fields. I told you 3 things go to make religion. Some beliefs, some modes of worship, some social customs. Here also he was extremely successful. And with political, socio-economic order changing the direction, he was extremely successful. And he is the only person. All the others are, if they have greatness on this side, they might be 0 on the other. And if they have some greatness on the other side, they are 0 here. Gautam Buddha and Jesus Christ himself occupy very high position in religion. But what about politics? What about the social system? It remained as it was. Same is true of Buddha. But Muhammad brought about the most profound revolution. My third point is, I have derived the process of a true revolution from the biography or life of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And I think I have the right to do it because he brought about the biggest revolution. To compare with other revolutions, French Revolution was limited to political change. Bolshevik Revolution limited to economic change. And here, it was all embracing. Number 2, in the French Revolution, the ideology was given by Rousseau and so on, the writers, the intellectuals. But they couldn't bring about a revolution even in a village. They were not leaders of the revolution. Revolution was brought about by some other people. Rowdy and maximum bloodshed, bloody revolution. In the same case, the communist ideology was given by Marx and Engels. They lived in Germany, they lived in England, but both the countries had never had any communist revolution. The revolution was brought about by the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks as far away in Russia. While Muhammad started the movement, the Dawah presented the ideology, propagated it, organized the people who accepted it, and then passing through all stages of revolution, even armed conflict, he completed the revolution himself, and at every step he was the leader. He was a street preacher like Jesus in Makkah, but he was leading the armies when he was at Medina. The same person, having both these things in his life. Now I want to explain those 6 steps that I have derived from the life of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But I want to describe them in the beginning in secular terminology, extracted from the life of Muhammad, but I will not use the religious terminology, but the secular one. Number 1, the first prerequisite of a revolution is that there should be some revolutionary ideology. First prerequisite. This ideology should be such that it cuts at the roots of the political economic system if it doesn't cut at the roots of the social order, of the politico-socio-economic system, then it's a sermon. It's something religious, moral, nothing else. The revolutionary ideology is the one which cuts at the roots of the existing politico-socio-economic system. Now, this ideology either and better should be new, so that people can take it at the face value. But if it is an old ideology, then it has to be reinterpreted in the idiom of the time, so that the people, intelligentsia of that time can understand. Now, the first step is to propagate this ideology by all the means available. Now, coming to the second step. The second step would be, and essentially is, to organize the people who have accepted this revolutionary ideology into a disciplined party. This party also should fulfill two prerequisites. Number one, it should be fully disciplined. Listen and obey, the discipline of army. The proverbial discipline of army. There's not to reason why, there's but to do and die. In Islamic terminology, it is sama, ta'a, listen and obey, that's all. No questioning. And number two, in that party, if there are in the society some cadres, this is high, this is low, this is high, these cadres should not be represented in this party. The position of the people should be determined by the depth of their devotion, the amount of sacrifice they make. For example, in Indian society, Brahman is higher up, Shudra is very low. If this is the condition in Communist Party, then it is not a revolutionary party at all. Here the position of a person would be determined by his depth of commitment and the amount of sacrifice that he puts in. Number three is the training of the cadres. In this training, first objective is to hammer down the revolutionary ideology in their minds. Hammer it down, repeat and repeat and repeat, so that it remains before them, because all their strength and all their intentions to work, they actually emerge from that ideology. So you can have meetings, study circles, studying that ideology, exchanging views, that should be kept continuous. Number two, they should be accustomed to obeying this discipline. It's not an easy job. I am also a human being, he is also a human being. Why should I obey him? But party discipline means you have to obey your superiors. And you have to be accustomed to it, listening and obeying. Number three, if the social order that you want to establish has some spiritual dimension also, then the purification of the selves is the third prerequisite of this training. And here it will mean the purification of the niyyah, the intention. For Islamic revolution, the intention has to be only one: pleasing their Lord and having salvation in the hereafter. Not for establishing your own hegemony or for worldly gains, to establish imperialism. No. To be famous, to have a position of commanding something, some force. No, no. Only whatever they work, for the pleasure of Allah, God, and seeking salvation in the hereafter. Now these three steps, we can say they are one actually. 1 in 3, 3 in 1. Brother Mumtaz Ahmed is not here. He would have been happy. So, in Islamic terminology now, what is the revolutionary ideology? We call it Tawheed. But what are the revolutionary implications of Tawheed? Is it only an Aqidah? No. First of all, it means sovereignty belongs to Him. Anyone claiming sovereignty is in rebellion against Him. This is the biggest challenge to the status quo. Number 2, everything belongs to Him. You are not owners. You are custodians only. You are trustees only. Whatever you own, so to say, you can use it only according to the law of the giver of all these things to you. He is the owner, not you. You can't use your tongue as you like. You have to use it, even your own body. They are also trust with you. Allah has given it to you. You can't use your hand. But in the right path, decreed by Him to be right and straight. And whatever belongs to you is also owned by Allah. You are trustees. Number 3, at the social level. I'm counting political level, sovereignty for God. Economic level. No human being, either individually or collectively, owns anything here. Number 3, all human beings by birth are equal. No high, no low. No superior, no inferior. So actually Tawheed, which has now become only a creed, a belief. Allama Iqbal said, Zinda quwwat thi zamane mein ye Tawheed kabhi. This Tawheed was a living force, a revolutionary ideology. And now it has become a subject of scholastic discourse. Theology. This was the ideology. Now he propagated, street preaching, addressing congregations, going to markets, calling at the doors of individuals. Whatever was available, there were no other means of communication. In this way, Toynbee said, Muhammad failed at Makkah, but succeeded. No, Muhammad failed as a prophet, succeeded as a statesman. Because at Makkah he appears to be like Jesus, propagating, going here, going there, saying sermons. So this was what Muhammad was doing was also the same. So he was whether he was prophet or not, whether you believe in him or not, but he was like Jesus, like the prophets. He was working like them. Now then he organized whosoever adopted and accepted his revolutionary ideology. And this had two stages, organization. To start with, this relationship, if I have accepted you are the messenger of Allah, I have to obey you. No escape from it. What you are saying is not your own. It's coming from God. I believe in God. I have to obey. That was the fundamental basis of that organization. Listen and obey. But later on, when the active resistance and armed conflict was near at hand, he took BPAAE from his companions. I had explained BPAAE this morning. Come, place your hand here over my hand and pledge that you will listen me and obey me, whatever I say. This was such a comprehensive pledge. One of the companions has reported the text of that pledge. Bayana Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam. We pledged ourselves to the Messenger of Allah. Ala sam'i wa ta'a. First of all, we shall listen to whatever you say and obey whatever you say. Fil usri wal yusr. Whether the conditions are easy or bad and difficult, in every case we shall obey. Wal mansate wal makrahe. Whether we feel inclined to do that or we have to force ourselves to do that. Wa'ala asaratin alayna. Even if you prefer somebody else to us, we shall not say that we were your old companions. How come you have appointed this newcomer young man as our Amir? No, this is your prerogative. You will do, and we shall obey. Whomsoever you put at the helm of affairs, we shall obey him also. And we should not quarrel with them. وَعَلَىٰ أَن نَقُولَ بِالْحَقِّ أَيْنَمَا كُنَّا. But we shall say and present our opinions wherever we would be. We won't be dumb and deaf. We will place our opinion. But it is up to you to decide. Now, I come to the second set of 3 steps. First, I call passive resistance. As I said in my submission in some earlier discourse, that actually the revolutionaries start an offense. The society is there, people are peaceful, all have accepted it as their destiny. Okay, the rich are rich and we poor are poor. We have to live that way. But someone stands there, it's wrong, it's cruel, it's discriminative, it's oppressive, it's exploitative. So he had started the conflict. The natural reaction, logical reaction from the society and that social order would be to resist it. Try to stop it. Try to nip the evil, according to them, evil in the bud. The first phase of this was for the first 3 years of his mission. All persecution was focused on the person of Muhammad. Nobody else was persecuted. Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And it was verbal persecution. You have gone bad. You are Majnoon. some evil spirit has overtaken you, possessed you. They wanted to kill his willpower. But when they saw that this is not successful, people are getting down him. Especially our youth. They have been attracted towards him. And more dangerously, our slaves, they are gathering round him. So now there was the call, gird up your loins and defend your interests. And then started in the 4th year, after the beginning of his dawah, the physical persecution of torturing, keeping the youth bound by chains, keeping them hungry, turning them out from the houses. Go! And especially for the slaves, beat them, even kill them. One couple was killed after worst persecution and torture. Sumayya and her husband, Yasir. What was done to Bilal? A rope was fastened to his neck and it was given to the street urchins. Drag him on the streets of Makkah. And remember the stony streets. And then in the open sun, the sun was sending down fire and he was laid facing sky, the burning ground. And then a rock put on his chest so that he could even not talk. But still he was saying, Ahadun, Ahad, Ahadun, Ahad, Ahadun. I believe in only one God. What happened, for instance, to another companion, Khabab bin al-Arth, radiyallahu anhu. He was called, and live cinders, burning coal, they were spread on the ground. And then he was asked to take off your cloth, your shirt, lie down on it. And he lay there. The skin was burnt. Then the fat of the back, that melted. And in this way, the cinders were cooled down. Now the point was, for 8 long years after the beginning of this persecution, physical persecution and torture, the command of the day, order of the day was, take all persecution without any retaliation. You are not allowed to raise your hands, even in self-defense. To this I had given the title, passive resistance. Resistance is here. You have to keep standing on that position, not going back. Stick to Tawheed. Say that I believe and I will follow Muhammad. You do whatever you like. You want to kill me? Okay, kill me. But no retaliation. This was, I think, the master stroke of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. What was the result of this passive resistance? Number one, the revolutionaries have to buy time to be able to reach more and more and more people. In the beginning, they are a few, in very small numbers. If they also reply violence with violence, if they become violent, they will be crushed in no time. So you have to buy time. Taking all persecution, physical and verbal, but not retaliating. Isbiru, isbiru, isbiru. Have patience, have patience, have patience. Be steadfast. Bear it, bear it, bear it. For 8 years, 8 long years, this was the order of the day of Muhammad. The second result was that the silent majority in that city, in that society, its sympathies turned towards these revolutionaries. What are they doing? What have they done to Bilal? What was his crime? Did he steal something? Or did he attack someone? No, nothing. He is being persecuted only because he believes in one God and believes in Muhammad that he is the messenger of God. Now you can imagine what would be the reaction. Silent majority is silent, but not deaf. It is dumb, can't speak. They don't have the courage to stand up and say, this is right, this is wrong. No, they don't have it. They are accustomed to obeying their masters and their leaders. But within their hearts, they have the sympathy for those who are facing this, bearing this. And this was actually, in the later stages, this was the deciding factor to people who went to fight against these Muslims when the armed conflict started. From within, they believed that Muhammad and his companions are the cream of our society. With whom are we fighting? With Muhammad, his character. With Abu Bakr, his character. They are the cream of our society. So that was one of the factors of the success during the last stage of armed conflict. Now there was an incident which happened through divine intervention. In the 10th year after the beginning of this mission, number one, Khadija, the wife, the only wife, 15 years older, she died. She was a rich woman. And she had supported Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So there was a consoling wife at home and she has gone. Number two, his uncle, Abu Talib, he had not come to believe and embrace Islam. But because it was a tribal society, he was supporting his nephew because he was the chief of the clan of Banu Hashim. So the whole tribe of Banu Hashim was supporting him and protecting him. He also died in the year 10th after the beginning of the mission. And Muhammad said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, this is for us the year of grief, Amul Huzn. And now the chief of Banu Hashim was Abu Lahab, who was the bitterest enemy. So now the decision was taken to eliminate Muhammad, kill him. Now there was no danger that the infighting would start among the Quraysh and that Banu Hashim will stand in revolt. No. He went to Taif in search of an alternate base. He met the 3 chieftains of Taif, presented before them the dawah, and asked them, if you believe in me, and if you promise to support me, I can shift to Taif. Living at Makkah is no more possible for me. All the 3 rejected, humiliated him, used abusive language. And when he wanted to return, the street urchins, they were given the green signal. teach him a lesson. Now they were pelting stones on him, and his body was bleeding. He had with him only one of his companions. He was his slave, but then he had freed him and he had adopted him as a son. Anyhow, this was the saddest day in the life of Muhammad. And when he came back empty-handed from Taif, he couldn't enter Mecca. He sought the protection of some chieftain, other clans. One by one, two refused, the third accepted. And under his protection, he entered Mecca. This was the condition, Brother Faris, this was the condition. After 10 years, longest and hardest work of dawah, of tabligh, of no less a person than Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But then the divine intervention came. During the Hajj season, the same year, some people from the Khazraj tribe of Medina, they accepted Islam. When they went back to Medina, they propagated. Next year, they were 15. And they said, send with us some of your disciples who can teach us Quran, the basis of the ideology. Then Mus'ab bin Umair, a young man, he was sent with them. And sometimes after, another blind companion, he was sent, Abdullah ibn Maktoum. And in 1 year, most of the chieftains of both the main tribe of Medina, the Khazraj and the Aus, they embraced Islam. Muhammad has not stepped there even now. All the work was being done by his two companions. There were 3 Jewish tribes over there, and 2 were the real Arab, original Arab tribes, Aus and Khazraj. But majority of the people, because the leaders of the clans, they accepted. So in a way, these both tribes accepted Islam. And then they said, "Oh Muhammad, come to us." So the alternate base was provided by Allah. Muhammad had not thought of Medina or Yasrib. It was called Yasrib. Later on, it was Medina to Nabi, city of the Prophet. And briefly, we call it only Medina. Now he had a base. All the people who had embraced Islam at Mecca, it was declared imperative on them that they have to make hijrah. Come here, leave your homes and hearts, even if you have to leave your families back. This hijrah. So that all the force is gathered at one place, so that it can become a base for a launching and assault on Mecca. Now here, but Brother Kaya didn't agree with me. I brought, the list of the 8 expeditions. Muhammad took only 6 months to consolidate his position at Medina. Building of the mosque, it was the government house, it was the parliament, it was the school for teaching, it was a monastery for the purification of souls, it was the center of that all activity. Number 2, the brotherhood between people who were coming from Mecca. They were Quraysh, the tribe was different, it was a tribal society. And here who have embraced Islam, they are Aus and Khazraj. And there had been enmity between these tribes before. So now he integrated that party. One from the immigrants from Mecca, one from the helpers, we call them Ansar. They helped the Prophet. And they were declared to be brothers. And the Madani brothers, there are examples. He took his Makki brother and said, "This is my shop. I will raise a wall in between. Half is yours, half is mine. Go ahead. This is my house. I raise a wall, divide in two. One is yours, one is mine." Even to the extent that one of them took his Muhajir brother, immigrant brother, to his home and said, "I have two wives." Till that, this segregation and which I talked about and the wheel of the fist, these commandments had not come. They were revealed later on in Surah Al-Nur and Surah Al-Ahzab. He said, "You choose one. I can't bear it that I have two wives and you have no family. Choose one. Your choice is first. I will divorce her and then you marry her." This was the integration of that society into one. Third work he did. He concluded Misaq-e Medina, the Treaty of Medina. It was a treaty for the common defense of Medina with the three tribes of the Jews, so that if people from Mecca attack, we shall defend Medina as one organization. So this 3 steps. And then he started his active resistance. I told you, what is active resistance? Now you challenge the system somehow or the other. Passive resistance now gone. It was before Hijrah. 6 months, pause. And from the very 7th month, the Prophet started sending groups, guerrillas, challenging the caravans, the lifeline of Quraysh. The caravans going from Mecca to Syria, passing very close from Medina. They threatened it. And so to say, threatened the lifeline of Quraysh of Mecca. These expeditions, in 4 of them, Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam also participated. And wherever he went, he concluded treaties with the tribes of that area. All these tribes were under the influence of Quraysh. They were accepted as, although there was no formal government in Arabian Peninsula, no state, but Quraysh were the kings of Arabia without any crown. They were the custodians of Kaaba. And in Kaaba were placed all the idols of all the tribes. So all the idols of all the tribes were hostages with Quraysh. If you harm Quraysh, they will throw out your god, your idol from Kaaba. So they enjoyed in Arab Peninsula this hegemony. But now wherever Muhammad went, he concluded a treaty. Whether they become now allies of Muhammad or they said, "We will remain neutral, Muhammad. Neither we shall help you against Quraysh, nor help Quraysh against you." In both cases, the zone of the political influence of Quraysh was diminishing. These 2 were the steps taken by him to challenge Quraysh. As a result, 1,000 soldiers strong army came out from Mecca. And then the first battle took place at Badr. I have discussed these things in very lengthy details. But I apologize, that book is only in Urdu, not in English. These things I have discussed. Maybe after this round table, Brother Absar feels that he should translate this book. It's quite a big book, 400 pages, not easy to translate. But maybe, if Allah wills, it will happen. So now the sixth and the final phase of the revolutionary process of Muhammad started. And that was the armed conflict. It resulted in a 6 years long war. And there were battles. Battle of Badr, Battle of Uhud, Battle of the armies. These were the battles. War was continuous. There were ups and downs also. Due to the mistakes of the Muslims, there were some setbacks also. But finally, Quraysh came to a conclusion that we have to have some treaty with Muhammad. 6th year after Hijrah. Treaty of Hudaybiyah. What it meant? Between Quraysh and Muhammad. Quraysh recognized Muhammad, that he is a power to reckon with. The chief tribe of Arabian Peninsula has accepted and recognized him. Allah called it in Quran when the revelation came, Inna fatahna laka fathan mubina. O Muhammad, we have given you a very clear victory. And please note, it was from this event, after this event, that the Prophet sent letters of invitation to the kings all around Arabian Peninsula. The Emperor of Iran, the Emperor of Rome, Heraclius, of Iran, Khusro Parvez, Makokos, the Patriarch of Alexandria, Nagus, the Emperor of Ethiopia, etc., etc., etc. Before this, he never sent any letter, never sent any muballigh anywhere. This is the revolutionary struggle. A missionary struggle spreads and spreads and spreads on ground. It doesn't establish any social order, political, socio-economic order. Doesn't establish any state. The missionaries, working for centuries and centuries and centuries, they never established a state. And our Tablighi are now working, going to America, going to Europe, going even to Israel, going to Russia, going to China, South America, going. But not to establish the deen of Allah. Only preaching and preaching and preaching. So I used to say, one is the missionary struggle. That is also a struggle. You have to spend your time and money and everything. And the other is revolutionary. Marxism, accept it. Now be ready to sacrifice your lives and topple over this government or rule of Tsar and establish the system. This was the first example in the human history that Muhammad produced. After he had that victory inside the Arabian Peninsula, then he extended his sphere of dawah to outside of Arabian Peninsula. But then, now I want to be very brief. In the 8th year after Hijrah, because when there was treaty for 2 years with the Quraysh, now there was time for preaching. So in these 2 years, lot of people had accepted Islam. And when in the 8th year after Hijrah, Muhammad proceeded to Mecca, he had 10,000 people with him. And the Mecca had to surrender without any resistance. A very few people died who couldn't bear it from among the infidels and mushriks of Mecca. And then had to accept. Whatever has happened, we have to accept. And after that, that position came, which I discussed in my earlier lecture. قالت الأعراب آمنا قل لم تؤمنوا إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا. When help of Allah came and you got the victory, you were triumphant, O Muhammad, and you saw now armies of people are entering the deen of Allah. They are coming. Deputations from that tribe, we accept Islam, we enter the deen of Allah. Another deputation coming from another tribe, from another corner of Arabian Peninsula, we accept. We pledge ourselves to you, O Muhammad. So the whole of Arabia, here the deen of Allah became supreme. Now regarding revolution, my stand is that no true revolution can be contained in any geographical or national boundaries. It is the litmus test of a revolution that it will go beyond. If the ideology is forceful, it will be accepted. So now the internationalization of the revolution of Muhammad started through those letters. A conflict started with the Romans. There were 2 fights, 2 battles. But I don't want to go into detail. Only I want to mention that now, when Arabian Peninsula had been secured, cleared of kufr, all Islam, now he proceeded to internationalize his mission. Now, because the title was Contemporary Pakistan, vis-a-vis this possibility of Islamic revolution. But let me make one point. I accept this total methodology of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, except I have made an ijtihad in the last step. I told you now, these days, it's not easy to take arms against the governments. Governments are very powerful. They have standing armies, they have police, they have air force. So it is not feasible. Although it is not forbidden. In a country, if it is practicable and feasible, this movement of Islamic revolution can take arms. It is halal, it is permissible, but not feasible. Instead, in that book of mine, I have suggested what I told to you about Gandhi and Khomeini. A peaceful agitation. Demands from government, do this. This is haram, eliminate it. This is imperative according to the Sharia, do it, enforce it. A mass movement. Peaceful, not harming anybody, nor destroying any property. Then peaceful civil disobedience, on which there must be retaliation from the government. They will be baton charged. Maybe they are fired upon, they are killed. So we have to be prepared to lay down our lives. No revolution can take place without giving blood and without giving lives. None. Had there been possibility of any revolution without bloodshed, it would have been the revolution of Muhammad. But even there, blood had to be shed. Although it was very little. Less than 1,000 kuffar, infidels were killed. And about 260 Muslims were martyred in this 6 years long war. But there was bloodshed. But now, because it is not feasible, we have to resort to this method. And then an unarmed revolt like the one in Iran. Don't use arms, but be ready to lay down your lives. The army shot them. They were shot from the helicopters. They came on the roads, blocked the system. They laid down their lives in thousands. But then the Shah had to run away for his life. The same case happened here. These two movements were contemporary and parallel and similar. The anti-Bhutto movement in Pakistan in 1977 and the anti-Shah movement in Iran. All shades of opinion had joined hands, leftists, rightists, liberals, orthodox, religious, secular, against Bhutto here and against Shah in Iran. And the military fired here also. But then the military told Mr. Bhutto, we are not going to shoot anymore. Who are they? They are not enemies. They are our kith and kin. They are our youth. Maybe our sons are there. Maybe our nephews are there. Our brothers are there. And then the message reached him. Although a few days before he said, my chair is very strong. But then the message reached him that army won't support me anymore. He had to invite that conglomeration of parties to have discussion. The same thing was happening there. Now Shah was fearing that my army might now shoot me. Why go on shooting these people? They are our brothers from the same nation. We are not an occupation army that we go on killing people. We are of the same nation, national army. It can't go on killing. So they have to give up the support of that system, and that would be the triumph. Now, this detail of what I have given you, a very, very, very brief bird's eye view of the revolutionary struggle of Muhammad. When a revolutionary group shifts from passive resistance to active resistance, now one of the two results are inevitable. We call it in Urdu, takht ya takhta. Either you triumph and you establish your politico-socio-economic order, or you are eliminated, crushed, finished. There is no third way, no middle way. Muhammad succeeded. Now coming to Pakistan. What I see of Pakistan, what is my view of Pakistan, I have 5 points to make. We are a Muslim country, but till this date we are secular state. Only we have in Constitution 2 articles. One declaring sovereignty for Allah, and the other pronouncing that no legislation can be made here repugnant to the book of Allah and the tradition of His Messenger. But there are loopholes in the Constitution who have made these 2 provisions ineffective, and that secularism is going on. Number 2, the governing elite, whether they are from the big landlords, the moneyed minority, or bureaucracy, civil and military. These are the 4 circles who have been governing Pakistan alternately. Martial law, then martial law goes, then there is a combination of landlords and the capitalists and the bureaucracy. They are ruling now. These people are absolutely secular-minded. All these groups, by and large. There are exceptions, but they are exceptions only. The exceptions prove the rule. Their value structure is absolutely materialistic. And they have adopted Western civilization to its core. This is governing or ruling elite of Pakistan. And now they are spreading their ideas, their values of civilization through TV, through all electronic media. And super added is the disc and the whole international media. Now coming to the general masses. They have a deep emotional attachment with Islam. But it is emotional. Neither they have real Iman. It's a racial creed with them, not a personal conviction. And their value structure is also absolutely materialistic. On one side is some money, on the other side is some commandment of God. Well, this can take care of itself. I accept money. This is the general value structure of our people. This is the condition of the majority. But emotionally, they can be excited. They can come, agitate in the streets, etc., etc. And they are by and large under the influence of the Maulvis, who have their concept of mazhab, not of political, socio-economic justice or social order. Then now I come fourthly to religious groups and organizations. Most of them are sectarian. They have their own madrasas. They teach people their own sectarian ideas and the fiqh that they follow, the system of jurisprudence, Along with these, there are two movements. As I told you, Tablighi, it has the mazhab concept. No concept of political Islam or a revolutionary Islam, no. The only revolution-oriented party was Jamaat Islami. And I have discussed this in the morning. It has gone astray. It has become a political party. It's stuck up. And now is a very small group of ours. We are the custodians of that revolutionary message. We started with Iqbal, about which the first attempt practical was Abul Kalam's, the second was of Maulana Maududi. Although the Jamaat is continuing, but it's not the same revolutionary party. It has been bogged down. Now the last point. Still I have hope that Islamic revolution will be accomplished in Pakistan and the adjoining country of Afghanistan. What I visualize is that these two countries will merge into one. Although the facts on the grounds, there's no encouragement from any side. Total despair. But because of the past history of 400 years, this chain of Mujaddideen shifted from the Arabian world to the Indian subcontinent. Something is there in divine plan. Then, in the last century, when there were intrigues and conspiracies against the Khilafah, Ottoman Khilafah, Caliphate, the protest movement was only and only and only in India, nowhere else. Although if Khilafah was an Islamic issue, it was the issue of the whole of the Muslim world. But a very strong movement in which even Gandhi participated, Hindu. What he had to do with Khilafah? But he knew that if I don't support this movement at this time, Muslims will never support us in the freedom struggle. Number 3, genesis of Pakistan was in the name of Islam. Other Muslim countries, they got freedom from the colonial rule on the basis of somewhere racial, somewhere linguistic nationalisms. Malay nationalism there in Malaysia and Indonesia. Arab nationalism of Nasser and so on and so forth. He threw the Britishers into Mediterranean Ocean, but it was on the basis not of Islam, but Arab nationalism. Mustafa Kemal Pasha saved Turkey on the basis of Turk nationalism. He dug the roots of Islam from the society as far as he could do from Turkey. But Turkish nationalism saved Turkey at least. The whole Ottoman Empire had gone, but this country was saved on the basis of Turk nationalism. Only one country in the world invoked Islam. Pakistan ka matlab kya? I told you, La ilaha illallah. What Pakistan means? La ilaha illallah. There is no God except Allah. Number 4, the genesis of Pakistan. It's a miracle. Hindu in great majority. And for them, as I told in this morning, partitioning of India meant slaughtering the cow. Bharat Mata. Can we dismember the limbs of our mother? And they were very organized. They were the capitalists. Indian National Congress was a big organization, big organization. Gandhi was a big leader, big leader. And he said, only some weeks before the partition took place, that Pakistan can be established only on my dead body. From among the Muslims also, very big forces were with Gandhi. Jamiat Ulama Hind, Abul Kalam Azad, Maulana Hussain Ahmed Madani, the Ahrar in Punjab, the Surkhposh group of Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan, father of Khan Wali Khan, they were on the side of the Congress. How come? How come this division? And please note, had there been the government of the Conservative Party at that time in England, one could say that the English have divided Indian subcontinent. They were pro-Gandhi, pro-nationalism. But still, their policy had been divide and rule. But at that time, it was Attlee who was the Prime Minister in England. He disliked Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah. He hated Muslim League. The Viceroy was Mountbatten. He had become a disciple of Gandhi. He had family relations. They say illegitimate also, with the family of Nehru. And still Pakistan came into existence. 1 year before partition, Muhammad Ali Jinnah accepted the cabinet mission plan. It was that India should be divided into 3 zones. Western zone having Muslim majority, Eastern zone having Muslim majority, and the central zone, big zone of Hindu majority. But the central government will be one. These 3 zones will be autonomous. A few subjects will be given to the center, foreign policy, currency, communication, etc., etc. Defense. For all other practical matters, these will be independent. Jinnah accepted it, jumped on it. But because there was a provision that after 10 years, every zone will have a right to secede. And Nehru, who was the president of All India Congress, he said, who allows later on to secede? On the basis of this, Jinnah applied the reverse gear. If these are the intentions, we are not ready to accept this cabinet mission plan. And Britishers were in a haste, they had to leave. So they partitioned India into Pakistan, comprised of 2 zones, East and West, and Bharat. Lastly, this Pakistan was sent down from heaven in the Laylatul Qadr. We have the most sacred night of the year, the 27th night of the month of Ramadan, the month of fasting. Because in this night, the revelation of Quran to Muhammad started. That is called Laylatul Qadr, a very valuable night. The decision of partition of India came in this night. And the day was also sacred, Friday. Now, these are the conditions. And then, I don't want to go into detail, there are prophecies also of the Prophet. Some of the prophecies are very similar to the prophecies of John, the last book of Gospel, Revelations of St. John. What events will be coming before the end of this world? And in these prophecies are included the prophecies, number one, which are very certain, that before the end of this world, and you know it among the Christians and Muslims both, general opinion is that we are living in the end times. The end of this world is very near. But before that, Islam will dominate the whole globe. And there are certain indications that that process will begin from Pakistan and Afghanistan. On the basis of the history, 400 years long, and on the basis of the prophecies, I think it's the destiny that Islamic revolution will start from Pakistan. How? I don't know. At the present time, what is needed is as mass movement demanding and forcing Islamic Sharia, Islamic system. I tell Allah guides one of the major movements. Very little hope about Tablighi Jamaat, but I still have hope from Jamaat Islami. If their mind can, and Allah can do it, changes from this electioneering process to this revolutionary process, might be that time comes nearer. Or maybe Allah turns the faces of a great number of people towards Tanzeem Islami. He can do it. Just as happened before Hijrah. What happened? Muhammad had not even visited Yasrib. Only 2 of his disciples went there, and it became the city of Muhammad. As I told you, it was divine intervention. So divine help can come today also. What we think in Tanzeem Islami is that it is our duty to strive for that, keep on striving, keep on striving, keep on striving. Leaving alone the result, it is on Allah. Whenever He likes, there will be success. If not, no harm. We would be able to say before Him when we stand on the Day of Judgment, "Oh Allah, we did whatever we could do." And that will be the basis of our salvation in the hereafter. I thank you from the depths of my heart that you have been so attentive.
Dr. Israr, I fully understand where you're coming from as a revolutionary leader. And I also understand why your starting point is with Muhammad. In my view, you are part of a pantheon and within a tradition of people in the 20th century who have studied and developed the tradition of revolution. I think, and again it's my opinion, that it is your misfortune that all the 20th century revolutionary leaders were atheists. Some of them have been quite successful. Mao, Castro, Ho Chi Minh are just 3, but there are others. And I think all of them would agree with your prerequisites. The revolutionary ideology, the disciplined cadres, the sacrifice, the training of the cadres, the purification. They would all be at one with you. And what I find, and my question is this: it seems that if you don't study contemporary revolution, there will be the possibility and even the likelihood that you will reproduce the mistakes of others. As the world of imperialism is powerful and also studies revolution and revolutionaries, they have studied these people in depth. And so my question is, why do you keep yourself away from the Maos and the Ho Chi Minhs and the Castros? Because their writing is easily available.
I have already answered your question, because they are atheists. And because I'm a believer in God, and I'm a believer in Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And I hope, and I'm sure, and for that matter, my movement after me, will take the light from Quran and the life of the Prophet. These two things will guide us, inshallah. But as a suggestion, I'm ready to go for some of these writings. And the credit will go to you that you persuaded me.
EMR, come. Yes, please.
As this is our last formal session, I would like to thank you for the way in which you've presented your material, the clarity with which you've spoken, the achievement of speaking from a few notes and yet doing so well and so clearly, and with delightful sense of humour and nice touches. It's been a pleasure and a delight to listen to, and
thank you very
much.
Thank
you very much
you
indeed for that. Now, I'm not a Marxist, and one slight worry I have is that I think you're a bit more of a Marxist. You don't need to start reading this stuff. I think you're already influenced by the vision of the world that Marx constructed, where you have a sort of entrenched enemy which needs to be overcome. The only mechanism needs to be ultimately resort to revolution or violence, and the whole transformation of the system, so you can't take bit. And that sort of picture, has pervaded our consciousness, and I think has affected the way you've interpreted the Prophet's life. And I put to you the suggestion that perhaps, given you're so concerned with pure Islam, that what you've partly done here is allowed your Islam to be shaped with the sort of Marxism that sort of permeates much radical talk in many movements. In the same way as nobody in the West has read Immanuel Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, but there are millions of people who've been affected by it. I think I would like to suggest you've been affected by the way you've interpreted the Prophet's life, by the sort of Marxist model that pervades our society and those who think of these things in these ways. And linked to this, I'm still not entirely clear, and it might be that I'm just a little dim and not very bright, but I'm not entirely clear what's wrong with the liberal democratic model of taking your vision of the common good, as we would talk about it in the West, take your vision of the common good, take that vision to others, persuade them of it, and through persuasion, bring about the vision of the common good that you think is best for people. I still don't quite see why that route's so impossible.
Firstly, I thank you for the compliments. Secondly, I assure you, I have not at all read Marxism, not at all studied Marx. My source is the book of Allah and the Sunnah and Seerah, we call it, the life of Muhammad. And I said it in the very beginning. I had derived this from the life of the Prophet. My source is the life of the Prophet. And I have inferred these 6 or 7 steps from that. But it can be a coincidence that because this is also a revolutionary view, so the other revolutionaries, there can be a similarity between our thought and our ideas. Now, actually, liberal democracy is first of all based on the principle of human sovereignty. No acceptance of divine authority. Here our paths are separated. And I think to the humanity at large, to reach them, the only way is to establish that political, socio-economic order in some one country. That will be a model. This was the vision of Iqbal, this was the vision of Qaid-e-Azam. We have failed utterly up till now. And the biggest blame I give to Maulana Maududi for his turn from that revolutionary struggle to a political struggle. Maybe in the next near future something else happens. That's all. I thank you, and I...
Dr. Norton, please.
I too want to reiterate, say again what Ian just said, and I don't need to repeat his words, they were very good, about how impressive and instructive actually, for me, and I'm sure for the rest of us, you were. In terms of revolution, as it would not surprise you, I'm sure, it seems to me that given the present situation in this world and also in Pakistan that you described at the end of your discourse today, it seems to me you do indeed need Allah to change ideas and opinions before you can have a successful revolution. That's just one comment, you can comment upon it.
And I agree 100%.
All right. Now,
divine help is a must.
all right. Now, I have a question, but before that question, I just want to say that my major disagreement with you in terms of the revolution that you propose, I suppose, is the goal of the revolution. That is, unless Allah changes the ideas and the beliefs, I would say to you, of all the people that exist, then it seems to me that the goal of your revolution, which is an Islamic state, first here in Pakistan or Pakistan, Afghanistan, and then throughout the world, that goal is something to which I object and I oppose, because that goal does not allow equal freedom and equal rights for all people, regardless of whether they believe as you do or whether they believe in Islam or not. And I must also say that if I were in one of the countries and that revolution came, and it came as the end part, as an armed revolution, that I would say that in terms of my beliefs, I would engage in armed conflict against that, because that's against my principles. That also, I'm sure, doesn't surprise you. Now I come to my question.
But this view of yours, you have repeated several times during these 3 days.
Okay, so it's not a surprise. That's right. Now, I think I may know what your answer to this is, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Do you not think in any way, that the time of Muhammad, when Muhammad did indeed successfully engage in and then complete a revolution, do you not think that those times are so strikingly different from now in the 21st century that there is a tremendous problem in striking the analogy and or in even constructing the way a revolution today might be organized, if one is going to organize it in the way that Muhammad did in his lifetime?
Actually, this is a matter of belief with us, that it is going to happen. You know, the hadith that I quoted twice, the end part of that hadith is, I told you 3 periods. Period of the Prophet, then the rightly guided caliphate, then kingship, which is cruel, biting. 4th will be kingship with slavery. I can't say what the companions at that time would have understood, but now we understand that he was referring to the era of colonialism. And then he said, Summa takunu khilafatan ala minhajin nubuwah. Then again, the period of caliphate in the footsteps of prophethood will come. So on the basis, I said, on the prophecies of the prophet, I believe in him. And seeing these 400 years history, I think and I hope that the divine scheme is that in this region, it will be established first of all. Although I said it and I repeat, I don't know how. God has his own ways. And we feel it obligatory upon ourselves as the ummatis and followers of Muhammad, because his mission was, I actually quoted the ayah today and I couldn't refer to it during my discourse, that the purpose of the advent of Muhammad declared by Quran is to make the deen of Allah supreme. Thrice in Quran this has appeared, thrice. You are not only a preacher, you are not only a purifier of the souls of the people, you have to make the deen of Allah prevail. That was his mission, assigned to him by Allah. And then Quran mentions in different words at 5 places that Muhammad has been sent for the whole of humanity. So his mission will be complete only when the deen of Allah is supreme over whole of mankind and over whole of this globe. And this is going to happen. I believe in it. And it's my religious duty to strive for that.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. I think it's been very instructive, very enjoyable. And I want to specifically say that your delivery and your style of engaging is fantastic. Your eye contact is almost magnetic. I think it's almost spellbinding.
Some brother was saying your body language.
Maybe. Okay. Now, I feel I was sort of mixed kinds of emotions at this point of time, and my sense is that in whatever you are striving for, you have a very deep conviction. You are seeing it as a part of your understanding of the faith and a part of your religious duty to to propagate it, to work for it, and to carry it forward.
And try to establish it.
Yes, carry it forward. I'm saying carry it forward. You may say, that's my sense, not establish it, but I sense that you are trying to carry it forward. I'll come to that, why I think that way. I also sense that your process, whatever your objective may be, the process that you have in mind is nonviolent, basically. It is for it to evolve and to develop, and hopefully to wait for divine intervention, which possibly will happen, and which maybe it will be needed, because when we walk around the streets of this beautiful city, it looks very improbable that without divine intervention, much change will come. Now, what I therefore have been wondering about is this, that if the objective is in the ultimate to have some a kingdom of God, whatever faith, persuasion, name one may give, but ultimately the human race will live in a better way and survive in a better way. And if that happens in a non-violent manner, where people of other persuasions, they do their thinking, those who have no persuasion, who don't believe, they do their thinking. Well, it's almost like Mao's, was it Mao who said, let many winds blow, let thousand flowers blossom. Now, if it is that kind of situation, Mao was a violent person, but if it is peaceful and let 1,000 flowers blossom, I would say that Kida Khak De Padshahi Lashkar Kare Swa. God, in His wisdom, can give the kingdom to the weakest of the weak, down to an ant, a kida, down to an insect, and the whole army God can wipe out. So divine intervention, who knows on whose side it will come, what will happen. So are we really seeing anything concrete here, or are we merely discussing a model?
I think, brother, it is for every person to have a conclusion and decision according to his own thinking. I think whatever I feel and think, I have stated. Now you have the freedom to agree to what extent you want to agree and disagree to what extent you want to disagree.
I have two questions. The first one is about the similarities and differences between the ideology that you have presented tonight and that of Hizb ut-Tahrir's ideology. Hizb ut-Tahrir, as you know, was established in Palestine in the 1950s, but in Palestine. But it seems to be active in Pakistan, and perhaps Hizb ut-Tahrir has more members in Pakistan than the Tanzim Islami does. And as you know, one of the major ideas of Hizb ut-Tahrir is to reestablish the Khilafah. And I heard that they were banned in Pakistan a few months ago in October. When I was here in the summer, some of them harassed me in the lectures. But do you see any major differences between you and Hizb ut-Tahrir? I don't see any myself. Do you see any major differences between you and Hizb ut-Tahrir?
Fundamentally, they don't have any methodology clearly defined before them. And they actually hope the help from army, that some coup by the army, if they agree with their ideas, that will take place, and then their system of choice will be established. And this is not correct. If an army general comes, he is himself. He becomes the theoretician also and an ideologist also. This has to be a mass movement. But for this mass movement, there should first be a party strongly disciplined to keep that mass movement on straight path. Otherwise, mass movements can be hijacked. Just as in Iran. The movement was controlled by 6-7 groups there. The Mujahideen-e-Khalq were there, the liberals were there, Mehdi Bazargani was there, then the ulama were there, but in the end, the party was there, but in the end, ulama hijacked it. And what a fierce fighting between the two took place after the revolution. After the revolution of Muhammad, there was all peace, pardoning, general pardoning. No one taken revenge from. So that is the beauty of the revolution of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Mustafa, now the second to add another to supplement what he said, because we have a dialogue with them in the United States. There's another fundamental difference between Hizb ut-Tahrir and ourselves, and that is their methodology is strictly based on Sharia and not on, like ours, on the basis of Iman, if you know what I'm talking about. This is very fundamental. They do not believe that you have to go through a phase of purification of the soul first to get the Khilafah. In their opinion, every Muslim is a mu'min and every mu'min is a Muslim. They do not have the distinction between the two. And this is fundamental. This is very fundamental.
Dr. Faris Kaya is growing impatient.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to express that my language is not enough, you see, to express my feelings first. And secondly, I feel shy to criticize what you've said, okay, and to say anything about your sayings because I cannot be a student of you in terms of Quranic knowledge. Now, if we study, for example, Quran and Hadith, the word of Islamic State and Islamic government, we may never get chance to cross it, okay? But, and if we go very deeply, we will find that to call people to worship Allah, to abandon bad deeds, to be a good person to your surroundings, etc., etc. Most of the words consist of, this word will be in Hadith and in Quran. Now we leave all these things aside. Maybe there is a hidden destiny of Allah that if people are good enough, then Allah will present them a regime that is an Islamic state or Islamic, say, government, whatsoever it is. But it is a present by God. It is not, it cannot be achieved. I don't think that Prophet ﷺ first started, when he first started, he was looking for a regime. And he was looking for a shelter when he went to Taif. But when he was stoned and rejected, then he felt himself at the deepness of weakness, okay? And then he went to Allah and then he prayed that, oh Allah, I have something wrong in me, etc., etc. You know better than I do. And then a few days after this incident, he was taken to Miraj. which is very important. So if we study all prophets' life, like for example, Prophet Yunus, he reached to the highest degree when he felt himself at the lowest. If we study, for example, other prophets, Prophet Ayub, Yaqub, all of them, and similarly, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was ascended to Miraj when he felt himself at the weakness, at the lowest point of the weakness, as you know. So similarly, I think I really had in my imagination that I would hear something also about his devotion to Allah, his humbleness, his exemplified person for us to be good person for our families, surroundings, all mankind, even not mankind, for animate beings, for all our surroundings, environment, etc., etc. Now, similarly, I really cannot express myself, but I think that all from his life, his hadith, Quran, when we see and take him that he was a revolutionary and his aim was to build an Islamic state, an Islamic government, I think this is a very excessive interpretation of him. This is my humble...
It's your opinion, brother.
Yeah.
And you can stick to your opinion. And you are not alone in this opinion. Most of the orthodox ulama, as I told you, they have accepted Islam as a mazhab, as a personal piety, personal good character. But Quran says something else. The first or the second, revelation came. Ya ayyuhal muddassir, qum fa'anzir, wa rabbaka fakabbir. What was takbir Rabb? To make Allah great, to establish His greatness, to establish. And that was, they had understood that this is going to be a challenge for our political socio-economic system. So, I have this study of the Sirah, and I respect your views.
Dr. Israr, I have a question about the permissibility of Muslims killing Muslims, because in this revolution, at this time, Muslims would have to be killing Muslims in Pakistan, as opposed to the time of the Prophet, when the Prophet's goal was to make the Arabian Peninsula a Muslim land. They were non-believers. We know all of the excesses of the Arabs of the time. It was a whole different scene. And so, while I don't think that it's permissible to kill anyone unnecessarily, the Prophet was killing, the Prophet's forces were killing non-believers who were attacking them. There was the history of the torture and the persecution that you discussed. So I think that it was a different time. The other difference that I see is that at the time of the Prophet, warfare was very different, and forces were fighting each other pretty much face-to-face and one-on-one. Now we're living in the age of the nuclear weapon. And the revolution that you talk about, I think could easily bring about the end of days. Because the forces that we've talked about, the opposing forces, would potentially use those sorts of weapons. And of course, Pakistan has that sort of weapon. So how do you understand this? How do you explain this?
Thank you. For the first question, let me say that the methodology that I have suggested is that the Muslim revolutionaries will never kill anybody. They will be ready to sacrifice their own lives. So that is the prescription. And this objection cannot be applied to it. Number two, you can't say that very soon America might explode or implode. It can happen to America. The moment Americans disobey Zionists, the Zionists have the power to shatter it into pieces. And I think Netanyahu, he said it. We can destroy America. They have to take to our policy. I'll get Pentagon on fire. So, what is going to happen, you never know. Russia, USSR, which was there opposing America half a century, and there was a time when the Americans were shivering before Russia because it had gone much in advance in the conquest of the space. The Americans were lingering behind. And now what happened to this? Despite all the atom bombs that they have, the warheads that they have, they had to prostrate on the ground before America. So, my humble opinion is we have to strive for that, finding it to be a duty towards Allah. If I'm faithful to Allah, I cannot join hands with the people who are in rebellion against Allah. And an un-Islamic state is in rebellion against Allah, challenging the divine authority. This age is peculiar in this way. Before that, there used to be shirk only. And every system of shirk accepted the biggest Lord, one. God with capital G, one. Omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent. But under him, gods and goddesses, armies of gods and goddesses. But they never denied the supreme God. He is one. Mahadev in India is one. There can be no two Mahadevs. But Devis and Devatas, there are so many. In Arabia, Allah was one. They believed in one Allah, Supreme Allah. But along with that Supreme Allah, they had Aleha, the smaller gods. Now, but this revolt, global revolt against God, we don't accept your authority. This is the tragedy of modern age. Allah will not sit silent. He will intervene, inshallah.
But on behalf of our guests, I'd like to thank Dr. Israr Ahmed for the wonderful talks that he has given so far. This is a major food for thought for all of us, I'm sure. And I'd like to thank the Tanzim Islami here locally for hosting us. And I'd like to thank the Tanzim Islami in North America for supporting us to come here financially. And I hope that our academic and religious contacts would continue in the future. I hope that this is not the last thing. And we are convinced that this is a major thing to do, that one of the major problems we have in the West, that Muslims don't have a chance to represent themselves. They are usually spoken on behalf by other people. They are represented by other people, but we've had a major 3-day conference here where we have listened to an authentic Islamic thinker expressing his ideas. Some of those ideas for us have been controversial, but that's fine since we believe in democracy anyway. But this has been a major conference, at least for me, and I'm sure for all of you. And we do thank you, Dr. Israr, for taking your time to speak with us, and thank all of you for the arrangement. But lastly, I'd like to thank a person who had worked behind the scenes, who is not present with us, Brother Muhammad Ali, who is on pilgrimage in Mecca. He had arranged most of the stuff here, but unfortunately he has not, or fortunately for him, is now on pilgrimage. He has not been able to present. I do want to thank all the brothers and sisters who have arranged this these past 3 days and who have been with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله
We start in the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, by the token of time through the ages, verily man is doomed, mankind is doomed, except such as have faith and do righteous deeds and join together in the mutual propagation of truth and of patience and constancy. Sadaqallahu Mawlana Azim. Dear panelists, this is our third and last day of roundtable with Dr. Israr Ahmed. For the last 2 days, he has talked about the conceptual and more ideational ideas about Islam. And today he will talk about historical facts and realities on ground with special reference to the subcontinent, Indo-Pakistan subcontinent. So the topic this morning is Islamic intellectual history in modern South Asia with special reference to Pakistan, critical issues and perspectives. I request Dr. Israr Ahmed to make his discourse, please.
أحمده وأصلي على رسوله الكريم أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم إن الله يبعث في هذه الأمة على رأس كل 100 عام من يجدد لها دينها أو كما قال. Dear brothers and sisters from Adam and Eve, may Allah's grace and mercy be upon both of them, and may Allah bless all of us. Today's subject is, I think, too wide to be covered in 1 hour, but I'll try to be as brief as possible. Firstly, we shall have to fix what we mean by modern age, Islamic intellectual history in modern South Asia. Where from to start it? Arbitrarily, I'm fixing it from the time the Britishers occupied India. But before we discuss to what were the influences after British occupation and what were the reactions among the Muslims of India, let me give you a preview, very brief, of Islam in the subcontinent. Islam entered the subcontinent first in the beginning of the 8th century of Christian era, or near the end of the first century of Hijri era. In 712, 713 CE, when Muhammad bin Qasim invaded Sindh in reaction to a looting of an Arabic caravan by the people of Sindh and arresting and abducting a number of Muslim women. There was a demand from the Muslims to return the women and to make good the damages. But the Hindu Raja refused, Dahir. So there was an invasion. So this was an Islam not of the prophetic days, not of the pious caliphate, because the pious caliphate, the rightly guided caliphate, had ended half a century before this event. So the purest form of Islam didn't even touch the Indian subcontinent. But nevertheless, this Islam which came with the Arabs was purely Arab Islam. No external influences had yet entered the Islamic fold. This was pure Arabian Islam and simple. There were no sects, no schools of fiqh, jurisprudence, no schools of scholasticism, etc., etc. Simple. Quran and Sunnah, Quran and Sunnah. But this advent of Islam in South Asia was very brief, because the third era, which was prophesied by Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, had started. I narrated to you a hadith from the Prophet that this is my time. Takunun nabuwatu fikum masha'Allahu an takun. Prophethood will remain with you so long as Allah wants it to remain. Summa yarfa'u Allahu idha sha'a yarfa'. Then Allah will lift it up when He deems fit. That is, I will remain with you as long as Allah wishes. Then there will be a period of caliphate in the footsteps of prophethood. Khilafah ala minhaj an-nubuwah. Exactly the same system will continue during this second period. But it will also remain so long as Allah will like it to remain. Then it will also be lifted. Then the third phase would be of cruel kingship. Summa takunu mulkan aadhan, biting kingship. So this third stage had already started when Islam entered the subcontinent. And that is why, because Muhammad bin Qasim was very, very, very successful here, and due to his piety, the Hindus here made idols for him and started worshipping him. Seeing that a person is becoming so popular with the masses, and it could be a threat to the king sitting over there in Damascus. So he was recalled and killed. And with that, there was the coming back of this era very soon. So this stage was very short-lived. Now Islam entered this subcontinent from the northwest through Afghanistan 300 years after this invasion of Sindh. During these 300 years, 3 centuries, many external influences had entered Islam. The Greek logic, the Greek philosophy, Neoplatonic mysticism. So to say, it was Arabian, Iranian, and Turkish Islam which came to the subcontinent. A mixture of three. Originally Arab, then the Iranian, Persian, and then the Turkish. What was the main features of this Islam? Number one, Quran had receded in the background, faded background. Why? Number one, because when Islam entered from the stage of struggle and jihad and revolutionary struggle into a state, now a state was established. So now law became more important than the inspiration from Quran. This is the natural change. Number two, when there was monarchy, there was, people were loving wealth, gathering, accumulating wealth, absentee landlordism. So the people at the helm of affairs didn't want that people should read Quran. They will see the real picture of Islam. And in that mirror, if they will look upon us, there will be a negative influence. So consciously, Quran was taken back, on the back burner. Instead, hadith and fiqh, the jurisprudence, they were the focus of attention. 4 schools, big schools of fiqh, rather 5 we can say, had been established till that time. But the school of fiqh that came into Indian subcontinent was Hanafi, the one started by Imam Abu Hanifa. Then there had been invented ilmul kalam, scholasticism. The Mu'tazili, the Ash'ari, al-Maturidi, and a mixture of this also was imported into the subcontinent. Then there was a mysticism, and it had Neoplatonic influences in it, external. So there was also an integral part of this Islam which entered subcontinent round about the 10th century of Christian era. And this was the condition from that time till the 18th century. There were Muslim rulers, there were muftis, legal people who can give legal opinion, fatwas. There were qazis, magistrates, deciding the disputes and affairs according to the Sharia. And there were the khatibs in the mosque to deliver the khutbah of Jum'ah, Friday. And they were also paid by the government, not independent. These 3 positions were government positions, bureaucratic positions. Khatib in the mosque, Jame mosque. There used to be an ordinary mosque for 5 prayers a day. No khutbah, no lecture whatsoever. No sermon. The sermon was restricted to Friday. And that was delivered by the people appointed by the government. Just as we have today in Turkey and we have today in Saudi Arabia, etc., etc. So there were kings, there were these ulama, and everyone had with his name Hanafi and either Qadri or Naqshbandi. These are the schools of the mysticism. Now this was the condition when the British entered India from Bengal, eastern end. After the coming and conquest of India by the Britishers, the division between state and religion, which had already taken place, the political power was with those who had might. Might was right. A tribe is stronger, he will take. Babur was stronger, he defeated Ibrahim Lodi and he became the emperor here. It has nothing to do with religion whatsoever. The religion was with the khatibs, with the qazis, with the muftis. But now, you know, this division became more apparent because the Britishers were ruling. And if I use my own terminology, now the deen was of the Britishers and Islam was reduced absolutely to the position of a mazhab religion. You can have your own beliefs, okay, we don't object. You can have your modes of worship, 5 prayers, keeping fast in the month of Ramadan, go ahead. Even personal law, yes, you can practice your own personal law. But the criminal code, civil code, taxation, all these things would be ours. Along with these, along with the Britishers came 2 things. Christianity. The first center of the propagation of Christianity was in Bengal. Bible was translated into Urdu. And it was spread like anything. Government was doing it. And number 2, a civilization, the Western civilization came. Number 3, English language and physical sciences and Western thought. These things came in India. Now to this situation there were 2 reactions from among the Muslim intellectuals of India. I have discussed this thing in detail in one of my pamphlets, Islamic Renaissance, the real task ahead. So I would request you to go through that pamphlet. There were 2 reactions, as I said.
Tell the name again, Islamic.
Renaissance or Renaissance. The real task ahead. The first reaction was purely defensive, based on the pragmatic view that we are not in a position to attack on these new influences that are coming. Western thought, Western civilization, and especially the physical sciences. Hence we should go and sit in the corners and keep with us the Quran and the Sunnah and the fiqh, trying to keep them alive for the next generations to come, lest they washed off permanently. This was the reaction of some ulama, and especially on this basis, seminary of Deoband that was established. And that was actually a defensive mechanism. We won't learn English, we won't read science, we won't take up the Western civilization, we won't use the spoons and forks which are coming with them, we won't dine on a table, all these things we will just boycott. Number two, the ulama, some of them, they came into politics also. Firstly, it was a politics for getting freedom from the Britishers, freedom movements. And it was a great freedom movement led by Congress along with Jamiatul Ulama Hind, an organization of the Muslim learned people of India. And this potential school of thought then later on take the form of a movement in the shape of Tablighi Jama'ah. I hope you people are aware, because Tablighis going to Europe, going to America, a very big congregation in very close to Lahore, more than 1 million people, they gather here, more than 3 million people, just equal to the people who perform Hajj every year. They gather in Dhaka, Tongi. It's a big movement. So this concept of Islam as a mazhab has taken the form of a movement, spreading the Islamic beliefs and focusing on personal piety and performing all the rituals and the ceremonies of Islam, the modes of worship, having an appearance of a Muslim regarding clothing and regarding their faces, beards, and their hair. So this is the movement Tablighi Jamaat, which represents the same concept of mazhab. But it is dynamic, very dynamic. The second reaction was more logical, so to say. That no, we can't boycott what is coming, whatever is new. We have to confront it. Whatever is correct and right and true, we must accept. Whatever is wrong, we shall reject. So this was the attitude taken by a very dynamic person, Sir Syed Ahmed Khan, who established first a school, then a college, then a university, the Aligarh University. We shall teach English and Arabic. We shall teach sciences, modern social sciences also. And we will teach Islamiyat also. So this was the way taken by the majority of the Muslims of India. But this second reaction, in the very beginning, was wrongly directed, although it was essentially correct. Why? The people who took to this path, they were overawed by the Western civilization, Western thinking, and especially this physics, the science, although that was science of Newtonian era. Physics was in its infancy up till that time. But they were overawed and felt defeated. So they looked to Islam, and whatever didn't appear to them to fit in this new, they just chopped it off. For example, Sir Syed Ahmed said, there is no existence of angels. What Quran calls angels are the natural forces of the universe, that's all. no personified existence of angels. There are no jinns, only people who get easily flared up. They are called that they are made of fire. They are the uncivilized people. They are jinns. They tried to have an explanation, physical explanation, scientific explanation of the miracles. About the breaking of the sea at the time of Moses, alayhi salatu wasalam. They said it was tide and ebb. When the ocean was on the ebb, Moses and the children of Israel, they crossed over. And so on and so forth. So to say, scientific explanations, so that it can fit in the modern mind, to make it fit to the modern mind. Now the people who took to this path, most of the people, because if they read English, they could get the services in the government, they could be employed. Otherwise not. If they have to learn engineering and medicine, etc., they have to go through that education system. So most of the Western educated elite of the Muslims of South Asia belong to this category. The beginner was Sir Sayyid Ahmed Khan, but then so many people carried this flag. Allama Mashriqi, then the Qadianis, the physical explanations, scientific explanations, acceptable to the modern man. And then people who refused to give importance to the tradition of the Prophet. People who refute hadith. We shall follow only Quran. And we shall interpret Quran as we like, according to our own understanding, without any reference to what the Prophet said. What the Prophet has been supposed to have said. We can never be sure. So these are the shades. But the source was Sir Sayyid Ahmed. But this process, Brother Roger will again appreciate, thesis and antithesis brought a synthesis. Synthesis in the person of Allama Iqbal. He clung to the fundamentals of Islam and Iman. And he studied, he read English, he studied philosophy, the old as well as modern. He went to England, Germany, got his PhD from Germany, Barrett Law from England. And you know, through his poetry, mostly, he represented true Islam. And not only true Islam, but also a critique, very severe, deep critique of the Western civilization. Now this movement, Sir Sayyid Khan and Iqbal, this now took the form of a Muslim nationalist movement, political movement in India. Muslims are a separate nation. They are not one nation with the Hindus. Our culture is different. Our lifestyles are different. Our beliefs are different. Everything is different. We are not one nation. Our nationhood is not based on land, on a country. The position of the Hindus was that we are all Indians, we are one nation. We should be united to get freedom from the Britishers, etc., etc. But this Muslim nationalist movement tried to get the safeguards from Congress that our rights will be fully preserved and protected. Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah remained a biggest banner holder, standard bearer of this Hindu-Muslim unity and amicability. But he was disappointed by Hindu mentality. And due to his very long, a very close association with the Hindu leadership of India, he came to the conclusion that we can't expect justice from them. And they are in a great majority. If this country gets freedom as one country, we'll be doomed. There is enmity in the hearts of the Hindus because the Muslims had governed them. Somewhere for 1,000 years, somewhere for 800 years, somewhere for 600 years. There was a reaction. And not all the Muslim rulers were pious. Some of them were pious also, no doubt, but not all of them. When the Prophet said, cruel kingship, so kingship was there, all the evils of kingship were there. So this movement flourished. And then it took the shape of Pakistan movement. We must have a separate country in the subcontinent so that we can establish Islam. Our own religion, our own social order, our own political system, our own economic system, our own criminal law, our own civil law. We want that India be partitioned on the basis of this religion. Wherever Muslims are in majority in the northwest of India and the northeast of India, they should be a separate country and the rest of India should be separate. And because the slogan of religion was invoked, the slogan was, Pakistan ka matlab kya? La ilaha illallah. What Pakistan means? La ilaha illallah. There is no God except Allah. And we want to establish the Deen of Allah. Iqbal said in his lecture of 1930, presidential address of the annual session of All India Muslim League, he said, it is destiny that an independent Muslim state will be established in the northwest of India. And if that happens, we shall have an opportunity, a chance, to remove the bad dots on the face of Islam, which appeared during the period of imperialism, kingship, whether the Umayyad or the Abbasid, to remove those and show to humanity at large the real face of Islam. This is Islam. We would establish Islam. And the same was said by Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah. We need Pakistan to show to the world at large, humanity at large, a model of the Islamic principles of the same three words used by H.G. Wells: human equality, fraternity, and freedom. Islamic principles, Islamic interpretations of human fraternity, equality, and freedom. Now, leaving this issue here, I'm coming to another subject which was going on side by side. It's the other dimension. And for that, I quoted the hadith in the beginning. The Prophet said, and we believe in it, that the chain of prophethood which started with Adam, alayhi salatu wassalam, he was also a prophet. the first man and the first prophet. And there is a chain of thousands of prophets. The recorded prophets are only, which we find in the Old Testament, and then the New Testament, Jesus and Muhammad. But there are prophets have been sent to all regions of the world. But Quran is giving the history of only those who appeared in that area, region, because otherwise they should have been taught first geography and history and all the countries. No. But this chain of prophets and messengers of Allah has come to an end, and its climax, its zenith, in the prophethood and messengerhood of Muhammad. We accept Noah, we accept Abraham, along with so many others. But the five, according to us, the five most important messengers of Allah have been Noah, number 1, Abraham, number 2, Moses, number 3, Jesus, number 4, and fifth and final, Muhammad. Alayhimu salatu wassalam. Now, after this institution of prophethood and messengerhood coming to an end, Allah gave a promise through Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam that He will keep on raising from among Muslims mujaddids. Mujaddid means renewer, reviver. You may call reformers. They are not prophets. These, Allah has promised, the Prophet said, that in this ummah, He will raise mujaddids, renewers of Islam, Islamic faith and Islamic practices, and washing it off from the external influences which might have come through that century, 100 years, making it pure Islam regarding the faith and the practices in every century. Now, for the first 1,000 years of Islamic history, or Muslim history, I should say, all the mujaddids appeared in the Arab world. Umar bin Abdul Aziz, who revived caliphate for a short period and finished that monarchy of the Umayyads and the landlordship, etc., etc. Then Imam Abu Hanifa, Imam Malik, Imam Shafi, so on and so forth, Imam Ghazali, Imam Ibn Taymiyyah, Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, these are all mujaddids. Ahmed ibn Hanbal, a great mujaddid. But the strange fact is that no sooner than the second 1,000 years started, from 11th century Hijrah, this institution of Mujaddideen was shifted to the South Asia. First of all, Ahmad Sarhandi, Mujaddid al-Fasani, the Mujaddid of the second 1,000 years, because it had started. What he did? He washed away the influences that came against Islam during the time of the great Mughal Emperor Akbar the Great. He said, and he was advised by some ulama, his court, belonging to his court, that Allah's one day is equal to our 1,000 years. This is twice appeared this thing in Quran. One day of Allah is according to your calendar, it is 1,000 years. So Islam of Muhammad was for 1,000 years only. Now that 1,000 years has come to an end, now a new religion is required. And I am giving you the new religion called Deen Ilahi, only keeping the Prophet aside. He tried to join, take something from Hinduism, take something from Buddhism, take something from Islam, and mix it up and make it a new deen. It was actually politically motivated. He knew that the subcontinent is a very big power, very big force, but the hurdles in its coming up in the world is this division on the basis of religion. So there has to be amalgamated all these things together and a mixture provided. And actually, it was the rejection of the Sharia of Muhammad. And you know, the identity of the Ummah was based on the Sharia. So bypassing the prophethood, now Islam is gone. It loses its identity. Secondly, at the same time, I told you when Islam entered subcontinent, there was mysticism. It has both elements, Islamic mysticism, yes, but the Neoplatonic element. Here it got influence from the Hindu mysticism also. And now when these mysticisms, they came together, the result was sort of pantheism. Pantheism is just contrary to Islam. Islam is based on Tawheed, he is alone. This universe is his creation, not the part of his person, not at all. So under this pantheistic, although the Wahdatul Wujud, unity of being of Ibn Arabi is somewhat different. Wahdatul Shahood of Ahmed Sarhandi is somewhat different. But upon the masses, the influence was that of pantheism, pantheistic mysticism. And Islam was going to be lost. And I may bring to your attention that India is very famous in this, Hindus. They assimilated any religion, putting an end to that religion, assimilating it into their own religion. What to speak of any religion which had come from outside? Even Buddhism, born in India, it was finished. Now you go and see it in Thailand or somewhere, you know, Far East, Southeast. In India, there is no Buddhism. Although Buddha was born there, he preached there. In the same way, Hindu Mat wanted that Islam should also be absorbed and finish its identity as a separate religion. Now these two things, one coming politically from the emperor, Mughal the great Mughal, and the other coming from mysticism. All these influences were washed away by this Mujaddid of the 11th century of Hijrah, Sheikh Ahmed Sarhandi. And the identity of Muslim Ummah was preserved. And the maximum emphasis now came on following the Prophet. And Iqbal in his footsteps says, "Ba Mustafa barasan khish ra ke din hamaust, agar bauna rasidi tamam bula habist." Take yourself to the feet of Muhammad, because Islam is but Muhammad. Nothing but Muhammad. And if you not go to him, it's all falsehood, Bula Beast. The infidel uncle of Muhammad, Abu Lahab, who was the bitterest enemy of Muhammad. So this was re-established. Then came in the next century a great intellectual giant, that was Shah Waliullah of Delhi. one person can be equated with the whole team in Europe who revived the knowledge. Ihya al-Ilm or Renaissance. He is so big a personality. First of all, he revived all the Islamic sciences and knowledge from its ultimate sources. As I told you, Quran had receded into background because the court language during this Islamic rule in India was Persian, not Arabic. I told you this Islam was a mixture of Arabism and Iranianism and Turkishism. So Quran had receded. People didn't know what Quran is saying. They only recited it to get some sawab, we call it, some reward in the hereafter because we are reciting and reading the word of Allah and the book of Allah. That's all. People didn't know what is written in it. They revered Quran, they respected it, they loved it, they honored it, recited it, but they didn't know. Even to the extent that among the ulama, it was a sin to translate the Quran into any other language. It was this intellectual giant who started translation of Quran himself into Persian, because that was the court language, and then his three sons into Urdu. One only gave a translation. The second one gave a translation of his own with some explanatory notes. The third one wrote a full exegesis. We call it tafsir of Quran. So back to Quran. The original source of knowledge. This process back to Quran, ruju ila al-Quran, go back to Quran. This started in the 12th century after Hijrah by no less a person than Shah Waliullah Dehlavi. The real spirit of Quran and the emphasis is put on jihad. I told you, Quran says there can be no salvation without jihad. There can be no iman without jihad. When Quran was opened, now jihad came into the focus. So in the 13th century of Hijrah, now the Mujaddid was Sayyid Ahmed Barelvi, the same Sayyid, Ahmed Sarhandi, Ahmed Barelvi. Sayyid Ahmed Barelvi, and his main lieutenant was the grandson of Shah Waliullah, Shah Ismail. They waged a campaign, struggle. The purpose was to oust the Britishers from India and return and make India again Darul Islam, because Muslims were ruling it. They snatched power from us. But strategically, he started his jihad, or qital, I should say here, from the northwest frontier area, because there the hinterland was Islamic, Afghanistan, go to Afghanistan, Iran, Turkey. And Punjab, you know, was at that time occupied by Sikhs. And they were persecuting Muslims badly. He migrated to the northwest frontier province, but he committed a mistake. He, as soon as reached there, he established Islamic State, enforced Sharia in full. The local population resented. They had their own customs, Pukhtuns. their social customs. So there was a revolt from within. People betrayed him. So many people who came with him from as far as Bengal, Bihar, UP. These were the three most important provinces of India from which people joined hands with Sayyid Ahmed Brelvi. As a result, he failed. He was martyred in 1831 at Balakot. It's about 200 miles to the northwest of Lahore. But he revived the spirit of jihad. In the 14th century, we had Shaykhul Hind, Maulana Mahmud Hassan of Deoband. He again started a freedom movement, but he wanted help from Afghanistan and from Darul Khilafah, Turkey. If we get help from there and from inside India we stand up in revolt, we can make the Britishers run from here. That attempt also failed. But this process and this lineage of Mujaddids have left impression on the general mind of Muslims of the subcontinent. Maybe you call it the collective subconscious of the Muslims in India has the influences of Shaykh Ahmad Sarhandi, Shah Waliullah Dehlavi, Sayyid Ahmad Brelvi, and Shaykhul Hind. Now we come to the 20th century. In the 20th century, the subcontinent produced four very important intellectual leaders. Fore and foremost, Iqbal. He had the educational background, modern. A PhD in philosophy from Munich. Bar at law from London. A philosopher and a poet. Great philosopher and a great poet. Number one, he added to the mission of Shah Waliullah, which was started by Shah Waliullah, calling Muslims back to Quran, back to Quran, back to Quran. He said that the basic cause that we are being humiliated in this world today is that we have turned our backs to Quran. If you want to live as Muslims, it's impossible without Quran. So return to Quran. Then he initiated new ilm-e-kalam. The ilm-e-kalam of Ghazali and ilm-e-kalam of others, Razi, etc. was now obsolete. Why? Because that was the ilm-ul-kalam based on the Greek logic and philosophy, trying to fill the gap between Islamic aqaid and dogma and the Aristotelian logic and Greek philosophy. But now the philosophy had gone into the background. It was the era of science, physical sciences. Now the need of the hour was to bridge the gap between Quran and the physical sciences. This process was started by Allama Iqbal in his poetry as well as his lectures, 6 lectures. the collection of these 6 lectures, but there are 7 actually. The title is Reconstruction of Religious Thought in Islam. Reconstruction. Note this word. Reconstruction of religious thought in Islam. On the basis of modern psychology, modern epistemology, modern physics. But he was also, although he was an idealist, a thinker, a philosopher. The most accurate picture of his photo is this: sitting, contemplating, holding his head by the forehead. This is the exact representation of his personality. But he was alive to the facts on the ground also. What threat was coming by Hindu majority in the subcontinent, who are full of revenge. They want to take revenge from Muslims because they ruled over them for near a century. And this fear, was expressed by Indira Gandhi. Although she was the granddaughter of Motilal Nehru, a very civilized person, he said, when he was asked, what is your religion? What can I tell you? By language, I am a Muslim. By birth, I am a Hindu. By civilization, I am a Westerner, European. And now, father of Indira Gandhi, he was a socialist, very broad-minded, secular. But the granddaughter of Motilal and daughter of Jawaharlal, when Dhaka fell and Pakistan was torn apart into 2 pieces, she said, we have avenged our 1,000 years defeat. That is the Hindu psyche. We have avenged our 1,000 years defeat. So this condition Iqbal was seeing. And I have already quoted his presidential address to the All India Muslim League session of Allahabad in December 1930. Muhammad Ali Jinnah, till that time I told you, he was striving hard to have unity among Muslims and Hindus. Only that the Hindus should promise, give a solemn pledge that our rights will be preserved. But then he was disappointed. He left the political arena of India, went to London, settled there, started his legal practice. But in 1932, Iqbal went there for the second roundtable conference and met him. At that time, Iqbal injected into him the concept of Islamic revival. Actually, protection of Muslims was a negative attitude based on fear. But to revive Islam and to show to the world a model of Islamic state, that was the positive purpose. He injected it, and he persuaded him to come back to India and lead the Muslims. From that time onwards till his death, he was repeating this lesson given to him by Iqbal: Islam, Islam, Islam. And because the emotions, sentiments of the Muslim masses, due to these 4 mujaddids, they might not be practicing Muslims, but they had the influence in the subconscious mind, collective subconscious mind, of the concept of a revival of Islam. They gathered together under the banner of Muslim League. And the election of 1946, Muslim League came out as the sole representative of the Muslims of India, which could not be put off, bypassed in any solution of the future of India after independence. It had a say. Now, leaving here, now I come to, along with Iqbal, we had three more very important persons. Number two was Abul Kalam Azad, who died in 1958 as the Education Minister of India. He was influenced and inspired by the poetry of Iqbal. In 1913, he established a party called Hizbullah, the party of Allah. And he stated that aim of this party is to establish the kingdom of Allah on earth. I may say kingdom of heaven on earth, but it was Hukumat-e-Ilahiyya, kingdom of Allah on earth. And it was based on BPAAE. BPAAE means oath of personal allegiance. I accept you as my leader, I will obey you. Within the parameters of the Sharia, if you give me some commandment order which contravenes the Sharia, I won't accept, I won't obey. But if it is within the parameters of the Sharia, I will accept, I will obey. I'll give you my opinion, my advice, but the decision will not be made through majority vote of the party. The decision will rest with you personally. This is BPAAE, the institution for the basis of organization in Islam, which is mentioned in Quran, in Hadith, in Sirah, life of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But till that time, the orthodox ulama, I have told you before, that they had a limited concept of Islam as a mazhab only. Actually, the revolutionary concept of Islam was revived by Iqbal, saying that this is deen, not mazhab. There can be no dichotomy between mazhab and deen and siyasat. Juda ho deen siyasat se to reh jati hai changezi. If our politics is separate from our religion, then it is all tyranny, not Islam. But on that basis, the first practical attempt was made by Abul Kalam Azad. He was very close to Sheikhul Hind also. So these two influences worked on him. The Mujaddid of the 14th century Hijrah, Sheikhul Hind, Maulana Mahmud Hassan, and Allama Iqbal, the reviver of the revolutionary concept of Islam. But because I told you, the ulama in general were sticking to that limited concept of mazhab. There's a very incisive couplet of Iqbal. I'm sorry you can't appreciate it. By translation, you know, that real spirit cannot be transmitted. मुल्ला को जो है हिंद में सजदे की इजाजत, नादा ये समझता है कि इस्लाम है आजाद. The Maulvi, the Mullah, because he is allowed by the Britishers, you can pray, you can keep fast. He thinks that Islam is free. Islam is not free. Islam is a deen. is downtrodden under the feet of the Britishers. मुल्ला को जो है हिंद में सजदे की इजाजत, नादा ये समझता है कि इस्लाम है आज़ाद. Islam is not free. It will only be free when it is established as a deen. So I told you that ulama rejected him, and frustrated by this attitude of the ulama, he wound up and then joined Indian National Congress for the struggle for independence. In 1920, for 7 years he was working under Hizbullah, and he also added to the call for going back to Quran. He also did it. Then a few years after this rolling of the bed of Hizbullah, appeared Maulana Maududi on the scene. Accumulating the influences of Abul Kalam, of Iqbal. He established Jamaat Islami in 1941. The sole objective which was stated in the beginning was the same word, Hukumat-e-Ilahiyya, Kingdom of Allah. He borrowed it from Abul Kalam Azad. But later on, when a Quranic scholar joined his hands with him, then the term was adopted, Iqamatud Deen, to establish the Deen of Allah. It is derived from an ayah of Quran, Aqimud Deen. It's your duty, O Muslims, to establish the Deen of Allah. Now, along with Jamaat Islami, talking about India, but it must be noted that it was a pan-Islamic sort of thought. These movements were contemporary, starting from Indonesia, Masjumi Party, India, Jamaat Islami, Iran, Fidayin, and from Egypt started the big movement of Al-Ikhwan al-Muslimun. Nearly the same thought. And this thought came to the surface on the basis of the ending of the colonial rule. Now when we are free, we should practice our Islam as a total deen. So these movements started nearly simultaneously. Nobody could succeed anywhere. Maududi also failed badly. Maulana Maududi also contributed to that movement of going back to Quran. He wrote an exegesis of Quran, keeping in view especially the modern educated people, to reach their minds, their brain. And he expounded the politico-socio-economic system of Islam. This is the Islamic state, and I take him and accept him till today, although I left his Jama'ah about half a century before. But till this date, I admit, the greatest political thinker of Islam of the 20th century was Maududi. I quoted that he coined that term of theodemocracy. He wasn't. His writings on the concept of Islamic State, they are, I think, till today, the best and most comprehensive. His thoughts about social system of Islam were also 100% correct, and I agree with them. Only regarding the economic system, he remained somewhat backward. He could recognize the evilness of interest on cash, but not the interest on land, absentee landlordism. He declared it to be lawful, which I told you was declared by Abu Hanifa as haram, forbidden. By Imam Malik, forbidden. By Shafi, forbidden in open field, only allowed when there is some crop under a garden, in a garden, but not in the open field. So this was his shortcoming. He was short of the spirit of the time. For the revival of Islam, these things have to be made clear. Number two, but here, before I go to number two, I must accept that by and large, his exposition of Islamic system of life is correct. And he did it in a very simple language, easy, and using the terminology of the time so that he could reach the minds of the modern educated people, in which he succeeded. I am myself one of his followers. But what were the lacking points? Number one, I told you, absentee landlordism. Number two, all his emphasis was on Islam as a politico-socio-economic system, not on Iman. The basis of Islam is Iman. The living faith, the burning faith, the personal conviction in the existence of Allah and His attributes, His unity. Burning faith in the life hereafter, that is the real life, not this. The emphasis on Iman was not there. As if it was taken for granted, just as the religious movements, the other, they take it for granted because he is a Muslim, he is a Mu'min. No. That is why I started, my second lecture was the difference between Islam and Iman. So no movement, Islamic movement, can succeed unless it succeeds in taking the roots of Iman to the depths of the hearts of the people. So this was his primary mistake. I have discussed about it in that pamphlet, Islamic Renaissance. But when he came over to Pakistan, for 6 years, he was true to his methodology that he initiated, derived from the seerah and life of Muhammad. He kept true. He kept away from the Muslim nationalist movement, Pakistan movement. He said, if this movement succeeds, another Muslim nation state would come, not Islam. Because the people who are running this movement, they are not practicing Muslims even. Quaid-e-Azam was not a practicing Muslim. The majority of the leadership of Muslim League was not practicing Muslims. So another Muslim state would be added to already existing. To form and establish Islamic State, you have to follow a special strategy and methodology to be derived from the methodology of Muhammad. But when he came over to Pakistan after partition, For 3-4 years, he retained his revolutionary ideology and revolutionary methodology. And the first achievement was that he now owned, co-opted the slogan of Muslim League. Why do we want Pakistan? For Islam. Using that sentiment and slogan, he said, now because Pakistan has been established on this basis, the constitutional foundation of this state should be on Islam. He edited a demand, and this demand, his party, although very small party, but very active, very committed people, they propagated it, demand. And all the Muslims supported it. Even the sincere Muslim Leaguees, they supported it. The result was that the Objectives Resolution was passed in 1949, which stated, I told you the first principle of Islamic State is that sovereignty belongs to God. It is in clear words, sovereignty is for Allah. We have no claim over sovereignty. All the powers or authority that we have is a sacred trust to be used within the limits of the Sharia, book of Allah and the tradition of His Prophet. So it was a big success, and so to say, the foundation stone of Khilafah was established. Then there was a hue and cry. Whose Islam will you establish? The Shia Islam, the Sunni Islam, the Barelvi Islam, the Deobandi Islam? Whose Islam? Then the other great achievement was of the ulama. 31 ulama gathered at Karachi, representing all the sects, all shades of opinion. And they adopted 22 principles of Islamic constitution and agreed upon by all, Shia, Sunnis, Barelvis, Deobandis, Ahle Hadith, Jamaat Islami, and so on and so forth, the top leadership, to silence those who were objecting, whose Islam will you enforce? But the very next year, Maulana Maududi committed the biggest blunder, Himalayan blunder of his life. He thought that we had adopted the slogan of Muslim League, Pakistan for Islam, and we started a movement of demand of the constitution on that basis, and we succeeded. Now, if we enter the election arena with this slogan, we shall be returned to power, and then we shall use the whole government machinery to change the thinking pattern of the people, to reform them Islamically, etc., etc. So he decided to enter the power politics arena of this country by participating in elections in 1951. And that was the biggest blunder. He realized only after 20 years that he had committed a mistake. In 1971. But at that time he was too old. He couldn't hold the reins of power of the movement in his own hands and lead the movement. Anyhow, what happened with this was, please note my words, that Jamaat Islami, which was before that an ideological Islamic revolutionary party, turned into an Islam-loving national political party. These three versus three. Ideological Islamic revolutionary party. It was changed into an Islam-loving but national political party. Now, I was, from my very early, I should say, when I was only a 5th class student, I started reading Iqbal. I was influenced by his poetry. That was the first impression. Then I was impressed by Maududi and Abul Kalam. When I also migrated to Pakistan from India, I joined Jamaat Islami's movement. Firstly, the student section, Islamic Jamiat al-Talaba. And I rose to the position of the Nazim-e-Ala of Jamiat al-Talaba. But then I came to the conclusion that Jamaat Islami has taken a wrong turn. It's no more an Islamic revolutionary party, and this is going to be doomed. So I parted my ways after writing a note of dissent comprising 225 pages in a book now. It is now in a book form, an analysis of the movement of Jamaat Islami. What it was originally and what it became after the independence of Pakistan. Now, I myself, I told you, under the influence of Iqbal, Maududi, Abul Kalam, I started Tanzeem-e-Islami. I started my mission in 1965 independently. My first emphasis was on Iman through Quran. First, the foundations of Iman have to be taken down in the heart. They take a nation's pillar deep. What is that couplet of English poetry? Not gold, but only men can make a people great and strong. So, to take Islam, Iman to the depths of the heart through Quran. Quran gives you a faith with an intellectual element. Faith, not a blind faith, but a faith with understanding, with an intellectual element. And most of my time has been spent in this. I found Markazi Anjuman Khuddam al-Quran, the central society of the servants of the Quran, on the pattern of the society of the servants of Bible. That was established in 1972. Then 3 years later, I established Tanzeem-e-Islami, taking the same original pattern of Jamaat Islami, differing only in 2 things. I revived the institution of BPAAE. It's not a Western type constitution-based organization where the leaders are elected. No. The leader is the one who has called you for this ideal and this. He is the leader. And you have to give your BPAAE, your oath of allegiance to him. You can advise him, you can give your opinions, but the decision will not be by the counting of your votes, but decision will rest with the Amir. I think this pamphlet is also included in that set. The institution of BPAAE, the foundation of organization in Islam. The Prophet took BPAAE, the Caliph took BPAAE, even the kings took BPAAE, the Sufis for the purification of souls took BPAAE, Mehdi Sudani, when he was fighting against the Britishers, took BPAAE, Sanusi in Libya, based on BPAAE, Sayyid Ahmed Barelvi, BPAAE, Imam Shamil, BPAAE. Good. This is the basic foundation of Islamic organization. And number 3, I have further cleared or formulated The methodology of Islamic revolution derived from the seerah of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It was a great blessing of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He gave me the strength to write this book. Islam cannot be established as a deen except by the methodology inferred, derived from the methodology of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And that is going to be the subject of my talk in the evening. Now, my organization, Tanzeem Islami, I have, due to old age, given up the imarat and leadership of the party. And I have nominated. Here we have nominations, no elections. A new leader has been nominated. I am there now as an ordinary member. I obey him now, although he's my son, but he's a Amir. So the response that we have got up till this date and time is very limited. The general religious scene is occupied mostly by the sectarian ulamas groups, sectarian, based on sects. And then these two movements, Tablighi Jama'ah and Jamaat Islami, as a political party. So they are dominating the scene up till now. Our progress is slow but steady. And now it is within Allah, His decision and command. But this movement has now entered the second generation. And inshallah, it will continue. The success or otherwise is in His hands. Our duty is to strive and try to be on the right path. The success, when and through whom it comes, is for Allah to decide. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the close attention.
We'll take a short break for... Dear panelists, you have heard Dr. Israr's discourse on a very vast subject. It has covered centuries, in fact, the arrival of Islam in the subcontinents, and then its development, and finally, the creation of Pakistan in 1947 and its aftermath. Now the floor is open for discussion.
I have a point of clarification initially. You mentioned that in the 20th century there are 4 mujaddids.
First of all, I never used the word mujaddid for them. Mujaddids were Ahmed Sarhandi, Shah Waliullah, Sayyid Ahmad Barelvi, and Sheikhul Hind Maulana Mahmud Hassan.
Right.
But 4, you may say, da'is and callers.
That's what I was not sure about. Now, the question that I have is a comparative one, in relation to Badi Zaman Said Nursi in the Ottoman Empire, who was born in 1877. And briefly about his life is that after World War I, after the defeat of the Ottoman army, he began to preach the idea that the only destiny for Islam in the Ottoman Empire, in Turkey, as well as in the Muslim world, is the preservation of faith, Iman, as you have suggested. He has the same ideas about Iman. And that's why he went in full force to preserve Iman in a secular Turkish republic, the Turkish Republic of Turkey that was established after 1924. And he never thought about re-establishing the Islamic socio-economic and political system. To him, that was part of his old days, the old Said. but his major intention was to preserve Iman in a new age. Now, you seem to be somewhat different. You seem to be saying that
I'm very much different.
Iman alone is not sufficient, but it has to be reconstituted in the context of the state. Whereas for Saeed Nursi, he is saying that Iman without an Islamic state can be preserved, even in the most radical secular entity, such as the Turkish Republic of Turkey today.
Yes, the last thing that you have said, I agree 100%. Iman can be preserved. We have the example of the Ashab al-Kahf, people of the cave. They saved their Iman by running off from the society and hiding in a cave for 300 years, more than 300 years. So I would compare Sayyid Nursi's movement to Deobandis, the ulama, the big people who based Deoband. They wanted to preserve the Iman as Aqidah and, the knowledge of Quran and Sunnah. But this phenomenon is actually exclusive. Iqbal was the first to revive the concept of Islam as a deen. And then, first attempt was made by Abul Kalam, second by Maududi. And it is progressing. And I quote the ayah from the Quran, for you especially, لَتَرْكَبُنَّ طَبَقًا عَنْ طَبَقٍ. The big purpose which was achieved by the Prophet in 20 years, that cannot be achieved in one generation now. لَتَرْكَبُنَّ طَبَقًا عَنْ طَبَقٍ. We shall rise from level to level to level. And now we are very, very near, very close to that final end, inshallah.
I'd like to ask you a question about science, natural science. But let me first say, I enjoyed your talk more than any other talks which I've also enjoyed. I thought this was the best one for me that was, so thank you for that. It was a rich discussion. I want to ask you about the role of Western science. Science is the very basis of our technology, and the philosophy behind science and technology is secular. It has a long history of becoming secular. It is the dominance of our science and technology which has led to our imperial domination. Without it, we would not have achieved that domination over some 200 or 300 years, which has happened. And it is the ownership and control of that science and technology which forms today the military technology which is still totally dominant around the world. So my question is around the role of science in your Renaissance, in the Islamic Renaissance. You have mentioned it time and again in this talk today, but it is not clear to me what relation Islam has to Western natural science.
In one of my previous talks, I specified there are two knowledges. One is acquired, one is revealed. And this acquired knowledge is also Islamic, because we are studying the universe, which is the work of God. The Quran, the scriptures, the Torah, the Bible, they are words of God. So there is no distinction or agreement between the two. If we find that there is someone, it is due to our knowledge, lack of knowledge. So we have to adopt it. It is not un-Islamic at all. It is Islamic. But thought governs this. This is not the governing force. Governing force is the thought, the ideas.
May I come in here? See, nothing wrong with science and technology per se, as such. But when it becomes scientism, a total metaphysical worldview, that only science can explain everything, then that is something un-Islamic, un-Quranic.
Can I ask a question about At various points in your talk, you hinted to your view of Hinduism and the relationships between Hinduism and Islam in India over the last 200 or so years in particular. And you talked about, you were critical of Hinduism for at least two reasons. One is that it has a propensity to always assimilate another religion and make it its own and eradicate the distinctiveness of the other. And your second criticism was that there was a deep antagonism amongst Hindus in India towards Islam, which is one of the major arguments for partition. Can you just locate those feelings towards Hinduism in a broader context for me? Was it colonialism? Was it the arrival of the British which led to these problematic relationships, an awkward relationship between Hindus and Muslims, and before that perhaps there was more constructive coexistence? Or have there always been major antagonisms between Muslims and Hindus in India?
My response would be, first of all, Hinduism is not a religion. It's a conglomeration of very different beliefs. Hindus themselves say it's not religion, it's a culture. And all who live in India should adopt that culture. They shouldn't maintain their separate identity. When they live in India, they are the sons of the soil now, so they should be integrated into the culture. Now, as regarding the opposition to Pakistan, it had two factors. Number one, dislike of Islam, but more so was division of India. Bharat was very sacred to them. They call it Mother Bharat, Bharat Mata. How come? India will be divided? No. So that was more effective. But there was extremist Hindus who had the idea to exterminate Islam and Muslims from this soil. They are foreign elements, they have to go out. There have been slogans in Bombay, Musalman ke do asthan, Pakistan ya Qabristan. Muslims of India have two places to go, either to graveyard or to Pakistan. Go away from here. So it was a religious affair also. They had started a movement of converting Muslims to Hinduism in the regions where there was no Islamic knowledge. Some chief of the tribe accepted Islam, and now all the people, but they didn't even know the kalma. First, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammad Rasul. Even that they couldn't pronounce. Especially the Mewatis, round about Delhi. So Tablighi Jamaat worked a lot for them. But they were converting them. So as to reclaim, they were from us, and they must come back. Then the Britishers also, especially the conservatives in England, they broadened this gap and increased the enmity due to their policy of divide and rule, divide and rule. If they come together, they'll throw us out. Let them fight each other, divide and rule. So the oil was added to this burning fire by this British policy. And when they left a bone of contention between Bharat and Pakistan, Kashmir. Go on fighting, go on fighting, go on fighting. Remain friends, our friends, both of you, but fight each other. Go on, go on. The same continuation of the divide and rule policy.
I have a couple of things to say. Firstly, I want to go back to your discourse this morning, and very interesting, very informative. What I was trying to reflect on was this, that we are looking at, in this period of 150 years, we are looking at Iqbal, we are looking at the thought of Azad, we are looking at the thought of Maududi, yourself, and others. And I go back to the time of around when Iqbal was born, 1870s. And 1870s, I think in some ways also becomes a historically very significant period in the British rule, because that is the time when practically, I think in this northwest segment of the country, there are several movements that emerged which primarily were a response to the British presence, the British dominance. They did not like the dominance. They were also a response to the Christian missionaries and their work. They, maybe to some extent, were also protective against the influences of the faiths which already existed within the society. But primarily, I think they were defensive. And in that movement, there was amongst the Hindus, the Arya Samaj movement, which started, which became very strong. The Sikhs had the Singh Sabha movement, which started. Before that, it was the Nirankaris and the Kukas. So the first, 1871, the Kukas movement, the Qadianis and the Aligarh movement. All these are the movements which started at that point of time. I see there a trend of the thought that initially emerges from, which is, I think, informed through the works of all of them, like Iqbal and Azad and even Maududi, where the thought was to find a model or to find identity within a pluralistic setting. You see, now somewhere around 1920, 1930, that period is significant because the rift between Gandhi and Jinnah, which led then ultimately to emergence of another kind of thought of separation. So I'm wondering here that if we even go back to 1930 speech of Allama Iqbal, he is talking of a very broad concept of federalism. He is talking of a very broad concept of federalism, true federalism, where the regions have a certain level of freedom and liberty, but they live as a pluralistic entities. Is it possible, in your judgment or in your reflection, that if Nehru and Jinnah had got along, we would not be thinking of so many of these things here today?
Well, these ifs, they can have so many answers.
Yes.
And what I want to point out is that what you are saying about Iqbal is partially true. Because at that time, we could never think of independence from the Britishers. So what he was seeking at that time was the grouping of the provinces on the basis of population. So there should be one province of Muslim majority, So that was practical, pragmatic. But then he said in this same lecture, for me it is destiny that an independent Muslim state will exist and be established in the northwest of India. But that was not a proposal. On those conditions, nobody could think that Britishers will go. Had not the Second World War happened, the Britishers would have never gone from here.
Dr. Mumtaz.
Mr. Sahab, you left the Jamaat Islami in the 1950s, and I happen to have read your statement that you delivered at Marchi Gold Ijtima, and I must admit that it's the most articulate and profoundly argued statement. with wit and sarcasm, and also with passion. And even today, I think it remains probably the best critique of the turnaround of the Jamaat-e-Islami. I have two questions. Did you at any time after you left the Jamaat had the opportunity of meeting Maulana Maududi and discussing with him the issues that divided you? Secondly, at the same time or around that time, both Maulana Wahiduddin Ahmed and Maulana Amin Hasan Islai also left the Jamaat-e-Islami. How is your position different from the position taken by these two other stalwarts of the Jamaat? And thirdly,
it will be difficult for me to remember.
Go ahead. But please do remember I have a third
question, not a question paper. First of all, I didn't meet Maulana Maududi for 5 years after leaving Jamaat-e-Islami. But in 1962, I was going for Hajj for the first time. So I came over to Lahore from Montgomery. 1962. That was my first Hajj. So I came and talked to him. That Maulana, my difference stands where it was. Rather, it is more intense. But I love you. I'm thankful to you because you gave us the idea and all that. So I want that you also clear your heart from my side. He said, I have nothing in my heart against you. But then, that was not the time for discussion. I tried to discuss because when I went to Hajj, he also came because, the founding session of Rabatatul Alam Al Islami was going to be held. After I left, he was invited. So I met him in Makkah, in Mina, in Medina, and wanted to discuss with him. I said, Maulana, do you not up till now think that some mistake has been? So he was furious. He said, the same question I'm asking you. Have you not up till now understood your mistake? So I stopped. Number one. Number two was Wahiduddin and Maulana Islahi. Maulana Islahi was 100% in agreement with me. But his position was that had Maulana Maududi kept the environment of mutual consultation, we would not have left Jamaat-e-Islami. So leaving Jamaat is something else and the difference of opinion is something else. As for Wahiduddin Khan, he actually attacks the basic thought of Iqamatud-Din. So he has differed and gone away from the basic ideology of Jamaat-e-Islami, but not Maulana Islahi.
Thank you.
Dr. Sorry.
I also wish to say that I enjoyed today's talk a great deal, and I learned from it. I understand even better, I think, your desire for and your aim to have an Islamic state. And I understand better also why you do not accept Muslims and really Islam only being given in the states rights to practice their religion and other human rights, but not having full political rights, indeed, not having their own Islamic state. And I certainly do not expect you to change your views on this whatsoever. I wonder, however, if you can fully understand why non-Muslims would almost certainly oppose any kind of Islamic state, especially one in which they live, and did not grant them political rights as well as human rights on an equal basis with Muslims. And also, given that you say, yes, you want an Islamic state, you're saying now, first and foremost in Pakistan, but the real idea is to have either Islamic states around the world or to have the world become an Islamic state, then I wonder if you can understand why for a good many of us non-Muslims, that would only mean difficulty, first of all, but also probably conflict, because the rights would not be given fully. And if you're thinking of a world Islamic state, then that would be conflict throughout the whole of the world. So I'm wondering if you can understand that, which I think you can, but then what would you say about that? How would then conflict cease to be as long as there were non-Muslims in this world?
First of all, we hope that when a model Islamic state is established somewhere on this globe, most of the humanity and mankind will see the truth with their own eyes and accept Islam. But I don't say that the conflict will be over. There will remain certain persons, but in the revolutionary terminology, all the people in Russia were not communists. But they had to accept the communist order. It is the revolutionary force that establishes its order of its choice, and the other have to obey. This is the rule. This has been the rule throughout. But let me quote about Muslims, not what to speak of Islam. About Islam, let me quote an incident. Omar, the second caliph, went to Damascus, and there he saw a Jew begging in the market. He called the governor for explanation. How come? When he was young, you were taking jizya from him, and now when he's old, you have thrown him into the street to beg. Fix the allowance for him, just like the allowances for Muslims. This is Islam. The basic right that the Islamic Caliphate underwrites all the basic human necessities for every citizen. It covers the non-Muslims also. Number two, about the Muslim kingship. Let me quote Ben Gurion, what he said. The golden era of our diaspora was the Muslim Spain. In what a high position were the Jews over there?
One small comment there, if I may. That's only this, that I think the way possibly lots of these golden eras have been defined are such that the golden era of the Indian history in the last millennium is considered to be Akbar's rule. Akbar's rule.
Yes.
Yes,
and the Muslim ascendancy was at its zenith during Akbar's rule.
No,
but Islam had gone.
Yes, that's what I mean. You see, so therefore, I think to try and relate the faith of the ruler to the golden era possibly could be erroneous.
But that is not our golden era.
Yeah, that's
that is not the golden era of Islam.
Not of Islam,
yes.
But for the people.
Ibrahim.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to draw our attention that the journal we edit in Hartwood Seminary in the past issue, the combined issue of July and October of last year, we published a special issue on Pakistan and Allama Maududi. And I'm sorry that we don't have a copy of that here, but we have like 13 major articles on Maududi and Pakistan, which are significant in many ways. Now, the question that I have is about two major events that you have referred to only briefly. The event of partition, the partition of India in 1947, and the consequence of the partition, the creation of an Indian nation state and a Pakistani nation state. Now I want to talk briefly about the nation state of Pakistan. If I understand you correctly, you are saying from your own perspective that the nation state of Pakistan that has come on the heels of partition has not established through Islamic ideas and through Islamic rule and through Imam. So in that sense, for the past 56 years or so, the nation state of Pakistan has not been a true Islamic state. That's
100% agreed.
Okay. Therefore, my question is, within the partition, at least 4 or 5 million innocent civilians were killed on both sides. Muslims, Sikhs, Hindus, all sorts of innocent people. Now, was it worth it to kill so many people for a secular nation state of Pakistan that you disagree with?
Brother, I was not involved in that killing.
No, I'm not asking you. No. True, but the fact is...
And neither the leaders of Congress or Muslim League
but that doesn't
would
matter.
envisage that this would happen.
Yeah, but partition, the whole idea of partition, gave rise to so much killing within India and Pakistan.
Yes, it's a sad
and from
affair.
an Islamic perspective, that's not worth it to establish a non-Islamic state later on.
Break went off.
I agree.
We have to stop here.
I have two questions. I want to learn, you see, but I may ask private. Yes. The first question is how do you consider Imam Rabbani and Shah Dahlawi in
Mujaddid? I have named the first Mujaddid.
Yeah, Mujaddid, but I think, as far as I know, maybe my knowledge is very little and limited. Imam Rabbani, he didn't aim an Islamic state. So how do you consider Imam Rabbani's views?
I have said, that the Islam during these centuries was gradually reduced to mazhab.
Yeah, I mean,
and
when you consider his views and
also
ideas,
private affair.
Yes.
Iman is also a private personal affair.
Yeah.
Personal piety. That was the goal of most of the Mujaddids.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Brad.
Dear panelists, only one fact. In terms of Islamic intellectual history in South Asia, Shah Waliullah of Delhi and Imam Rabbani Sirhindi, we have one major Canadian Muslim woman scholar on that in the USA, Professor Marcia Hermanson, who's known to some of our faculty in the seminary, she's somewhere in Chicago, not at the University of Chicago.
She's DePaul.
DePaul University, who has done tremendous work on Sirhindi, especially on Loyola University. Thank you, yes. So we are doing something. Thank you so much.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله
In the name of Allah, most beneficent, the most merciful, I welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to the second session of today. Dr. Israr Ahmed covered two dimensions, two very important dimensions of our corporate collective life, the political and economic. And in this session, he will cover the social system of Islam, family life and social system, with special reference to the status of women. As you know, this status of women is a burning issue in contemporary thought, and he will dilate upon it from his own Quranic perspective. I request Dr. Israr Ahmed to please present his ideas.
أحمده وأصلي على رسوله الكريم أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. Al-Hujurat, ayah 13. And in Nisa, Surah Al-Nisa, the fourth surah, الرجال قوامون على النساء بما فضل الله بعضهم على بعض وبما أنفقوا من أموالهم فالصالحات قانتات حافظات للغيب بما حفظ الله صدق الله العظيم. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Dear brothers and sisters from Adam and Eve, may Allah bless both of them, and may Allah bless us all. The topic of this session, as the brother has said, is very burning issue, a very controversial issue. And I very well know that what I am going to say will not be easily palatable to most of you brothers and sisters. To the Western mind and the modern civilization, these things are very alien. But I want to start on the social system of Islam with the equality of all human beings that the Quran has stressed. No one is high, no one is low by birth. There can be high and low on the basis of acquired characters. If you are more virtuous, you are higher level. If you are not so, you belong to a level, lower level. If you have attained great knowledge, you are at a higher level. If you are ignorant, you are at a lower level. But these are the acquired characters. By birth, nobody is higher, nobody is lower. None is superior, none is inferior. I have quoted ayah number 13 of the 49th this chapter or surah of Quran, Al-Hujurat. It translates like this. Ya ayyuhan nas, O mankind, inna khalaqnakum. We have created you all. Min zakarin wa unsa. From one male and one female. You are all the progeny of Adam and Eve. وَجَعَلْنَاكُمْ شُعُوبًا وَقَبَائِلًا. Then we divided you into nations and tribes. لِتَعَارَفُوا. Only so that you may be recognized. Who is he? From which part of the world is he? This is only for recognition. Nothing high, nothing low. Inna akramakum indallahi atqakum. the more respectable amongst you are those who are the most God-fearing, who have the maximum regard for God in their hearts. And Allah is Alim and Khabir. He knows everything. He sees your hearts, not what you say, but what you have in your heart. He knows it. So this equality of humanity, it covers all human beings, males and females, any nation, any color, any creed. Humanity will remain there. This is the basis of human brotherhood. Now this equality, human equality, is that thing which even H.G. Wells has testified and said it was the biggest achievement of Muhammad. And I said even. He criticizes him severely. But in his concise history of the world, when he reaches the last part, last chapter on Muhammad, he quotes from the last sermon, the sermon of the last pilgrimage, the departing pilgrimage. There he said, La fazla li Arabiyyin ala Ajamiyyin. There is no superiority of any Arab over any non-Arab. Wala li Ajamiyyin ala Arabiyyin. Nor the non-Arabs have any superiority over the Arabs. Wala ahmara ala aswada. Also red and white people, they are not superior to the blacks. Wala aswada ala ahmara. And also vice versa. The blacks have no superiority over the whites. Illa bit taqwa. Superiority or inferiority will be based on taqwa. How much regard one has for Allah. How much he fears for the great and grand accountability of the Day of Judgment, and keeps himself within the limits of the Sharia, not transgressing the Sharia. So, at this point, H.G. Wells wrote, I am quoting, I think, maybe some word might be changed, otherwise I remember it fully. Although the sermons of human equality, fraternity, and freedom were said before also, and we find a lot of such sermons in Jesus of Nazareth. But it must be admitted that it was Muhammad who, for the first time in human history, established a society based on these principles. And this is the biggest testimony, coming not from any friend, but from the foe. His enemy, he criticizes him bitterly, badly, with a very bad taste, just like Salman Rushdie and Taslima Nasreen of Bangladesh, in the same way. But here he has to bow down. But please note, this passage has been deleted in the recent edition of H.G. Wells' Concise History of the World. The present editors couldn't swallow it. But you will have to refer to some older edition from libraries to find this. And I have cautioned you because maybe if you go and open the book and you don't find this passage, you may think that I have lied to you. So you have to go to the former edition. So now this is, I think, the biggest achievement of Islam. This applies to even women and men. By birth, men are not superior to women. Women are not inferior to men. They share human dignity, human respect, human honor, absolutely equal. The moral field is open to both of them. They can go to the heights of morality. The spiritual field open to both equally. You can go. If there was Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani of Baghdad, a saint, very renowned saint, you must have heard about him. We had Rabia Basriya from Basra. Again, at the height of that spirituality. And let me point out here that the Prophet said, if a person has reared two daughters, educated them, and then got them married, his seat in paradise is reserved. He didn't say this for the sons, it's for the daughters. And you may recall that in that Arabian society, these daughters were so much disliked. In their infancy, they were buried alive. But Islam gave this honor. In the same way, you have to respect your parents. But the rights of mother are 3 times greater than the father. Again, 3, but doctor is not here, Mumtaz. 3 times. One of the companions asked the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who among the people deserves my service most? He replied, your mother. He asked again, and after her? Again, your mother. For the 3rd time after her, your mother. When he asked for the 4th time, then he said, your father. So this is the dignity that Islam has given to women. As about at the religious level, their equality. Let me quote one ayah from the 3rd chapter. It is 195 ayah. In the previous ayah or verse, there is a prayer, very long prayer of the believers to Allah. They are praying. I don't mention that. But in this ayah, 195, Allah says, فَاسْتَجَابَ لَهُمْ رَبُّهُمْ. Their Lord accepted and granted their prayer. أَنِّي لَا أُضِيعُ عَمَلَ عَامِلٍ مِّنْكُمْ. That I am not going to let any good deed of yours go in waste. Min zakarin aw unsa, whether you are a male or a female. Ba'dukum min ba'd. You are from each other. From the same father, you have the son and the daughter. The womb of the same mother has gave birth to the daughter and the son. There can be no difference, no superiority, no inferiority altogether. Now, if you keep in mind what was the status of women before Islam, in most of the countries, nearly the whole of the world, among Hinduism, among Christianity, they were thought to be evil in nature. They don't have spirits in them. Only males have the spirits. And so on. And the condition of women in India among Hindus was the worst. But Islam raised the status of women. Islam gave them a legal personality. You are a legal person. You can own property. You can do business. You cannot be married without consent. Full legal person. Your parents can arrange for your marriage, but with your consent, not without your consent. Now I come to the third point. The most important feature of Islamic society is the strength of the family system, the institution of family. As an institution, it must be strong. And this is in direct contrast to the modern civilization or the conditions generally in the West. This institution has been more or less destroyed. Now, what are the dimensions? First of all, respect for the parents, serving the parents. At 5 places in Quran, Allah has mentioned the rights of parents just after his own rights. وَقَضَى رَبُّكَ أَلَّا تَعْبُدُوا إِلَّا إِيَّاهُ. Your Lord has decided that you will not worship or obey anyone else than Him. وَبِالْوَالِدَيْنِ إِحْسَانًا. And He has ordained upon you service, respect, good treatment with your parents. This is one example. إِمَّا يَبْلُغَنَّ عِنْدَكَ الْكِبَرَ إِحْدَاهُمَا أَوْ كِلَاهُمَا فَلَا تَقُلْ لَهُمَا أُفٍّ. If any one of these parents or both reach old age with you, never say even oh to them. Although obedience is not necessary, if they command you something contrary to the Sharia of Allah, no obedience. Obedience is for those who ask you to follow the Sharia. But service, good behavior, keeping your shoulders down before them, not like this, no. You should keep your shoulders more down before them. وَخْفِضْ لَهُمَا جَنَاحَ الذُّلِّ مِنَ الرَّحْمَةِ. So this relationship, on this basis in our society, parents invest themselves fully in their offsprings. They don't try to keep something for their old age because they have the surety that as we are looking after them, now they will be looking after us when we are old. This is the tradition. Not to put them in old houses so that they can't even meet the sons or the daughters, longing to see the son or daughter. You can keep them at your home because your privacy, you may say it, your independence is limited by their presence over there. No. This family system, firstborn, parents, and the offsprings. Now, among the offsprings, brotherhood between brothers and sisters. Quran says there is a relation of womb, rahim, uterus. Your brothers, you are bound by the uterus of your mothers. Try to consolidate it, strengthen this brotherhood between the brothers and the sisters. Number 3, marriage. It is here that men and women are not equal. When a woman and a man, they enter into an agreement of marriage, living together, to start a family, the husband is the head of the family. There can be no institution without a head, one head. You can't have two at the top. If you have more than one, there will be chaos. You can have only one managing director of a firm, not two. But you can have directors, maybe 10, 20, but managing director has to be one. So it is not based on gender, the superiority or inferiority. No. It is the organization. All human beings are equal, but the officer and the peon, are they equal? A minister sitting in his office, and there might be someone standing at the door, at the gate. Are they equal? Are the generals and the general soldiers equal? This is a question of administration, organization. Here, women have to accept the authority of men. Authority. That is why I quoted the ayah 32 from the 4th surah. الرجال قوامون على النساء. Men are rulers over women. Why? بما فضل الله بعضهم على بعض. Because Allah has given some more than the other. The physical strength, that He has given more to men. وَبِمَا أَنفَقُوا مِنْ أَمْوَالِهِمْ. And due to what they spend from their wealth. When they enter into the agreement of marriage, the dower money is paid by the husband, would-be husband. Although marriage is a requirement for women also, just as it is a requirement for men. But he has to pay and she accepts. So here, and then, Islam puts no responsibility of maintaining the family on women or mother. All economic responsibilities, financial responsibilities, they are on the shoulders of men. بما فضل الله بعضهم على بعض وبما أنفقوا من أموالهم. فالصالحات قانتات. So, the good women, virtuous women, they are obedient to their husbands. First, obedience to God and His messenger. That's the basis of religion. But here in the institution of family, wife has to obey the husband. If by any argument or by any appeal she can get something accepted by the husband, it's okay. But if the husband is insisting on something which is not forbidden by Allah, if it is forbidden by Allah, no obedience. لا طاعة لمخلوق في معصية الخالق. There is no obedience for any creation, any man, any institution, anything in the affairs where there is disobedience for Allah. La ta'ata li makhluqin fi ma'siyatil khaliq. But if it is mubah, it is halal, it is permissible, you have a difference of opinion. Wife has her own opinion, the husband has his own opinion. Now, if the wife can, by appeal or by argument, if she can make the husband agreeable to her point of view, it's okay. But otherwise, she will have to obey. And let me quote here, I was very much impressed when I read in an interview of Sarah Ferguson, when she was going to be married to Prince Andrew. She said, I am not that timid type of woman. I am not going to say I will obey him. I came to know this is something necessary for a Christian marriage. I was delighted. The light is from the same source. In our marriage, a woman doesn't say these words. But the teaching of the Quran is the same. You have to obey. And she must have said that I will obey him when she was being married in the Westminster Abbey. Anyhow, for the strengthening of this family, I have told you one dimension, parent-offspring relationship. Second dimension, the brotherhood among brothers and sisters. Thirdly, a strong bond between the spouses. One dimension I have mentioned, that wife has to obey. The second dimension, strong bond of love is required. And adultery, fornication, what to speak of rape, absolutely forbidden. The whole attraction of the sexes, which is natural. You know that Freud has said that this is the most potent motive, the sex, and it is definitely very potent, no doubt. Not the most potent, but it is potent. And there is the danger of anarchy, illicit relationships, illegitimate relationships, without any marriage bond. So Islam, the objective is to eradicate zina, to eradicate fornication, to eradicate adultery. But this is such an issue that Quran has not said, don't commit zina, don't commit adultery. Quran said, don't go even near zina. Keep away from it. Keep at a distance. Now, what are those distances that Islam has suggested? Number one, the society has to be segregated. No intermixing of the sexes. Lest this attraction comes into play and there is some foul play. Islamic society is segregated, absolutely segregated. Different teaching institutions, schools, colleges, different universities, segregated hospitals. Hospital for women, women are the patient, women are the doctors, women are the nurses. men's hospital, men as patients, men as doctors. Men should be the nurses over here, not female. And what happens in the hospitals is of common knowledge. We know that in the military, no medical units go to the front line with female nurses. All the nurses who go to the front line, they are male. So hospitals should be there, but they be segregated. Segregation of sexes is the fundamental principle of Muslim society. Number two, covering of the body, especially the sex organs, and the organs or parts of the body of women which are attractive to men. This we call satr. Satr means to cover. For men, the satr which has been prescribed is from above the umbilicus to below the knees. If this much is covered, the purpose of the Sharia is fulfilled. You may have additional dress, you may have pants and coat and shirts, oh, okay. But that part of body cannot be exposed except for the wives or the surgeon or doctor when there is need. These parts have to be covered. And for women, whole of the body is to be covered, except the face only, and the hands only, and the feet only. It must be covered. And in addition to that, the body will be uncovered only for the husband or for the physician or surgeon. It has to be covered. Additionally, especially their bosoms and their chests, they should have an additional covering. And then there is the instruction that a woman's dress should not be very transparent type of dress, should not be very tight, so that the body curves become apparent. The Prophet said, لَعَنَ اللَّهُ الْقَاسِيَاتٍ عَارِيَاتٍ. Allah has cursed those women who, although they are dressed, they are naked. The dress is so fine that it is revealing the body, or it is so tight that it is making prominent the curves of the body. But for this bosom or the chest, additional cover, the headscarf has to be worn in this way, that this is an additional covering for the chest. These are the commandments of the Sharia. Now comes the veil. This is necessary when a woman has to meet or see someone who is non-mahram. Now, who is mahram? Please note. The relations with which a woman can never be married, in any case, they are mahrams. Father, brother, nephew, her own nephew. They are mahram. Not her husband's nephew. Her own brother, not her husband's brother. If the husband dies, she can marry the brother of the husband. Mahram are only those with whom a woman can never be married. And there's a list. Full list given in Quran, in Surah An-Nur. All the other males are na-mahram. They are not mahrams, non-mahrams. And before them, in front of them, a Muslim woman will come covering their faces also. This is my opinion, but there is a difference of opinion on this subject among the legal experts in Islam. But I am giving you my opinion. Why? If we think about the reason why these restrictions, just contrary to what is happening in West, men fully dressed and women half naked. It's just the reverse of what Islam says. And what is the reason? I told you. To put obstructions in the way of zina, illegitimate sexual relationship, obstruction. Don't have those conditions where you find chances for this. So these obstructions have to be far and wide. And these are the obstructions. Then I told you what is the aim? Strengthening the family. If a male has seen some female, some woman, very pretty, very attractive, and now he is thinking about her, what's the result? The bond of love between him and his wife is weakened. Family becomes loose. Islam wants a strong family. The attraction the both sexes have for each other should be focused on the spouses only. That's all. The stronger this bond of love, the stronger is the family. And healthier are the environment for the upbringing of the children. A children being brought up in an environment where father and mother are in deep love, they have deep regard for each other. They have mutual confidence for each other. These are the positive environments for the upbringing of the children. And where there is distrust and they don't love each other. But note, Islam allows a divorce. If you are not compatible with each other, somehow you can't go together. Don't keep on quarreling and fighting and fighting and quarreling. You can separate. But husband has the authority to divorce. Wife does not have the authority to divorce. She can get divorce through the agency of a court or the elders of the family. Not direct. As I told you, in this institution of family, men and women are not equal, not equal. I admit it plainly. So now there can be an objection to it regarding the economic conditions of the society. Do you want that your women folk shouldn't work? Shouldn't help in the economy of the country? No, they can work. Number one, they can teach in the schools, colleges, universities. But female schools, girls' colleges, a separate university for women, as today we have in Tehran, under the name of Fatma Zahra University, exclusively women. Then they can be doctors, they can be nurses, but in the women's hospitals. Then there we can develop cottage industry. Women working at their homes, they have not to go out. no spending of their time, no need of any makeup to go out. They can work at their homes, cottage industries. Then we can have special industrial units where only women should work and only women should supervise. Then the whole primary education can be given to women. Children below the age of 10, okay, there can be co-education and give it to the women. Don't hire any man as teacher at that level. You can use your women workforce, but only if you have the real intention to obey Allah and His Messenger and abide by the Sharia. What has happened in West is the destruction of family. Clinton said in his New Year's message, I think 2 years before, very soon the majority of our nation would be bastards. He didn't use this word. He said born without any wedlock. This is the society. And this is the testimony of the President of America. And this family life, it has deteriorated and been destroyed to an extent. Now Bush says marriage, 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 marriage. The males are not ready to marry. Why? The family laws, they are very unnatural. As soon as you divorce your wife, half of your property, everything goes to her. Why should I marry? We are living together, we are not married. Living together, children are being born without any wedlock. The biggest problem is incest. Among the medicine, which are mostly used, are for the mental illnesses. And I was told by psychiatrists that the biggest cause of these mental illnesses is incest. It gives you a guilty conscience, and that guilty conscience develops. Abortion. Now Bush is saying, no, there should be some restriction to abortion. Because the society is going. But when the Pope visited, there was a demonstration by women against him because he is in favor of ban on abortion. You know, the Beijing +5 conference held under the United Nations Organization, General Assembly, social engineering. But that social engineering is in the direction to destroy this family structure at all. A prostitute has to be respected. She is a sex worker. Why do you say something wrong about her? Someone is using his muscles to earn money. Someone is using and selling his faculties, brain. She is using a part of her body. Why do you object? Homosexuality, just going against nature, destroying nature. And now homosexual marriage is recognized. A man is the husband, a man is a wife. A woman is the husband and a woman is the wife. This is the depth to which the social structure and the social system of the West has gone down. It has to be restructured. It has to be re-engineered, but on the lines that I have put before you. And this is the Islamic social system and the status of women in Islam. Thank you very much for the attention that you have paid.
Dr. Israr's presentation or discourse has a positive side. On the positive side, he has presented his understanding of Quran and Hadith. And on the negative side, it is a critique of the Western, a religious, materialistic society and social setup. Now the floor is open for discussion. Yes, please.
I read in the book that middle-aged women are allowed more freedom to go out into the society. At what age does middle age start?
It's not middle age, it's old age. But then only there is a relaxation in the dress code. That's all.
Not in
She
her
doesn't need to
mobility?
cover her hair, etc. But that is the only thing.
So that doesn't
Not
mean
that she should go out
she
and
cannot go to the
no.
mosque to pray.
No, it's not forbidden.
It is not forbidden?
Not forbidden. But you know, we have to have separate lines in the mosque for the women. Not intermixing. And the lines of the women have to be behind. So there are restrictions about that.
First of all, I want to thank you for your clear lectures, and I think it's very important for us in the West to understand Islam, and your presentation of it was very helpful to me. So I really want to thank you. I'm grateful for being here, and it's an important event in my life.
Thanks.
One of the things that I'm interested in is to know whether in the Muslim world, have there been any empirical studies about the happiness of families? Do you know that Muslim families are so much happier than families in the West, empirically? Because I cite this because of the experience we had when we went to Afghanistan, where women have been, pretty much subjected to some pretty terrible treatment in terms of not being allowed any educational opportunities and being treated pretty much like chattel. I mean, at least that's the experience I've been getting, I've been reading. And even in today's newspaper that came through the auspices of the hotel, there was an article that talked about the sadness that families felt when daughters were born into their home. And the idea of having daughters rather than sons seemed to be a very negative kind of experience for Islamic families. And I just wondered what your reaction to those kind of ideas might be.
Actually, we Muslims are not practicing Islam fully. And we are under the influence of our Hindu background on one side and the Western civilization on the other side. We are between the two and not practicing Islam. Now, according to Islam, a widow must be married. If she is not very old, must be married. Islam doesn't like that you should remain bachelor. Marry. This is nature's demand. If you don't marry, you will go astray, this way or that way. So actually, now the happiness of the family, I have discussed, I think, the respect for the elders and the parents, and then the parents investing whole and soul into their offsprings. They don't keep anything, saving anything for their old age, no. So everything has a result. The psychology is different. About Afghanistan, you are misinformed. During the Taliban period, actually the co-education was finished and stopped. And they had not till the time to establish girls' schools and girls' colleges. They were not against the education of girls and women. Actually, they didn't have the time. So they didn't stop the education, and then they don't prevent women from education. They had the plan to start girls' colleges, girls' schools, etc., etc. I might have missed some of your point.
Well, I just wondered if there were empirical studies. I mean, you sort of announced to us that Muslim families are happy, but is there any documentation scientifically or empirically that that is the case, any more so than in the West?
No, no documentation. But I think this is the general feeling of all people in the West and East.
Yeah.
The family structure in Islam among the Muslims are still, to this date, although there are influences from the East and from the West.
My point is that in the West we know that families aren't happy, that marriage is in trouble because we've studied families. You know, so it's been a kind of empirical study. We know this. I don't know that it's true in the Muslim world.
But here, you know, the percentage of divorce is very little, very small. Once married, you are married forever. It's whole life.
That doesn't necessarily make for happiness.
Yes, why not? You will remain together if you are both happy.
Can I say one thing? A comment. Now,
if people stay married together, that means they may be happy.
Yes.
It also could mean that they may not be happy. I mean, if divorce in a society is frowned upon, which it is, and or even not allowed unless the man says it is all right, then is it not possible that in some families or many families, we could have a very unhappy situation? We could have an unhappy situation, perhaps most especially with the woman. Is that not possible?
But the teaching of Islam is that you get separated if you are not happy among yourself. And the woman can get the divorce without the consent of the husband through court. Court will give the verdict. You are separate now. But still, you know, this percentage of divorce here is very low, very low.
Can I add one thing? Go ahead. Yeah, just because it is related to the subject. Yes. Now, in Muslim countries, mostly man has the right of divorce. If he says you are divorced, finished. But still, the rate of divorce is very low. This is a sign. Okay. Now, in West, we have to go to court, etc., etc. But here is not so. If man says to his wife, you are divorced, finished. But still, the rate of divorce, like Turkey, is very low. And although we have a lot of very severe economic conditions, etc., but still, rate of divorce is almost zero. But this is a sign. I think it is an answer to
a very pertinent point.
Dr. Ralph's question. Yeah. I mean, this is a sign. It is an empirical study.
Yes.
Yeah. Just a comment from my family background. My grandfather divorced my grandmother at least 1 million times, and she never left him. That's true, and he was in a state of anger most of the time.
You are exaggerating. There might not be million days in their lives.
I mean, you know, lots of times. She never left him.
But on the humorous tone, I'll come back after Louis.
First of all, again, it's a privilege for me to be here, to be at this table.
Thank you.
My question is about polygamy.
Polygamy, yes, it is allowed. But it is not imperative that you must marry more than one or two or three. It is allowed. And the grounds are, number one, there are certain occasions. For example, there's war. In the First World War, Second World War, how many men perished? Now women, they were without husbands. If there's polygamy, they will also be living normal human life. Secondly, The sexual urge in males is not equal in all of them. The lust for wealth is not equal among all the humans. In the same way, the sexual urge. There might be certain males who are so much stronger in their sexual urge that one wife can't do it. Because the sexual process in women is restricted, interrupted by the periods, by pregnancy, and so on and so forth. So polygamy is natural, but it is not essential.
So this could be one of the reasons for the lower rate of divorce then?
That?
Lower rate of divorce.
Divorce this could be one of the reasons.
No.
Because in the States, this would be considered, in the States, what I mean is in Christian marriage, this is considered adultery.
To have second wife is adultery.
Yeah.
Yes, no, not in Islam. There you have to divorce one wife to have another one. Yeah. Yes, that is why that is one factor for the greater number of divorces.
We call it serial.
Or you have to accuse her of some adultery and some, something, and then only can the, Christian marriage can be finished. So these are things,
Can I have at you again just a little bit? I'm sorry. Now that I've started. You said earlier in your lecture that the Quran speaks to human equality. There's no one higher nor lower, and so forth. And then you said it's whatever you have in your heart that counts. And I wonder if it's more than that. It's not only what it's in your heart, it's what you do. It's what you do. It's your actions. We talk about orthodoxy, right thinking, but we also talk about orthopraxy, right doing. Both are very, very important.
Yes, I admit.
I guess you recognize it.
I accept.
But in terms of equality in marriage, you say there is no equality.
There is no
equality in marriage. That the man is head of the woman.
Yes. Yes.
But in our conception of marriage, it's a partnership. The man and the woman engage in a partnership. Some have more skills, perhaps in business or in some other respect than the other, and so they contribute to the good of the whole, rather than kind of strict division of labor. So there is this kind of sharing that in a good marriage takes place. At least that's been my experience, and the experience of people who have been involved in good marriages. It's not a superior-inferior kind of relationship.
I didn't use these words for that relationship.
But they sounded like it.
Actually, marriage is a partnership. But even in partnership, if you have a common business with your friend, maybe you own 2/3 and the other one 1/3. So equality in authority and in rights, in the administration of the family, that is not there. You have to have one on top. Otherwise, there will be chaos.
No, I don't agree. At least that's not been my
Yes,
experience.
you are free to disagree.
It's not for me to say? Okay.
Mr. Nirmal Singh.
Well, firstly, I something in a lighter vein. I was thinking that there is a window of opportunity for me here in something that you said, that if you bring up 2 daughters, educate them, and marry them, you have a place reserved for you in paradise. My wife and I, we have done it for 3 daughters.
But you have to be a Muslim to qualify for that.
Well, but I thought that with 3, a second-class citizen might make it.
You need to have another one because you are 2.
Dr. Ian Markham.
I want to just focus a little bit on your social segregation part of your talk, where you talked about the fact it's very important in the Islamic society that the sexes are kept separate. And that includes education and hospitals and universities.
All spheres of life.
All spheres of life. Is there any theology in Islam which would stress the fact that when God created men and women, God created two genders that bring different insights, different perspectives, different ideas, which can complement and enhance the other. And that therefore, in social relations between the sexes, it's good that they're often together, because it means that the ideas that shape an institution or an organization have the different perspectives of the two genders, which enhances life generally. And isn't there any sort of idea that there's something rich and captivating about the diversity of God's creation, and the fact that we ought to enjoy that sexual gender difference as part of that diversity?
Enjoy your wives, not others.
Well,
actually, God has created, and God has given us the law, the straight path. And He ordained in the very beginning, "Imma yatiyannakum minni hudan." Whatever guidance comes to you from me, you have to accept it and obey it. So that is the law. You have to obey it. And He only knows what you are speculating. Allah knows all these things. But if there is intermixing, is there not the danger that you fall in love?
Well, if I may have a quick supplementary, many religious traditions are committed to the idea that the best way to avoid sin is to avoid temptation. Right?
Yes.
And that's the assumption you're making.
Yes, yes.
And that's true. You know, if it's very unwise for me to go to a brothel if I want to remain faithful to my wife, and therefore I should avoid brothels, and that's a good ethical principle. But it's how far you take that. And to insist on total separateness seems to be very, very extreme. Surely...
At home, the brothers and sisters are not separate. They are living with each other. The father and mother are there. They are not separated. You know, this concept of marriage, you know, no man can ever imagine that he can marry his sister. So all those, you know, sexual thinking and imagination won't come at all. But where there is a chance for marriage, then, you know, your sexual urge and your desires, they come into play. So this is it about Islam and our, you know, teachings.
Would you say that Islam and its social system, as you describe it, is almost identical with the Jewish social system?
We know that the law of Moses was Islamic. And there are few changes only in the law of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And you know, they don't take pork. We don't take pork. It's forbidden. It's forbidden. In the same way, you know, many things are common. Regarding law and Sharia, the Muslims and Jews are nearest to each other. Regarding the person of Jesus, the Muslims and Christians are very close to each other. We believe in the virgin birth of Jesus. We believe in his miracles. We believe he was taken to heaven alive. Only difference is that we don't believe that he was crucified. Someone else was crucified. And that clue I got from the gospel according to Barnabas, that it was Judas Iscariot whose features were changed to those of Jesus. And he was crucified, and rightly, because he betrayed Jesus. So we think that he was taken to the heavens before he was arrested, and the features of Judas Iscariot were changed to the features of Jesus. He was crucified, and Allah has taken Jesus, and he will come. The second coming of Jesus is absolutely common between Muslims and Christians.
May I follow Roger, since he, I had a question which I'll ask, but briefly, I suppose the answer to you, Roger, is that there is no one social system within Judaism, and if I take traditional Judaism as defined in the Talmud, which is authoritative, then the position of women in that traditional Judaism is far inferior to the position of women in Islam. And in regard to marriage and in regard to sex, there are many similarities. But in other ways, in terms of equality that I understand that women have in Islam, there is in the most traditional part of Judaism no such equality whatsoever. And if I had time, which would be more than 5 or 6 days fully, I suppose that I could specify this, and I think everyone here would be terribly shocked at how bad the situation is. But I want to emphasize finally here in this comment that that is only true in one part of Judaism. So there's no one social system. But now, having said that, I have one brief question for you that goes right to the beginning, and it's a question that comes from the very beginning of your talk this afternoon, when you said individuals, male and female, are born equal, totally equal, and then, of course, what they do in their lives, you mentioned one thing they do. If some acquire far more knowledge than others, then that puts them at a higher status. But my question is this: would you not agree that everyone is not born totally equal? Some people, some men and some women, are born with far more intellectual qualities than others. That is verifiable. If that is the case, then we would expect what has undoubtedly been the case, that those who are born with far more intellectual abilities are able in their lifetime to acquire far more knowledge, and if indeed that puts them at a higher status, then my question is it not the case that perhaps then everyone is not born equally?
I again say and stress that by birth they are equal absolutely. When, due to their higher intelligence, they acquire more knowledge, more wisdom, then they become superior. But the status as humans is absolutely equal.
As moral agents, as persons.
Yes, sister.
I have been...
And Marsh.
I'm sorry.
If adultery is committed, what are the consequences?
If some unmarried person, male or female, commits, then there are stripes, 100 stripes. If a married man or woman commits it, then he or she is to be stoned to death. And this is also, is this the case in Judaism also?
Stoned to death?
Is it there?
It
was.
It was. No, that's not why I'm hesitating. I'm hesitating because it has happened. There are, as I'm sure there are in Islam, some Judaic theologians who say it has happened because that is what is ordained from God, but there are many other very traditional Orthodox theologians who would disagree with that. So you are not incorrect that there has been that belief that has happened. But that again is only one aspect of Judaism, and since I myself do not claim to have the true, total, correct Word of God as to which is the most correct interpretation in Judaism, I won't go any further than that, although it's fairly obvious that I would certainly not agree with the stoning to death.
Please.
Yes, Dr. Israr, thank you very much for your lecture tonight and all these days that we've been with you.
Thank you.
I would like to ask a couple of questions and also make a statement, but I'll leave the statement until after you've had a chance to answer the questions. My question has to do with the issue of divorce. And the other, that's one question. Can you delineate some of the consequences of divorce if a man seeks divorce versus if a woman seeks divorce? Maybe that would be instructive for everyone because there are differences. And could you also talk about, it just flew out of my head, consequences of a man seeking divorce versus a woman seeking divorce from her husband?
Man doesn't seek divorce, he divorces.
Right.
He has the authority to divorce straight off.
So the consequences
But a woman
for him.
has to seek divorce, and we call it khula, and she have to surrender total or a part of the dower money that was paid to her at the time of marriage. So that is the law in Islam.
Can I ask, does that include cases where the woman seeks divorce for cause? In other words, the husband has failed in his Islamic duties to her. For example, he's failed to support her or whatever other duties.
On this ground,
So
she
does
can seek divorce.
And does she still have to seek
Even on
dower?
the ground that the wife doesn't like the husband, she can seek divorce. And the Prophet ﷺ decided such. A woman came and said, I don't like him. Then he got her confined to a room which had all, bad things in it. And she remained there for the night. In the morning, the Prophet asked, how you pass your night? This was the best night that I have passed, when my husband was away. So the Prophet decided, okay, you are separated. This is the right of woman.
And if a man divorces his wife, what are his obligations to her? Are there any?
Only for a certain time, he has to support her. 3 months, 4 months, different, financially. And he has to pay, if he has not yet paid the dower money, now he has to pay. That's all. Nothing more.
Thank you. I thought of my other question, and it has to do with, I was reading in your monogram on women and the movement, the Tanzim movement, and the role of women in it. And you did speak in it about the role of women in the revolution, the Islamic revolution, and how their role is different. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, women have a role to play, definitely, alongside with the men, because the ayah that I quoted, that refers particularly to the revolutionary movement. فَاسْتَجَابَ لَهُمْ رَبُّهُمْ أَنِّي لَا أُضِيعُ عَمَلَ عَامِلٍ مِّنكُم مِّن ذَكَرٍ أَوْ أُنثَىٰ بَعْضُكُم مِّن بَعْضٍ فَالَّذِينَ هَاجَرُوا وَأُخْرِجُوا مِن دِيَارِهِمْ وَأُوذُوا فِي سَبِيلِي وَقَاتَلُوا وَقُتِلُوا لَأُكَفِّرَنَّ عَنْهُمْ سَيِّئَاتِهِمْ. In that revolutionary movement, women were with the men. Hijrah to Habsha, men and women both. And one man, one woman, husband and wife, they were martyred by Abu Jahl. So they laid down their lives. But then later on, they prepared their sons to sacrifice their lives for the propagation of Islam. And during the movement, they can propagate Islam to women and to their own family. Men also who was mahram. to the brothers, sons, the uncles, etc., etc., etc. The nephews, you prepare them to propagate Islam. So this is the role of women. We have that section, women's section in Tanzim Islami. But there is segregation.
Can I revisit? She has a comment.
Oh, sorry, yes, yes.
Yeah, and my comment actually, I don't think that you'll accept this, but I'll go ahead and try. My comment comes out of my background in psychology. My bachelor's degree was in psychology, and I've had an abiding interest in it. And my studies have led me to the conclusion that it's a sort of a cliche. I think most people have heard it. Violence begets violence. And the other part of that is that violence does damage to the human soul, both to those who are the recipients of the violence and those who do violence to others are damaged. And there are tons of studies, all kinds of studies in sociology, psychology, that bear this out. When we think about revolution and we think about the suffering, the inevitable suffering on all sides that occurs in revolution, the revolution you talk about, I worry that there would be irreparable damage to human beings, to children, to the psyches of men, women, and children. And I wonder how a good society can come out of beings that are so severely damaged. We know that even in a family, when children are the recipients of violence or women are the recipients of violence in a home, there's damage that never goes away. And that is just, could be beatings, could be abuse of various sorts. Imagine the killing, this kind of violence that revolution inevitably brings. So I worry about this, and I worry about this third stage of your program. And I'd like you to comment on it.
Well, actually, that will be discussed tomorrow, but right now, then we shouldn't punish any criminal. Why to send them to jails? They are damaged psychologically. But for the good of the society, you have to do it. In the same way, to overthrow an oppressive regime, a discriminating regime, an exploitative regime, which is hurting the whole humanity, hurting all men and women, then you have to use some violence. And operating, there's gangrene in the arm, you cut it off. For the benefit of the total body, you have chopped off the arm of the person. So this is a normal procedure.
Yes, yeah, welcome, please.
We haven't used the word feminist yet, feminism or feminist. And I'm very sympathetic to feminism. And I think I'm sympathetic to it for two reasons. The first is that it's clear that in a society where men have had a lot of power, the treatment of women has not been good. And I worry that one outcome of the theology that you've expounded is that women will end up being servants or slaves of the man at home, serving them in whatever way, often perhaps using force to get what they want. And I think that is obviously wrong. For all sorts of religious reasons, I think that's obviously wrong. The second reason I worry, the second reason I'm sympathetic to feminism is because in a society where we share the power with women, then the option of both having a family and having a career are also shared. And I think that's good because it means you get better fathers who take more interest in their children, and you also get a better society because the resources of intellect and ability serve society more effectively. And therefore, a society where feminism is taken seriously is a society where both men and women contribute effectively at home, but also contribute more effectively at work.
Can you tell me what you would definitely mean by feminism?
Feminism is the equality of men and women.
Equality.
Equality.
So part of the equality we admit. But as husband and wife, they are not equal. And if the wife is not ready, she can get divorced. But the discipline of the family is more important. And you know, there are two sides. One is legal, the other is moral. Morally, Quran and Hadith, the prophets say, be kind to the women. Be lenient to them. The best among you are those who treat their women folk in the best way. This is the moral education. And those both things go by side. As I told you, if there is separation, the children belong to father, legally, not mother. But, as I told you, regarding respect and service and doing good, the mother is 3 times more than the father. So you have to balance. The law is there, and then the moral teachings are there.
Roger. Let me try and be a little bit more critical than what we've been so far. You start off by saying at the very early part, this will not be easily palatable to the Western mind. And I think you're right. And you're right because your social system exists in a vacuum. And you're critical of the Western family because you don't look at the social system in the context in which it exists. Very briefly, I'm going to outline just a little bit of that context. Before 1960s, the divorce rate in Western societies was very low. After 1960, it rose inexorably. And I would be the first to be anxious and worried about what is happening. But it is, by comparison to what you have outlined, a revolutionary social system in the West. And we are learning every generation. And I suspect every generation we produce is better adapted to the world whereby families are controlled by contraception, which is a technical revolution for any social system. And because your social system exists in a vacuum, it seems to us deeply oppressive. And of the one thing that I've heard so far since I've been here, it is that oppression that we find so difficult to accept. Now, of course, it's ideal that old people should be looked after by their families. But you have to look at the context in which the breakdown of families happen, the growth of a capitalist society which you wish to have in your new revolutionary